O să începem într-un minut, deci dacă nu vă deranjează, haideți, începeți și așezați-vă. O să rog și colegii mei să cheme toți invitații din afara sălii. Un minut. Hai, te rog. Suntem pregătiți. Salut, salut. Hai, ia un loc dacă vrei, direct. Că o să fim mai eficienți. Cred că cel mai bine o să rog toți paneliștii veniți deja ca să nu mai ne complicăm. Sorry. Patrice, come on, join us. Bogdan. Cum doriți. Freestyle. Salut, salut. Bine ai venit. Ia un loc. Okay, let's. I suggest let's start for the sake of time. First of all, very important logistical aspect. We'll have to do it in English because we have a lot of international guests as well, and we are streaming the event today and tomorrow, and quite a bunch of people from many geographies are watching us. There is no strict rule on this, so feel free to also intervene Romanian, English. Fabrice, you as well. You can try the Romanian words as well. But myself, I will do it in English most of the time. So, first of all, I'm very, very honored to welcome all of you. I'm the director of the Romanian National Cybersecurity Directorate. And as I discussed with many of you that joined us yesterday evening for a very enjoyable dinner, we really wanted to have these 2 days as an opportunity, first of all, for professionals, for experts, to share ideas, to talk to each other as much as possible, to exchange views on challenges, issues they had, solutions they have in order to address the major challenges in cybersecurity that we are all facing. Now, if I look at the room, and we counted a bit, and my colleagues did very good work in counting precisely how many guests we have. Only the people in this room, I can tell you, we have probably in the range of 1,500 years of professional experience in the room, so it's really a lot. From my view, it's mainly an indicator of how strong and how powerful the group of cybersecurity professionals are in Romania. And not only Romania, but also together with our international partners, with our allies, example, from NATO member states, with our international counterparties, collaborators, friends, because as you may know, and you know very well, better than me even, in the cyberspace, first of all, there are no borders. In the cyberspace, we have really a lot of problems, a lot of challenges, but we also have a lot of solutions. So enemies, attacks, incidents are all over the place, one click distance, and we'll come today in detail for many of those aspects, and we'll discuss. And I invite all of you, including the panelists, please feel free, and I encourage you, share as much as you can from your experience. Okay, if there is any sensitive info, keep it aside, don't talk about it. For the rest, let's share. That's the main purpose of today and tomorrow. I promise from my side, right now, between the panels, during the tough questions I'm going to shoot to you, I'm joking, will be friendly questions. I will share also a lot, but please, you have to do it as well. We are amongst friends. We are a strong community, and I really want you to come out from these 2 days with this feeling that we keep really building this cybersecurity community. Community that, if you talk to other professional categories, they will tell you it's a very exotic one. These are a bit weird people. They are computer geeks. They are playing with technologies. They are playing with super exotic, complicated solutions. Actually, it's true, but it's a bit more than meets the eye. As you know very well, in cybersecurity community, it's no longer only about technical aspects. It's also about communication, it's about cooperation, it's about resources. We need money on the table, and I'm very happy that we also have colleagues from government here that can talk us about how important cyber is for Romania, how important it is for our economy, for our society. So let's discuss very open. Let's not make it, let's say, a boring and dry topic conference. I want it fun. We have a lot of fun in our work. We have a lot of adrenaline. And let me shoot a question to the audience and to the panel. How many of you live on coffee and Red Bull, usually? I'm one of them, so coffee, or tea if you want, or Coke, Coca-Cola, I mean, and so on. You know what I mean. So we are a community that, honestly, we have a lot of fun. We have. I saw it. I will. That's mine. That can of cola is mine. I'm joking. So we are a community that, honestly, we can play serious. We can play fun. For these 2 days, I want really to convey the message. Let's try to keep it like that. A mix of serious business, serious issues, serious problems, but also a bit of fun and joy in our conversation. So now, without any further ado, because I have here 2 very dear colleagues and important people from the Romanian government, and their time is extremely precious and extremely limited, I would like to invite, first of all, Mr. Bogdan Ghelbere, the Deputy General Secretary of the Romanian government, to share with us some messages. Hi. Thank you.
It's working? Yeah. First of all, I want to welcome you all to the conference, and I hope it's going to be a good one. You can share experiences, and finally in the conclusions, you can say it was a nice experience here in Bucharest, sharing data and information about cybersecurity. And I start to read. In our opinion, we have some lines to take in this Bucharest Cybersecurity Conference. The first one is about the current cybersecurity landscape. One of the most important lessons for us regarding digitalization and the need to invest more time and resources in the field of cybersecurity, we learned it during the pandemic period. COVID kept people at a distance from each other, but on the other hand, brought them closer through technology. A large part of users operated online remotely for a year and a half at least. This led to an important migration of daily activities in the online environment, whether we are talking about work, shopping, meetings, streaming, and so on. As a consequence, a consistent increase in volume of online connections also enhanced online threats, which led to a higher number of attacks with a higher degree of complexity. Cybercriminals always try to adapt and use existing context in their attempt to trick users into giving up sensible data or compromise resources. We must act efficiently in order to increase readiness among common users, governmental organizations, businesses, and other entities, because prevention is key for assuring a safe and trusted digital market. About the Romanian cybersecurity ecosystem, we are embracing new concepts, technologies, a new digital way of living and conducting business in line with NATO and European Union policies. Romania has a digital-oriented and innovative innovative focus, where cybersecurity is a key component of a digital transformation efforts. We have very well prepared specialists in the field of cybersecurity and ICT, and a very active Romanian ecosystem, public, private, academia, that is willing to share ideas and cooperate with both EU levels and internationally. We have to mention the presence of some active digital innovation hubs established here in Romania, many of them already heavily involved in cybersecurity activities, projects and partnerships. We also need to push for a strong cyber education at national level and launch initiatives in order to attract and retain the next generation of cyber talent, which Romania has in abundance. We saw some great results in this aspect, with our national cybersecurity team winning the European Championship in 2019 and having a member of Team Romania winning the International Cybersecurity Challenge in 2022 with Team Europe. At the moment, academia in Romania already implemented in their programs cybersecurity courses up to master level, which shows there is a keen interest in further developing a strong cyber curriculum, willing to develop both cybersecurity education and research programs. At the moment, the Romanian education system produces every year thousands of cyber experts, but really clearly shows we need so much more. So we are working hard at reducing that gap on the job market. We need more specialists that work here in Romania, for Romania, but we also need more trainers in order to prepare these specialists. Getting to the cybercrime ecosystem now, since cybercrime groups frequently have intricate supply chains, much like real software companies, and they frequently form relationships with the cybercrime network to obtain access to critical technology that enables their operation or maximize their profits. We must find a way to address the phenomenon in a strategic and effective manner. We frequently discuss attributions, threat actors, APTs, and their hacking activities as individual incidents, but the reality is that we are facing a strong cybercrime ecosystem which is actually far more interwoven than we may assume. Therefore, we need to establish strong regulation in the field of cybercrime, invest and boost expertise, preparedness and efficiency of cyber authorities if we want to successfully combat cyber criminals. About the cyber threats in the geopolitical context of Russian-Ukrainian war. Since the beginning of the Russian Federation's invasion in Ukraine, a number of public and private organizations in Romania, as well as our EU and NATO partners and allies, have been the targets of cyber attacks. These took the form of DDoS, critical infrastructure vulnerability scans, cyber espionage, ransomware propagation, and other disruptive attacks, which we have to emphasize particularly in the current geopolitical situation. A large number of these attacks are state-sponsored, and they are launched in highly inventive ways, in tandem with deception strategies and the weaponizing of digital technology, knowledge, and economics. Some of them, as you can see, are persistent and sophisticated cyber attacks which are a key component of an arsenal being employed in geopolitical confrontations. The Romanian government takes action to help and safeguard users in cyberspace, as both citizens and enterprises alike become more susceptible direct or indirect targets of such attacks. In this actual context, there is a concern about potential effects in the conflict of Ukraine's cyberspace, in addition to safeguarding over 10 million Romanians who make use of internet on a daily basis and the 5,000 SMEs, as well as operators of institutional services and digital service providers that are crucial for our economy and society. On our daily basis, national government agencies like the Romanian National Cybersecurity Directorate, the NSCEU, detects 500,000 cybersecurity events, more than 3,000 significant cyber incidents, more than hundreds of key infrastructure assets that are under cyber attack. These are clear indication that in order to confront these issues, we need to enhance our resilience, sharpen our focus on cybersecurity, assign resources to the field, and collaborate internationally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bogdan. Very inspiring views. And just to pick up on a couple of points that Bogdan mentioned, attacks, cyber attacks. Of course, we are professionals. I don't see anyone panicked. I discussed with a couple of you during the coffee time a bit earlier. No one was like freaking out saying, oh, my machines, my servers are down, my company is under big trouble. And honestly, that's thanks to the professionalism, the attention, and the time you spent with your teams, with your infrastructure, checking, rechecking, monitoring, and doing actually a good work. But totally agree with Bogdan. It's an attention point, and we have to keep an eye on this and keep doing good work. So we have another Bogdan in the panel, and I'm very honored to ask Mr. Bogdan Dumea from the Ministry of Innovation and Digitalization and Research to share with us some views on the topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, distinguished colleagues. It is a great honor for me to represent today the Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization. And of course, I thank the organizers for this event, the National Cybersecurity Directorate, for inviting me, especially Mr. Dan Kumpen. Thank you. I would also like to congratulate you and to thank you for coming here today, for your interest in joining us for this first edition. And I'm sure you all have a very busy agenda, and I appreciate you taking the time and attention for this event today. Advanced technologies. It's now part of our daily lives, I might say, as the sun in the sky. What would it be like, I ask you, to live without internet, without gadgets, without social networks, online shopping, and other technologies that we now have? I must think now about the feeling of panic that I get when I have less than 10% on my phone battery. It's hard to imagine what we would do if all these would disappear in an instant without somebody telling us or notifying us. So the advantages of technologies are now obvious to all of us, but our dependence on advanced technologies has also given us new problems and new vulnerabilities. Cyber attacks can disrupt our daily lives now more than ever. And that's because people's lives now are based and codependent on advanced technologies. Hackers are constantly developing new ways, new methods to carry out more and more complex attacks. These attacks can generate significant damages, not just financially, but also to country security, national security issues. Cyber threats are treated very seriously by the Romanian government. That's why the digital transformation of state institutions is inevitable and extremely important for us. To this purpose, the government cloud and the interoperability of public institutions have been funded through the Recovery and Resilience Plan for Romania. And why are these projects so important? I'm sure you all heard about the government cloud quite a few times so far. So from one point of view, these will reduce bureaucracy and provide fast information sharing between all institutions. Citizens will be able to quickly access public services that they are interested in online. And these things need to happen efficiently and, of course, safely. This is why cybersecurity is important for us, and this is the point where cybersecurity comes in. We need to make sure that citizens' data is safe, and not only that, citizens need to know and need to find out who used their data and why and when. So the next point I want to talk about is ECCC. Romania will host very soon the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. If I may, can I ask you, how many of you have you heard about ECCC? Okay, almost half of us. Thank you. That's great news. So ECCC is making us a focal point for cybersecurity at European level. More than 600 cybersecurity centers of expertise from all member states will put their knowledge and their know-how under one umbrella here in Bucharest. We are talking about cybersecurity research and industrial ecosystem interconnected at the European level, brought here to us in Romania. So, as you can see, cybersecurity is a main priority within the European Union. That's why significant funds have been allocated to this purpose. We have in the Digital Europe program more than 7 billion euro to protect the European digital economy, society, and democracies. Cybersecurity research and innovation, in addition to ECCC, will be further supported under the Horizon Europe program. The Recovery and Resilience Plan for Romania has 25 million euro allocated to new digital skills in the field of cybersecurity. So, how do you think we can stay safe? So I really want to make this discussion a dialogue, and we look forward to receive questions from you. The security of each of us online can be compared to the security we have back at home. We need to protect our content with the windows closed and the doors locked. A high dose of skepticism, critical thinking for IT skills can also help us not to become victims of malware or online scams. And if I may add another thing, I invite you to write projects, to create partnerships, to access future funding through ECCC, and why not maybe apply to the jobs that are currently open there. So let's make Romanians' digital transformation safe and secure together. And thank you for this. Thank you for your attention. Congratulations again on the event. And I wish you all the best in the future. And I look forward to see you in the next edition of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bogdan. Some applauses, please, for Bogdan. Actually, I promised that I will not ask difficult questions, but I cheated. So my intention, my hidden agenda was also to ask some questions to many of our guests. Actually, what I wanted to ask you, and if you can, of course, share a bit more from the views of the ministry with the audience, definitely governmental cloud, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. We are here in the room with quite a number of, I think it's working, quite a number of technology providers that are watching super carefully what's going on. Mm-hmm. We are in the room with security people that, as you said, want to help, to contribute that cloud is secure as well. So, and I heard also some words that are music to my eyes, to my ears, sorry. And these words were projects and cooperate and be active. From your perspective, and please be free to share with us how important or how do you see this public-private partnership in this context when companies, private companies may need to stay a lot more closer to the governmental authorities in order to push forward those complex, sophisticated initiatives and projects?
Thank you for the question. So I think the first thing companies should do is to focus on creating software that is cloud ready, because the cloud, the government cloud, and in the interoperability system will also include a marketplace where companies can come up with solutions, come up with software that government institutions can purchase from this marketplace. So all these companies that we have here together and others as well will be able to share their solutions and sell their solutions through this government cloud and interoperability system within the marketplace. So creating new software that is cloud ready and designed for institutions. I think it's a goal for all of us, and I look forward to see new solutions in our marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good.
So to move on a bit with the agenda, actually we'll entertain you with a video message if our technical team is here. Not yet? Okay, so we are good. I hope you guys will be able to, if not hear, at least not see it, at least hear it. We have a short video message from Mr. Iulian Chifu, the advisor of the Prime Minister. So let's enjoy it.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference, and I'm very happy to be once again in the core of the discussion related to cyber security. It is a highly committed NATO and European Union address, and we are one of the member states that are embracing these new ideas, which, for that matter, are also combined with a number of new technology capabilities coming from artificial intelligence, combining big data for sure, and blockchain at the same time, because they are extensively used together with the cybersecurity, or cybersecurity has an impact into all those new developments. Romania has a digital-oriented and innovative focus. We are very interested to keep our experts in cybersecurity, in IT, generally speaking, here in Romania. We've developed a number of policies in that direction, and that's why we have the settling of a number of big companies that are developing their activities here in Romania. At the same time, we have a very tight and interesting part of our activities directly related to cybersecurity. As you know, we are hosting the European Center of Excellence in that field, and hopefully it will be up and running rather sooner than later. At the same time, there is an interest that has been formally also conveyed at the NATO level for all those developments in the fields of cyber. By the way, we all remember that at the NATO summit in Wales in 2014, Romania has assumed to coordinate a working group and supporting Ukraine at that time in that particular field of cyber defense. On the other hand, we have the universities in Romania who developed a number of master degrees and specialized studies in cyber defense, in cyber security. So these are two other fields where there is an active and vivid activity of our interests proven for the cyber part. We have to recognize the fact that cyber threats are here present in Romania. We have been subjected, and by the way, we've seen even an extension of the war in Ukraine in the cyber domain or in the virtual space also in our country. Some of the attacks are directly targeting institutions, private institutions or state institutions here in Romania. We have the directorate who is responsible for all of those developments. At the same time, we've seen a very interesting niche that has been used in the field of cyber attacks, targeting media, and that's new. In what concerns the substance or the content of the media and everything from strategic communication to informational warfare, we've seen all the capacity developed here in Romania, and also we've seen attacks of all kinds registered here in Romania, or for that matter in Republic of Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, that pumped up into the Romanian informational space, and we have to deal with this. There is still a big debate in how to tackle those types of approaches. There is a core interest at the level of NATO and the EU. We do have instruments in that field, even though related to Romania, it's a matter of high level of interest on one hand, which is present, but also of confidence between civil society and authorities in developing all those capabilities, able to face, because we can't face that only all of us together. I mean, state institutions, civil society, and even each of our citizens who have to notify each time any type of attack or any type of misfunctioning of its capabilities. We've seen a high number of computers, of terminals that are used, including in Romania, for targeted attack in the US, in some other states, and this is speaking about the level of computer hygiene and cyber hygiene that has been developed. We are raising this level of awareness for our people, and I'm quite sure that conferences like that one is also very much helping in that direction. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best and a lot of success to your conference. Looking forward to read the findings of this conference at the end of the day.
Okay, guys. Before we move really full speed to the next topic, just wanted to thank also again our colleagues from the governmental domain. Please feel free to stay with us if your agenda allows, as much as you can. We'll totally understand, of course, if you, at a moment in time, you will have to disappear during the day. Now, to really move on with the 360 degrees vision on cybersecurity in Romania, and to collect views from our institutional partners, from the private sector, from the governmental sector as well, and to build a bit on the interest for cloud on one hand, but secondly on the 5G, because I got this morning at least 5 questions. What about 5G? What about 5G? And so on. Probably the best to speak about this is Virgilius, next to me, and I really invite him to introduce himself and also to share with us some views of the 5G topic that goes on and is super sexy and hot these days. Thank you, Virgil.
Thank you, Dan. My name is Virgilius Stănciulescu. I'm the IT director of ANCOM. Thank you for your invitation. It's an honor for me to participate in your event together with important actors and decision makers in the stakeholders in the field of cybersecurity and 5G. For us, for ANCOM, the beginning of this autumn was extremely busy because two major projects for us was overlapped, and I speak here about the 5G auction and the implementation of the law 198 from this year, but also the holding in Bucharest of the conference of plenipotentiaries of the International Telecommunication Union, the global decision-making forum in the telecom area, between the last week of September until the middle of October. Both projects are dedicated to the development of the electronic communication field by ensuring last generation services of very good quality at affordable prices and to encourage effective investment in networks and infrastructure in this area. About 5G auction. With regard to 5G technology, ANCOM's role is to organize in good condition the auction for allocating the spectrum necessary for the implementation of the new technology on a large scale in Romania. So just a few words, some general facts about the 5G auction, considering that we now are in the middle of it. As a result of the transposition into primary legislation of the European Code of Electronic Communication, we managed to complete the documentation and the normative acts necessary to start the tender. And in the mid-September, we launched the selection procedure for granting the rights of use for the radio frequencies intended for the implementation of the technology. So the bands are 700, 1,500, 2,600, and 3,400 megahertz bands. Those interested in participating in the auction submitted the files, and we analyzed the submitted files and announced in 31 of October this year which of the candidates qualify for the next stage. Depending on the initial offer submitted by the qualified candidates, in November 4 will be announced whether the organization of the auction stage is required, in which case the actual auction can start in November 8. So, in the same time, the commission is to educate the consumer about this successful implementation of new technologies. We'll continue all our efforts to correct information of the users about the impact in the industry and the benefits. Let's move to some words about challenges about in the field of cybersecurity related to 5G. So we all know about 5G technology will bring us benefits and big changes in the terms of platforms that will be able to run on it, but also inherent security challenges, not dangers. The 5G generation networks will bring very high speed and very low latency, will bring benefits in industry and the public area, and will be the key element that will stimulate the adoption and the development of IoT on a large scale. Of course, this is combined also with adoption of IPv6. The challenge of the cyber area is represented by the increase of the numbers of the interconnected devices, which will enlarge the area in which cyber attacks can take place, both in terms of number and technical possibilities, but also in terms of speed. So these are the changes. Increasing the speed, increasing the interconnected devices can enlarge the area of attacks and also the possibility to enlarge the area of victims. But the technical things that ENISA in the last years aware about the problems in protocols, diameters, or SS7, or different other types of attacks like torpedo or piercer that was possible in 4G or 3G. These problems were resolved, and now we'll launch the new 5G secured network. So these are the challenges to not have the same problems that were in other types of networks in new 5G. So now we'll have a secured 5G. This is the reason that I point that represent benefits and challenges in cybersecurity, not danger. About the conference of plenipotentiaries of the International Telecommunication Union, 3 weeks, our country was the host of the most important decision-making of the ITU, the United Nations Agency for the Information Technology. During the conference, the general lines of the organization policies were established, the strategic and financial plans for the next 4 years were adopted, and the members of the union members, the ITU Council and the Radio Regulation Committee were elected. I would like to mention 2 of the resolutions adopted by the ITU plenary, which are related to the theme of conference. ITU adopted the resolution on artificial intelligence. This document is considered to be a historic act because for the first time the Union decided on the need to involve member states, sector members and educational institutions in the identification, promotion and implementation of solutions through which specific IT&C tools support the development of artificial intelligence within the AI for Good program of the ITU. Another resolution adopted in Bucharest is regarding the compliance and interoperability. The interoperability of international telecommunication networks continues to be one of the main strategic objectives of the ITU. In last years, the growth of the IoT and advanced mobile networks have increased to the need for the conformance and interoperability testing to ensure the interoperability of the latest telecommunication and ICT devices. Also, we all know the benefits that technology brings for all of us. One of the challenges of the moment is to fulfill our role in increasingly complex social and economic context in which new opportunities appear, but above all new risks, especially cybersecurity risk and more. As a conclusion, institutional adaptability and the permanent training of the human resources are essential to face the rapid technology evolution, so as to ensure the predictability and continuity of the services in our areas of responsibility in collaboration with various institutions of the Romanian state. So this is were my words from ANCOM related to two main subjects, 5G and the ITU plenipotentiaries that was in Bucharest.
So thank you so much, Virgilius. Let's clap a bit and thank him for this. Not that easy, not that easy. So you are a regulatory authority, ANCOM. It's clear, the regulator for the telecom environment and so on. And you are a serious organization, and my question to you is how easy or how difficult is actually to interact with the market, with the technology providers, for example, for 5G, with the telco operators. From the perspective of ANCOM, do you feel or do you see a need for closer and more frequent interaction, of more meaningful discussions on technical topics? Because, as you said, challenges, risk, especially when new technologies come in place, there are plenty. And they have to be discussed, clarified, and so on. And before giving you the microphone about 5G, just simple show of hands. Whoever opened a box of a 5G component, hardware, or installed a piece of software that runs on 5G in the room? So my guess is probably 1%. And we are all cyber and tech people. So it's some work to be done. So we still have to work a lot together and discuss a lot together with the regulator as well, technology providers, the operators, and so on, to get it better, to understand better, to work on that. So maybe Virgilius, some views or ideas about this, how we can work closer with you guys.
Yes, in our point of view, we work very close with the telecom operators, both in the terms of regulations and both in the terms of technical aspects and future challenges. But we maintain the neutrality. It's our role to maintain the neutrality, but for sure we have teams, our teams that are continuously in collaboration with all the operators and all the aspects regarding the implementation, the costs, the cybersecurity challenges were subjects of discussion internally.
Thank you. And from European perspective or internationally, do you see interesting or any, let's say, relevant trends from a regulatory perspective? Because there is a lot of discussion about new technologies to be used in the telecom environment at European Union level, at international level. Which of those new trends and new, let's say, issues are the ones that you find the most interesting?
I think when all over the Europe the 5G will be implemented, this will leverage very quickly and very spreadly the IoT adoption, and this is the main challenge and the main benefits. We think our lives will change in many because we'll use a lot of other devices that will be interconnected. As I said, in technical point of view, the lower latency that 5G will bring to us will allow new, very good technology to be very good used, because the response time between the IoT and between the sensors and to cloud, in example, this speed and this low latency will permit very good application and very good response in the real time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. And now to move on the other side of the panel, I wanted to ask Fabrice to entertain us a bit with a view from an important player in the Romanian market and not only. And Fabrice, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm not sure from the technical side, I had a few slides which could help to visualize what I discussed. So if you could bring them up, that would be great. Okay, good. First of all, congratulations with the great conference, well organized. But I'm also happy to see the attention that there is in the Romanian market for a topic like cybersecurity as well, from a governmental level, but also from a business level. What I would like to do in like the next 10 minutes is give you actually a view from what we as Segeka see on a day-to-day business, day-to-day aspects in terms of businesses and cybersecurity. What should focus be on? What do we see in practice across Europe? So as well with Romanian businesses. So first of all, I think it was referenced already by the speakers. I mean, cybersecurity, it's a big challenge. It's a big challenge for all of us. It's a big challenge for business. And it's actually a kind of, challenge which is fed by, different aspects. First of all, the IT security space today, the landscape, because of the way it has grown, is very fragmented, right? If you go back like 20 years in time and we talked about security, the main technical thing we talked about was a firewall. Over the last 20 years, this evolved a lot, but it was mainly driven out of technology, which means that what organizations are trying to do now is have all those technologies, bring them together, right? So it's a very fragmented world. Secondly, where 15 years ago we had to do with what we called script kiddies and people hacking for fun, right? Today we have to deal with organized cybercrime, which means there is another level of budgets involved on the criminal side. Funding is different and motives are very different. So that's a challenge that we have as well. So what do we see? We see kind of continuous and more sophisticated attacks, which is also very different to the past, right? And you all know, if the frequency increases, the probability that something bad happens increases as well. Another challenge for many businesses is regulatory. So, and I know we often speak about the fact that compliance is not the same as security. We all say that in the security business, but businesses can go out, companies can go out of business if they don't, or whenever they don't follow regulations. And regulations are also becoming more and more important in the cybersecurity space. There is the EU Cyber Act and so on. So that's a key thing to take into account as well. And then what the previous speaker was referencing as well, I mean, there is much more data-driven businesses anywhere, in business, in government, everywhere data is going to be key. 5G will, I fully agree, 5G will help. 5G, IoT, cloud, the combination of data, cloud, and 5G will drive the consumption of data and will drive innovation in the near future. But of course also has some cybersecurity aspects that we need to take into account, and which I very often like to refer to as the new digital ecosystem. If you look to your organizations, then probably most of the processes you run today are, you know, in a digital way interlinked. The supply chain system, ERP systems, all of that is digitally linked. Critical business data is exchanged in a digital way with partners, with clients, and so on. So also a new challenge that we're facing in the world of cybersecurity. And then last but not least, it was referenced already before, the pandemic actually started what I very often call a forced digital transformation. What most organizations were planning to do in a 5-year time frame needed to happen in 5 days, right? That means, for example, people working remotely, people working from home. They were, you know, previously they were like in their corporate offices, but suddenly needed to start working from their home office, which is an insecure Wi-Fi network, insecure PCs, and so on and so forth. So there was the rapid expansion of for example, remote workforces, which opened our eyes as well for the security aspects. If you look to the numbers, I mean, I have some examples of numbers for you as well collected. If you look to the numbers, I mean, we're not only saying this, you know, analysis, statistics show as well. For example, this one from Allianz Risk Barometer, which is very interesting to follow on an annual basis. Cybersecurity, cyber incidents are the #1 risk globally, right? Globally, in Europe, and on country level. Secondly, and I'm not going to read them on here, but ransomware is still increasing. We talked about malware, ransomware, it's still increasing. And, you know, almost 70% of the breaches that we see today, and including ransomware, originate somewhere from credential theft, people clicking the wrong link, and so on and so forth. And we still see that today. So awareness of people, which is not just a technical thing, of course, but awareness is still key. Too many people do not deal, you know, with sufficient care about their credentials, their passwords, but also just, you know, don't think before they click, right? So that's still a key topic to think about. Business email compromise, do care about your email system. We're seeing an enormous increase in business email compromises. So that's a very important one as well to take into account. And still, without a lot of measures, statistics say that the average time between being compromised and containment, it's still over 200 days. Actually, if you just look to compromise and the detection, it's still even around 200 days. So it's still important, despite all measures, to take sufficient measures on the side of detection. Also, the cost of breaches become much higher because of the ransom that cyber criminals are asking, but also because of the fact that recovery starts to take more and more time. So I'll come back to that later, but we do see there is a lot of focus on prevention and detection, which is all great, but please also take a look at whether you're ready to recover if it happens, right? Because despite a lot of measures, it may happen, but it's key to also prepare for good recovery. And then the last statistics I really wanted to show here is that many organizations tell me, yeah, but you know, we have a great cyber insurance, so we cover the risk that way. Well, fine, but please know that cyber insurances year over year start to double in premium and cover less. So it's about time now that also cyber insurers start to see that, you know, they need to intervene a lot, and it's time to take, you know, really preventive measures. Okay, just very quickly, one thing I also like to think about together with you is we talk, and we call it a cybersecurity conference. When you run a business on a daily basis, you think about business resilience. And cybersecurity very often in companies is still seen today as that thing we don't understand, highly technological, and costs a lot of money. That's why I suggest we also talk about cyber resilience, which combines what as a business you think about, which means staying in business, that's business resilience, and link cybersecurity risks that we see in our business with that and talk about cyber resilience. And then just to finish off what I wanted to share with you, and this cyber resilience, like any type of risk management in companies, but also from a public side, it's, you know, it's more than set and forget. It's not a thing that you do just once, but that you need to keep on doing. And then from that perspective, please build it in from the start, right? So secondly, think about the foundational measures as well. I see great technologies over here, but think about the basic measures. Are systems, you know, well protected? Most of the cyber incidents that we see today are still introduced or still find a way in by, you know, pretty easy things, right? Like systems not patched, credentials not well protected, and so on. And last but not least, spread efforts, energy, budgets across different domains. Some domains like prevention, others to detect and respond, but also to recover fast whenever you're hit by a cyber incident. That's what I just briefly wanted to share with you in terms of some view from the business side, some views from what we do at Cigica on a day-to-day business.
Fabrice, thank you so much. Let's show some love to Fabrice and Cigica. Honestly, I took a picture of the figures you show because I'm not that easily scared. My job is to worry every day, day in, day out, in the morning, in the afternoon. I'm paid to worry. But seeing 15% increase year on year in ransomware, seeing figures like cost of a ransomware incident increasing 57 times compared with 7 years ago. Yeah. Wow, that's really bad. Let me shoot back one figure from us, from the Romanian Directorate. Our own estimation in Romania of a cost of a significant cyber ransomware, let's say, it's about 750,000 Romanian lei, so about 150,000 euro for a significant incident. So the cost to get your data back, systems up and running, the cost you have to pay to experts to clean up afterwards, the cost of your technical stuff, very precious and very valuable resources that you have, and very scarce resources to get focus and to clean up after the incident. It's 150,000 euro per incident, our estimation. So now, Fabrice, question to you, because you know, if we talk about ransomware, it's a bit like sexually transmitted diseases. Everyone says, we take action, we try to prevent, we have plans and so on. But when it happens, no one wants to talk about it. So from your perspective as an advisor, as a trusted consultant that help organizations to build cyber resilience, how prepared are most of your clients, business partners for this kind of incidents, ransomware or others?
Yeah, and a great question. And first, don't be scared. The goal was not to scare people. The goal was to give a realistic view. First thing, what we discuss with our clients and organizations, steps to take is look at the basic hygiene in cybersecurity. Most of the ransomwares today get their way in through typically pretty basic entry points. What does that mean? Most of the entry points has to do with your users in a first step, meaning that your employees, your users, do not have the right awareness about how to deal with very well crafted, social engineering techniques. So this is about the phishing emails we all get, people clicking. That's a first, that's a first important step to take. It's a preventive step, but it needs to be ongoing in a day-to-day basis. You need to keep your people aware. Second thing is, make sure you keep your systems healthy. And healthy is not only keep them up and running. Check to make sure that your disk space is not, running full. It's also about, is your system patched for the latest vulnerabilities? Because most of the ransomwares, think about Log4j that we saw in the beginning of the year, a very bad thing, which was used in a lot of ransomware and other attacks. We still see today that many organizations don't have systems patched against that one, and all the information is available, so have the systems patched as well. And a third key thing is, monitor your environments. It's just like the comparison was made with the protection of the house by by the first speaker. It's true, protect the locks sufficiently. Don't put 3 locks on the door, 1 lock. 1 good lock is sufficient, but have the alarm system in there as well. And that's actually what detection and
close the door.
And close the door. Close the door, and then and then activate the alarm system. But that's actually another great advice. Like, do something about detection response, and fourthly, have your incident response plan prepared. Talk with your people about what if we're hit by a cybersecurity incident, which could be a ransomware. How do we react on a technical level? Who do we contact, right? Do we have a list of contacts? Do we know how to communicate, right? And I think that last one it's a step which people don't want to make because you want to prevent as much as possible. Where we see that most people lose a lot of time, energy, and money is not to be prepared for the response part.
Thank you so much. So please, a round of applause for Fabrice. And one point from your presentation also worried me. It was about 277 days till an organization notice that something wrong happened. So can you imagine 270 days? That means 8-9 months ago. I mean, come on, it's a lifetime. And in the current context, some of the actors that are very good in staying undetected in your infrastructure, exfiltrating the data low and slow, and actually not doing very visible damage, but getting data piece by piece, being ready to take controls. Of course, they are state actors, and we all know that weaponization of technology, it's a big issue. It's very complicated to address it, extremely expensive to address it, not only in terms of money, in terms of the brains you need to allocate for doing this, for doing the forensics, for doing the attribution, for doing the true deep analysis that you need to know. And to shift a bit from private sector to governmental, we have the chance here to have a friend and colleague from another important authority, the Romanian Intelligence Service. And Dino will be able to entertain us a bit with a governmental view. So, Gabriel,
yeah.
The floor is yours.
Thank you for your introduction. I have a lot of things to say, but I have to be brief because we don't have that much time. But I want to present you with 360 degrees vision from our point of view, the National Cyber Center. I don't know if we need any introduction after 9 years, because we were founded in 2013. But we are a unit from the Romanian Intelligence Service. and we deal with cybersecurity. So, esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you a few words. First, about the National Cyber Center's mission. We have the mission to know and anticipate the cyber threats to the critical infrastructures of national security interests, to counter and prevent cyber threats by sharing briefing products to the decision makers, and to real-time identify and neutralize cyber attacks on critical infrastructures of national security interests. We have technical capabilities for malware analysis, security audit, forensics, and security incident management. We have our own SOC. We have computer emergency response team. And we, as Mr. Compan said, one of our main missions is to counteract the APTs, the attacks from state-sponsored actors. The cyber threats that we have classified are, as we said, state-sponsored cyber espionage, cybercrime, and ideologically motivated actors, cyber extremism, and cyber terrorism. I think, yeah. To put that behind, I want to tell you a few words about, as we see, these are the most frequent malware alerts from our SOC from the first half of 2022. But this doesn't actually show what's the real important thing that we are dealing with. I remember that before Mr. Gelbere was talking about the issues with Ukraine. So this year we were very concerned about what happened in Ukraine and the impact on cybersecurity level on Romania's national security. And one of the issues that we encountered was the DDoS attacks from Killnet. Mr. Gelbele already talked about that. But another important thing was that we saw an increase of the intensity of APT attacks coming from the east, and they were targeting especially the governmental sector and the defense sector. So about that, I would like to in the next slide, I would like to tell you a little bit about what we do. So in the last 2 years, we took action, even by participating in blame and shame actions against such attackers. And one example is the KSAT attack on satellite infrastructure, which happened this year and is closely related with the Ukrainian incident. And the others are the cyber campaigns against Microsoft Exchange servers run by APT40, and the public attribution of also of the cyber attack on SolarWinds by APT29, which happened last year. So this is to say about what we do as the service to counter that, and what is publicly visible, because there are other things that are more sensitive to talk about. But getting back from that, I would like to say that ransomware attacks are also a very important issue for us, and we are very concerned about the effects of ransomware attacks, especially if you take in consideration the COVID period. They had an impact, especially on the healthcare system. So that is a problem of national security. So in that area, for example, we are proud to say that we are part of an initiative took by the US government with 31 states that have participated, including us, represented by Mr. Rog, the director of the National Cyber Center. The main projects of the National Cyber Center are to develop our SOC capabilities, to participate and organize national and international security exercises, and support the development of cybersecurity educational program to raise awareness on the importance of cybersecurity and important cybersecurity issues. When we talk about security exercises, we have to talk about the fact that we participated in NATO-led and national hands-on exercises such as NATO Cyber Coalition and CIDEX. This year, CIDEX, which was held in October this month, brought together over 400 experts and from 59 public and private sector organizations, academia, and we had more scenarios than the last years. And I am proud to say that we consider it a success. Its goal is to exercise the defense capabilities in the field of cybersecurity against threats to IT and critical infrastructures of national interests, and to contribute to understanding the level of preparedness in case of cyber attacks. Also, when we talk about awareness, I want to tell you that we held awareness. We had awareness sessions for this year until now for over 50 beneficiaries in our country, 50 organizations, and we are planning, and we have to increase even in this field our capabilities. So another important thing, and I am very pleased to see that it's also treated importantly in this conference, is the education in cybersecurity. The National Cyber Center and Mr. Rock personally was very involved in increasing the capabilities of the educational system to professionalize future cybersecurity experts, because the workforce gap and the lack of awareness in the cybersecurity are the main reason for which the educational system must be adapted to the current context. And in our view, this is a very important component of a more cyber resilient society, because resilience is another point that I want to touch here, and I mean resilience as a society, as a nation in the cyber field. So we actually managed to help the universities in Romania to implement over 14 educational programs in cybersecurity on topics regarding cybersecurity on IT&C networks, cybersecurity of mobile devices, management of cybersecurity incidents, malware analysis, IT forensics, and critical IT&C infrastructure security. Also, we had made efforts to develop cybersecurity courses at high school level, and we did that at 8 high schools in Romania, and we are planning to expand it because it's very important to start the education in this field as earlier as possible in the development of our young people. So for us, the development of cybersecurity educational programs will give us benefits on the long run, and will contribute to consolidate our national economy. So it's also another very important point. Slide X. So when we talk about cyber resilience, from our point of view, it takes the joint efforts from partners from all relevant national entities, public authorities, NGOs, universities, and industry on a couple of levels. As I said before, it's raising awareness on the importance of cybersecurity. From my personal experience, I believe that some part of what we call raising the awareness has already been made, but it's not enough. We have to continue on this topic also. We have to also to continue to consolidate the legislative and regulations framework in Romania. We have to invest in developing a well-prepared local workforce in cybersecurity that is available and accessible to all the stakeholders. And we have to also prepare for a response to cyber crisis by organizing and participating to exercises. So these are the points I wanted to make regarding also to the national cybersecurity strategy, because it's related, and we're not only interested in countering the APTs. That is a very important mission. It's our main mission, but it's not the only one. And as I said, these are other points that we want to make. And another thing that I almost missed is encouraging innovation in entrepreneurship. So the cyber hubs and other innovation encouraging projects are also in our view. So we've managed until now to be a part of creating 2 cyber hubs in Romania, one in Bucharest and one in Brașov, and we hope that they will develop and they will actually make an impact in this field. So thank you. I hope I was I managed to round it up, and I'm waiting for the question. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. So come on, guys, show some appreciation. We really very much appreciate, because as you all know, intelligence services, they don't share too much info, they collect a lot. But the thing is, the reality is that CyberInt is really doing good work and good stuff, and they also share once in a while materials and awareness materials and animate exercises, and they really do good work. So keep an eye on everything they publish and they communicate. I have actually 2 questions for you. One about the cooperation and collaboration with the academic environment.
Yes.
Do you think it's going to intensify, will continue, or let me put it bluntly, are you going to stop it by the end of the year?
No, of course we're not going to stop it. It's very important to us to continue. We try to gather all the resources we have, because as you've seen, we cover a lot of topics, and we're not that many, so the resources, the people are really stretched between different tasks. but it's a very important issue for us, and we will make our best to that the next year we don't have only 14 courses. We have or educational programs. We have 20 or I don't know, but to the best of our capabilities and our possibilities, we are involved in this in the educational programs, and we'll continue to be in the next period of time.
And I have one more question. I promise will be brief one, but we are doing good on time, so we are okay. And thank you so much, guys, for the patience. CyDex, 400 participants. That's a lot. I don't know, and again, sorry for doing it. I promise it will be the last time today. How many of you were in the CyDex exercise? So a few. That means they are about, mind you, because that's important, there are probably 400 more experts that are not in this room today. So we have a bit of competition somewhere out there. Probably they are not here because they are really, really busy, or they recover after the exercise. I'm joking a bit, but please reflect about it. 400 is serious figure. That's a really large group. And I wanted to ask you very directly if you can share with us the info, and you have to, otherwise we'll not let you go. How complex and how complicated, how easy, or the other way around, is to organize such exercise?
Well, I'm not personally involved in organizing the exercise, so looking from the outside, it looks easy.
A bit like this conference.
Yes, but actually, my colleagues are working for a great part of the year to make it work without too many issues. So, and there's a team of, I don't know, at least 5 people who are working on it every year for a couple of months. But besides that, there are a lot of other people that are doing more specific tasks in organizing. So it's hard work, but I think it delivers us a good feeling that we did our duty, and we made that it mattered, that we made a small change. But what I wanted to say to you, because you said there are 400 and they're not probably in the room, most of them. One of the main targets for CyDex is the public sector. So that's where we want to get more practice and more knowledge, because as I said before, they are the targets of the most advanced attacks, and that's where we actually need the most resources, and we don't, to be frank, we don't quite have it at this point. And there's a lot of issues besides education, besides the capability to pay them right. So there are a lot of things to change in order to really increase the level of cybersecurity where it matters. Where it matters, especially for the public institutions. I'm not talking about the private institution, that's another issue, but especially on the, we have this problem, especially on the public sector. Yeah. And
we have one more small question.
Sure.
Gabriel, in fact, it's not a question, thank you for this. I just have a view from the participant side of you, because ANCOM,
yeah, I know.
My colleagues, me personally, participated to CyDex in this year, and as an experience for us was, what I can say, the scenarios was very realistic, and indeed a reach for us was very good, because was scenario real time, was capture the flag, and also some offline analysis. But the complexity was very good and involved us in technical aspects and also in cooperation. So from our side, and point of view, our entire team was extremely pleased about the participation. It was indeed an upgrade of technical and collaboration point of view for us.
Thank you for your praises, but what I want to say that our partners also made that possible. I know that at least one scenario was the directorate's scenario. So, yeah.
Let me not go into our ranking in the exercise, but we contributed on the scenario.
And we appreciate it. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. So, because you are mentioning about realism and so on, let me share with you some real stuff. So 2 days ago, I had the chance to talk to a much more compact and, let's say, smaller crowd in Brussels. Actually, it was a very interesting mix group of CISOs from the banks, from insurance companies, but also some equivalents of Gabriel, so people from the national intelligence and stuff like that, because of course banking sector, it's critical infrastructure in each country. And one of the topics those guys were discussing about what's going on now with advanced persistent threats and what kind of problems they had, etc. And a real case they shared within the group was that they observed at this moment a lot of state actors actually doing reconnaissance and checking on the financial sector actors, of course, stealing data, exfiltrating data, but mind you, of course, not to disrupt at this moment financial transactions or stuff like that, but to monitor and to identify which of the banks, which of the payment processors have the lowest level of maturity, including in terms of internal controls, procedures, automation of processes, of authentication, clearing, settlement, authorizations and stuff, with the purpose to find ways to bypass the financial sanctions. So very interesting thing, very, very interesting. I'm of the opinion, and I said it public, and please blame it, I said it yesterday, so I cannot hide it. I said, it was a bit boring. I'm sure our conference will be a bit more exciting. We are cooler than the bankers. But then I realized that actually we have some of the top professionals act in the banking sector and keep our transactions up and running, and honestly, our money privately or the money of our organization safe. So I'm super happy here to have a very good friend that I would invite him to introduce himself and to share with us a view. We want to cover 360. So Mircea, the floor is yours. Bring us a true view from someone that works day in, day out, and nights in the banking sector.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be at this conference. And I don't have a presentation like the people that were here before me. I'm going to speak freely, and if there's a question or anything, I'll be happy to answer it to you. I've heard some very interesting buzzwords today, like digital transformation, and I thought to myself, well, what do you guys think about digital transformation? I mean, what does that mean to you? For a banking corporation, digital transformation, it's about how you can provide services over the internet and so on and so forth. For government, however, I think that the situation is a little bit different. And in terms of IT security, I think there's a key aspect that we have to take into consideration. Usually, the focus on digital transformation is on the service, not on the IT security side. So maybe the governmental cloud will provide that types of services that we need as citizens. However, I think that we have to keep a little bit of perspective when you do an implementation regarding digital transformation or pretty much anything. There is the cybersecurity part that is only a component of what's really going on. And with that in mind, I think that you'll understand why, from a banking perspective, I think I'm a little bit fortunate, unlike the people from the government sector and unlike maybe some other companies. Banks really invest in security. It would be really bad for business if they wouldn't do that. So again, I'm fortunate. That means I have the resources to do my work effectively. I have some of the resources, and I say some because for us, just like for pretty much anyone in this room, people are very important, and we have trouble finding them or finding good people for the IT security side. But coming back to the digital transformation, there's this cost attached, which is cybersecurity cost. It's like cost of risk, cost of doing anything. Make no mistake that although we as security professionals were doing our best to do that, at the top of any type of corporation, at the top of any type of government, most of the time cybersecurity is part of the package. What do you mean you don't have cybersecurity? You have to have it. So you get into different types of situations, like, well, you put up services and they get attacked. And I've heard people mentioning earlier, like the DDoS attacks from Killnet. We were a target. OTP Bank was a target. We've heard people saying, well, attacks coming from Russia or whatever. Well, we were there. And yes, I feel fortunate that I could, I have this capability of protecting this infrastructure. But cybersecurity is expensive. And it's expensive because it's a limited resource. And I think this is some of the things, these come into play, part of the academia effort that the NSC is trying to build up on, and the cooperation involved and so on. But more than that, if you want to protect your business, or if you want to protect your organization, you're going to need to prepare. And then we see another buzzword, like resilience. What does that mean? Does that mean that we won't get attacked if we do some sort of measures and we're going to have some plans? Most likely not, and it's pretty much something that we're going to have to deal with. Every cybersecurity professional here knows that attacks are coming. We need to have solutions that can detect, and you need to have the possibility to stop it. Prevention works, but not always. So, coming back to resilience, we tried to address that, and we've done 2 exercises in terms of IT security resilience. We took the Tiber EU framework and hired a company that is highly skilled in this type of exercises, and we've tried to train ourselves to do better. And I think we've done a really good job on it. But when an attack hits, you'll need to be in a team of people, and you'll need to cooperate. You'll need to reach out to some authorities. You'll need to reach out maybe some other people in your own branch and Even in banking sector, banks are competing on this market, but not on security. What hits one bank will hit pretty much anyone. And I think these would be some of the things that we can take out. And yes, again, we may be more fortunate, but there are a lot of companies that want to do business. And from the governmental sector, I think it's really important for them to have the support to implement some measures or the support to respond to some threats. And if we decrease the cost of cybersecurity, then we'll have more cybersecurity. But I don't want to take up a lot of time on this. I've also put here a clock. Main challenges for us, and I think there are main challenges for you as well, mindset and people. And when I say mindset, I mean, well, we get people coming to interviews, and some of them are really good, like they're really good engineers or IT engineers, but most of them lack the IT security mindset to perform in this kind of team. And mindset is far difficult to inspire than knowledge. You can all learn how to do things with your solution or a different solution or whatever, but having the mindset to anticipate some of the problems that might come into play and will facilitate an attack, I think that's the main differentiator when it comes to IT security. So pretty much that was what I had to say. I don't want to take over much of the panel. If you have questions, please let me know. Yes, you do have questions.
Is it working? Yes.
Yeah.
Well, of course, I have a question. Definitely finding the people and getting the mindset, it's tough, honestly. But I'm talking to a representative to a bank. How easy is, even for a bank with funding available, to find the right skills, to find the right profiles that you actually need? Because we all know these people are in super high demand. You guys, you are in super high demand on the market. It's a super hot market for cybersecurity. So not that easy to find the resources. So how complicated it is for you to attract them? And I believe you may have the resources you need from the management, from the board, and so on.
So it's very difficult for us to get the right people. And the reason for that is, as I mentioned earlier, is the mindset. We get people, and we can definitely provide like the compensation that these people need to have a good life or whatever. But our biggest concern in getting people to our team is how they deal with situation, and because they will be in a situation that they haven't seen before. They didn't prepare for it. So the mindset on how you approach new situation is very important. How you react in a stressful condition, because when you're doing incident response, for example, that's the only time when you don't have to be all over the place. You have to think what you're doing. You have to take the steps to preserve some of the information that is coming towards you. You have to see what is the best way to respond in order to limit any kind of consequences and still keep your services running. And most of the times when people see, well, we're doing incident response, we're going to be anti-hackers, that's great, awesome. But when they deal with the situation that they haven't seen before, they haven't prepared for, like, what's the implication? How am I going to manage this? Panic. Well, who am I going to go to? Panic. And you have procedures. You know what's extraordinary about highly technical people? Sometimes they don't read procedures. So, yeah, it's not easy to actually make them do that. But if they do that, they become very, very good at what they do. And you'll have a great team if they know what to do and if they have the right mindset. So it's not easy for us as well. We're dealing with the same situation as everyone else.
And also I learned something. Ask your technical teams to read procedures, and I can top up, write procedures as well, because a lot of times they know what they have to do in a situation, but they don't like to document, to
Yeah.
teach the youngsters to go faster and to learn the same.
Yeah, but that's why I said I am fortunate.
I have a question. First of all,
Please do.
in terms of bank point of view, speaking about, let's say, a cybersecurity attack, but we have you have measures for disaster recovery and business continuity.
Yeah.
Just tell us, this include measures regarding the data, equipments, locations, people?
Yeah, pretty much everything that you've mentioned. In the banking sector is quite different from maybe other sectors that deal with cybersecurity issues. So for us, it's mandatory to have them. And even if they weren't mandatory, and then you'll be in a situation where you'll have to explain to your customers why that service is not working. Obviously, things will happen and will go bad, and it's the way of things everywhere. But it's important how you can react to it, and if you're prepared for a situation like that, it's definitely easy and easier actually. And the customers, most of the times, they don't realize that something really bad went wrong, but even sideways, that it wasn't supposed to happen. But at the end of the day, it's important to have your business up and running, and this is what BCP Plans is doing. You prepare for any type of situation, and there are several types of scenarios that you can prepare for. And if you want to go one step further, you can go as we did with like something like red teaming, and see what are your actual weak spots and try to cover that as well.
Okay, so Mircea, thank you so much for your views and for being so open and sharing with us
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. So guys, a round of applause. So it is with great pleasure that I want now to shift to another colleague from the governmental sector. So I would love to introduce Mr. Marius Heinz Patriquet from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And before you arrive there, I will start with a very important question. Is it true that you guys, you are the ones that identify and arrest those hackers that type on a scotch tape SQL code and they put it in front of the bumper stickers of the car? So when the speed camera get them, they try to hijack in the servers of the ministry?
Yeah, might be.
So,
but I have to check with my colleagues. So,
or maybe you can tell us what you really do there.
Until the end of the conference, I'll give you the right answer. So, thank you very much, Dan, for giving me the opportunity to talk a little bit about what we are doing on cyber security field within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. First, I'd like to say that it's kind of hard to be amongst the latest speakers on this panel to talk, because the smart things has already been told. But I'm trying to do my best. So let me give you a short preview of integrated situational landscape within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So here is it. We have more than 100,000 endpoints. We have more than 500 data centers, most of all small, but still data centers. And as any honorable public institution that is responsible for cybersecurity, we are short on experts. So for that reason, we have to be inventive to cope with our responsibilities. And inventiveness, it's about prioritizing the problems and organizing the measures that you are planning to implement. If you're really curious, you will find out on the Ministry of Internal Affairs website that we do have sectoral cybersecurity strategies that comes from the national cybersecurity strategies, and we have the right objectives. The objectives are reflected very well in this conference pillar, resilience of the information infrastructure, and we have a lot of it. Actually, I consider, and we consider within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, that we have the most large attack surface, and that's why we are permanently worried. So we share these worries with our counterparts within the units of Ministry of Internal Affairs. So by conducting permanent awareness campaign about cyber hygiene and the importance of it, and we are conducting also permanent pen testing campaign, so we can be ahead of the threats. Of course, being an intelligence departmental service within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, we are taking very serious the threats that are impacting national security. And just to give you a clear picture about what means national security within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I want to tell you that which are the essential mission of the institution within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So we are securing the state borders, we are running the national evidence registry of IDs and travel documents. We are the ones that were prepared to have a rapid reaction and intervention in an emergency situation, and we also deal with ensuring and maintaining public order and fighting criminal phenomena. So these are the business that we have to stay in, and as all the ministry in the country, we use a lot of digital tools, and the digital transformation that has been spoke of is happening within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So we have to stay in business, because otherwise the civil society and every citizen is not feeling safe. So just to make a short reference to Killnet attack. As you know, the websites of border police and national police were down for about 1 hour. We're not happy about this, but what I'm trying to emphasize here is that we were down only for 1 hour. It happened to Germany, it happened to Austria, it happened to anybody, but the important thing is that we managed to tell the people that we cannot avoid attacks, but we are good at putting in place our resources and ensure continuity of our public service. So maybe it's important for you to know that we also have cybersecurity emerging response team. We have a security operational center, and we try to upgrade the security operational centers of the important institution within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and I'm talking here about the National Police, National Gendarmerie, the firefighters, the border police. And just to continue with the pillars, we are not able to do anything what I'm boasting here without our network of experts within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, without our national and international partnership, and without our machine-to-machine exchange of information when we talk about cyber security threats. Thank you very much. With that being said, I'm open for any question you might have.
Definitely I have one. Please, applauses. So, Heinz, 100,000 plus endpoints, that's a lot.
Yeah.
For anyone that has to defend such an attack surface, it's a nightmare. I guess also the Ministry of Internal Affairs has a challenge of new technologies as well.
Yeah.
Day in, day out, every month, probably rolling out a new platform, a new application, rolling out updates, and so on. How do you cope with this? I mean, do you succeed? Obviously you succeed, because we don't see in the news that it was a problem here and there. But how do you cope with the need to keep up to date the technical knowledge of the team, considering that those technologies change all the time, and new things are coming, and honestly, you need to read, you need to learn, you need to study about that new technology in order to be able to protect it?
I believe, thank you very much for the question. It's a great question. We cannot do it by ourselves, that's for sure. That's why we have, and I believe the most important partners are in the private sector. So the private sector helps a lot. We noticed that the private sector is very eager to be involved in I don't know, public problems that will ensure safety for the whole of society. We are partnering also with the academia, just to I don't know, moderate a little bit my bragging. We are following in the step of SRI strategy. They are the icebreakers on the academia and the private sector, so we are trying to be their best partners. Of course, we help a lot with SRI. We talk a lot with our counterparts in Ministry of Defense and the other members of National Defense System. We are also being represented in the operative committee of cybersecurity at
the Supreme Council of
yeah,
National
Supreme
Defense.
Council of sorry, I don't know how to say it in English. I didn't say it for a long time, so haven't said it. So okay.
Personally, I'm sorry for interrupting you. I'm super pleased that I hear from you. I hear from Gabriel. Of course, I hear from Virgilius. I'm saying it myself, partnership with the private sector. And I think that's, guys, listen carefully. It's an important message that governmental authorities want to pass. We see you as partners. In the cyber domain, definitely we cannot do things alone. Will be prohibitively expensive, will be not realistic to think that we can grow all the knowledge, all the technical skills, everything in-house. So definitely partnership is the way to go, I think.
Yes, of course, and it's even more important because you have the availability to identify common projects with the public sector that can be financed from European funds. This is very, very important because besides having a very good cyber emergency response team and analytical team, you have to have a very, very good unit of implementation of European project. So you can attract funds to finance the cybersecurity solution, which are not at all cheap. So I'm open for business to quote the DNSHC and Dan, of course.
So we are all open for business.
We
Thank
are
you
all
so
open.
much.
Thank you.
Hans. Please, guys, come on, a round of applause. Thank you. And you cannot do business without business partners. So we have two more very important business partners for the Romanian cybersecurity ecosystem. And I have a very big dilemma. I don't know how to prioritize, but finally, at the end, I would say, okay, Ioan, please take the floor and share with us the view from Orange. And please don't be intimidated that you sit next to the regulator for telecom.
Thank you, Dan. If you don't mind, I'm not going to use the podium. I'm very comfortable sitting here. I'd like to add to a 360 degrees vision the approach of operations in cybersecurity, because the speakers before me managed well to pinpoint precise strategic components of doing cybersecurity in Romania. But one important aspect of having capabilities is to have them operational. So things progressed slowly in Romania, but they for sure progressed in the past 2 decades or so. And glancing over the room, I do see people which I've worked with for the better part of the past 2 decades. And some 15 to 20 years back, in order to have security, as a company, you had to have a sheer volume of equipment. So you were compliant with cybersecurity requirements by having literally a wall of rack, a amount of rack units, right, in firewalls and multifunction devices. What this complacency actually brought to the table was that security was obfuscated between a vendor that pushed detection, rule-based detection knowledge, intelligence to your equipment, and some of your operational teams who, in most parts, only derived some of your information security policies to some type of scripted response capability in those equipment. Moving forward 20 years or so, and we've reached a context in which capability drives cybersecurity. So we're not circling between different vendors and different technical tools with fixed functions, but we are heavily relying on data-driven decision-making by knowledgeable and experienced people. And this has, in our opinion, revolutionized the way that service providers can actually offer cybersecurity. Orange Romania is the largest telecommunication provider in Romania. And not by chance, we do have a very important cybersecurity offering, service offering. It comes with the territory. And like most of you, we all play in the same sandbox. When it comes to human resources, when it comes to the ability to plant the seeds and then reap the benefits of having trained, knowledgeable people working in cybersecurity. And to this respect, what we are actively doing, and we are literally working on this project as we speak, is to create operational capabilities in very close-knitted partnerships with universities, with academia, and mostly large universities in Romania, We are going to start a pilot soon, somewhere next year, through which we Orange Romania, we provide some of the knowledge and some of the tools necessary required to have a security operations center in place in several universities in Romania. So those universities, while operating with their own people, students, I don't know, bachelor or master's degrees or PhD candidates, they can operate, they can provide services for their own needs, and they can provide services for their respective region. And coming full circle, the tool stack that we, Orange, can provide and will provide throughout this project is heavily based on technology that is being actively developed or integrated here in Romania by some of the wonderful startups in Orange Fab that you can sample some of that technology. It's right next to the big screen, big video wall there. And they have given us the opportunity and the ability to integrate their technology, right, in managed detection and response tools mostly, to some existing, very well regarded security operations center type of tools, such as CMs and log management and the like, and SOARs. So we can provide that national, we can actually add and increase to the national resilience by providing regional operational capabilities in cybersecurity through a very close collaboration with universities and, of course, with the public sector. Because those SOCs will definitely share intelligence between each other, but will be able to integrate with the DNSC for threat sharing, or with CyberInt, and why not even with ANCOM, of course, maintaining the neutrality you've spoken about. This is our approach when it comes to hands-on, pragmatical and practical cybersecurity, because it is well needed. I hope that I managed to provide some insights on what we are actively doing on this, and of course I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much. And now I'm allowed to share. I checked meanwhile, but let's give an applause first. Actually, Orange, and in particular you are one of the partners that we at the Directorate have the closest. Honestly, we work very, very closely with you guys. I'm very impressed on and very jealous, by the way, on the ecosystem you succeeded on your own, with your own resources and efforts to animate, to stimulate, to encourage, to bring new solutions on cybersecurity. And now I'm allowed to share, actually 2 days ago when I was talking to bankers, it was in their Brussels office, your colleagues on Orange Cyber Defense, super active. So keep an eye on those guys, because they are also doing a really, really good stuff. Now, you're a private company, and we all know the top management, they look at bottom line and profitability and costs and clients and all the stuff. If you can share with us, is it expensive to serve clients? Is it profitable to serve clients on cybersecurity? How do your clients perceive the value that your team and the organization and your entire ecosystem of partners bring to them? Do they think it's more profitable to just pay a ransom and ignore cybersecurity measures, or they are starting becoming aware that actually it's super high value in these services, and it's better to invest now than to regret later on because an incident happened? If you can share with us some views on those.
I'll do my best and disclose what I'm able to disclose. It is a win-win situation, like most businesses should be. In the past 2 years, so it's 3 years actually, 2020, 2021, and the better part of 2022, we've seen double-digit increase in cybersecurity services offerings and selling of cybersecurity services throughout the Orange Romania customers database. Base, not database. Sorry, it's a professional habit. To add data as a suffix to each word. This increase was, of course, to a better extent brought forward by the COVID pandemic and by the shift toward forced digitalization and all the other buzzwords that lie around each conference room in every cybersecurity conference across the world. But the thing that matters and the thing that sticks for a long time, I hope, is that these customers are beginning to see the added value of having a trusted and experimented and capable partner in providing these services. As I've mentioned before, it's all about the capabilities. This is not about technology anymore. Technology is affordable. It's all about the capabilities. So we are more than lucky to have a vision when it comes to supporting these services, and we are lucky enough to have customers that respond well to our service offerings and that trust us as a partner in providing these crucial, essential services to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we are good on time, and I'm really, really happy because we are talking about capability, resilience, capacity as well. And I would say they are all going to come together in the intervention of Cosmin, very important partner of us, and very, very relevant actor, I would say, in the overall landscape of cyber resilience in Romania. And you will share with us more details. I'm not the most qualified to comment on what you guys are doing. The only thing I can testify, that's impressive.
Mulțumesc, Dan, și trebuia să spun bună dimineața, dar cred că trebuie să spun bună ziua. So it's a joke, I will not speak in Romanian, I will speak in English, since I had a discussion with Fabrice for him to speak in Romanian than me to translate in English. So I'm trying to do vice versa. I'm the luckiest 10 speaker. This is, let's say, the good news that I'm the last one. So everybody probably is hungry. The bad news, it's as my colleague speakers were saying, that I should pay the bill. So again, thank you, Dan, thank you, DNSC, for such an event. I think it was circulated today the idea of partnership between public and private companies. And I believe that the panel about 360 degrees of cybersecurity, it covers a lot in terms of what we need to do. And I will try to speak, let's say, with a better general understanding for everybody, that when you are speaking about cybersecurity, you actually do a lot of things that all are covering the cybersecurity. So every measure counts in cybersecurity, and you know, it's like protecting a house. You are really doing everything in order to be safe, like fence, like dog, like window blocks, like talking with a neighbor. Everything, controlling access, all it's about protecting what it is inside. And in the technicality of cybersecurity, we are protecting data. We are saying, and we've been saying this last October in our event of opening our data center near Craiova, that actually the data are our kids. If we are feeling that the data is safe, then we can do our job in good manner in the office. A 360 degree of cybersecurity means people, infrastructure, and of course, data. the, let's say, former wording was that the data is the new oil. We believe that now the time is the new oil. And there were discussion about 5G and the data. They were mentioned also by Fabrice and Dan. And it's actually, as more data is growing, as more we need to protect such valuable information. There are a lot of user experience. All this regards, let's say, users. And in terms of users, when you are accessing a service through the internet, it means, and this is common known as eyeballs, million of eyeballs that are looking of whatever the services you are providing. Now, there is a lot of blue eyes in the room. We have a blue panel, and we should be in a blue room. And of course, I should use a blue jacket. I mean, with all the experts are here, everybody should be more safe. And we are saying as a community, when we are doing our job right, nobody knows about us. It's just when something wrong is happening, then we are raising the hands and tell. We were speaking about house and how to protect the house. To have a safe house, to have your data protected, you need to put it in a safe house. So everybody were discussing today about data centers. This is basically the safest house to protect your data. And again, it seems that everybody's having some concerns of what it would mean as risks. And what was said earlier, I have 10% in battery, so then I'm feeling very anxious. I'm feeling unsafe, and I will not have, let's say, my services available. It means resilience. And resilience means that we are testing periodically, we are testing whatever we might face in terms of threats, in terms of risks. And this comes with, let's say, third-party test, which means certification, respecting the resilience rules, and we provide, let's say, the best and safe building houses, data centers, as we are first one to be certified by Uptime Institute as Tier 3 resilience. Of course, there was a lot of discussions about funding, and I will point out to something that it's actually in our pockets. So the figure I know is that all the attacks are, let's say, producing around $6 trillion losses. So the money are there. We just need not to stop the fire, but to prevent the fire. Use this money to invest, to have better protection, better tools, better technologies. It's huge losses, and without a correct plan to avoid such huge losses, you will not be prepared for what is coming. The third thing is that we consider that we need to share more about the information we have, the texts that we are seeing, because on the other side, the hackers are sharing the information. So they are better than us in this aspect. Sharing between ourselves, the industries, the cyber experts, whatever are the threats, whatever are the challenges, the battles we are doing, it means in the end for us to be better protected. And you know that hackers don't have GDPR. so they are, let's try to think for the future, let's try to think for what is coming, and share all our available information. Of course, we need training. We need to tell the people how to use. There was the discussion about procedures, that nobody's reading them. It's actually the things that we are most of the time focused on protecting the exterior, and sometimes we are forgetting to protect the interior. So we need to follow all the areas to protect ourselves. Then there are, let's say, whatever everybody's looking to have some kind of guardian angels. And I believe that in this moment there is an overload of silver bullets, since there are a lot of tools available on the market, but really it's a lack of real tools. And I believe that using humans, using infrastructure, using people and experts to avoid these attacks, let's be honest, we are humans. The brain is tired, and when it's tired, makes mistakes. Now, the industry is going to artificial intelligence. We need to have good people, better people to train the artificial intelligence, to train the algorithms in order to face these new battles that are coming. There was a lot of discussion about how to use this. I'm, let's say, very friendly of human brain, but we as a company, as Cluster Power, we want to help the human brain, not to bring more load on it. So we believe that artificial intelligence, it's, let's say, a key factor in take the right battles with the right tools. The last things, and I will especially leave it to the end, it's the adoption of cybersecurity. Since still the adoption is very low, I believe that we as a community, we should act as leaders and promote this and lead the way of cybersecurity tools, cybersecurity infrastructure, cybersecurity conference and events, and based on this to raise the adoption of all the cybersecurity measures to be better protected for such attacks. Again, thank you very much for being part of this panel, and thanks for the audience to be here very much, and wait for your questions.
Thank you so much, Cosmin. I promise to keep a short question. And what I wanted to mention, of course, thinking about resilience and capabilities and capacity without infrastructure and without real tools and real services, that's a dream, that's a fantasy, it's a hallucination, I dare to say. So from this perspective, it's important also to know what is available in order to help an organization to increase own resilience. And one comment I want to make here, and please, I invite you to take it as a critic. It's great to have super good infrastructure, high performance, to have great solutions, but it's very, very important to make very visible to business partners, to the market, that these are available. Because, and that's valid for many Romanian-based organizations, for many service providers. I've seen so many and so cool and nice solutions and services, but I hear so little about how they succeed to reach out to clients, to partners, how they deploy those solutions. And honestly, at this moment, we desperately need this if we want to talk about serious resilience at national level. So maybe on this, your perception, how open is the market now to hear about new high-performance solutions, and how easy or difficult it is for your team, it's a very young team, to pass the message and to showcase what you guys did already.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Dan. This is why I'm here, to tell about ourselves, to tell about the industry. And actually what we are doing, we are spreading the story about Romanian data centers and Romanian industry in international events, since we are very present in these international events. And our goal is to bring a lot of, let's say, data, a lot of knowledge, a lot of information here in Romania, to build the industry, to let's say upgrade the industry. There are a lot of things that we're doing very good until now. We are bringing big infrastructure. Big infrastructure, you know, we are better when we are protecting ourselves back home. So this is what we are doing to, let's say, build a lot of infrastructure to get our data back. Most of the data in any industries, because of the lack of resources or the limitation of resources, not the lack of resources, it's outside Romania. Yes, I'm using somewhere in West Europe, I'm using somewhere in I don't know which part of the world, because there is no such infrastructure. Building greater data centers, bigger, well-developed, well-connected, resilient, means that the data will be located in Romania, therefore we can do better. Of course, very good question. What we do is the data, if they are just in a safe haven, it's there, it's safe, and we are happy. But to get the value out of the data, you need high-performance computing. You need supercomputers. This is what we have done. We have bring the first supercomputers in Romania. And there is this important layer of artificial intelligence, of pre-trained algorithms that can deliver easily the things that you might don't know, or with the things that they are provided, you might be better prepared for new challenges.
Thank you so much. So, a round of applause. Thank you, Cosmin. My team asked me to convey to you some logistical details, very important, and I realized that I stay between you and lunch, so it's very dangerous. So, you have, let's say, 1 hour, 13:35 we have to restart. There are 2 restaurants, Champion and Steakhouse, available, and also please don't forget, exchange ideas, talk to friends, talk to colleagues, talk to your clients and business partners, and also visit the stands from our partners and sponsors. So big round of applause for the panel. Thank you guys, thank you so much. And let's reconvene back in about 1 hour. Thank you, enjoy the lunch.
Ook cijfers, kom. Laat, mijn hoofdletter, de ridder binnen. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ook mijn speciaaltekens. Laat, mijn hoofdletter, de ridder binnen. 1, 2, 3, 4. Underscore, slash, hashtag, schuine streep, komma, dubbelpunt, uitroepteken, uitroepteken, uitroepteken. Die een hashtag, was dat voor dat uitroepteken? Ja. Bestaan al. Allee jongen, hoe kan dat nou? Kom polyester, we zijn hier de weg. Hier hebben we goed liggen gehad.
Wachtwoorden zijn niet meer van deze tijd. Bescherm je online account met 2-stapsverificatie. Meer info op safeonweb.be.
Wachtwoord. Hallo brood, amusement.
Let's imagine for a moment. If you acted the same way offline as you do online, you'd go to the wrong places without a second thought. You'd give your private information to anyone who asks for it. Excuse me, would you please tell me your name, last name, and address?
App. If you receive such requests in an email or a phone message, they're likely coming from cyber criminals. Make sure you ignore them and block them. Remember, always use the bank's official channels. If you're not sure if a message comes from your bank, contact them directly by calling them immediately. Do not reply to the message. With my finances in order and my bank account secured against phishing, I can focus on my work.
What do they send me this? Let's see. Oh. Interesting.
Harry, you are awesome. Thanks for letting me in. Harry opened the email I sent to him, posing as his human resources department, and then he downloaded the attachment with malware. Thanks to Harry's click, I was able to deploy the ransomware and encrypt some very important information of his organization. Now, I can ask for money if they want me to give the data back. But you see, that's not all. This organization would take several days to recover from this cyber attack, and they will suffer reputational and economic losses.
I'm calling the IT department. Hello?
Hello, this is Harry.
IT department. Start talking. Tell them everything about ransomware and how to avoid it.
If you want to make it easy for cyber criminals, just use one simple and single password for everything. You know, for example, if I have access to your weak password and you use that to access your account, along with all other applications, then I will easily have access to everything. And if your computer is linked to this organization, then that's when the ransomware party starts. Sorry, I can't help myself. Okay, now we're going to talk about why it's important to perform updates. Paul, imagine you are busy, you're working, right? And then all of a sudden, a message appears on your screen. It says, software update available. Now you may be thinking, well, I'm busy, right? You know, I'm doing things, whatever, I could do it later, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, who cares? Do you do that?
Yes, sometimes.
You see, Paul is not the only one. That time frame between when the software update is available and when you actually update the computer, that time frame is a great opportunity for us hackers. But if instead you were to take a moment to update your computer, well, then you will improve its security and it will ruin our plans. Yeah.
So, should we select auto updates on mobiles and computers?
No, never. I mean, yes. This is just too difficult for me. You got to understand. Cybercriminals launch thousands of ransomware attacks per day. They could be posing as brands or clients or colleagues that you perfectly know. Beware of these type of emails though. Emails that may look like a salary list or classified documents or even an urgent invoice. Well, they could actually be a malicious attachment that will infect your computer. So, whenever you get one of these suspicious emails, make sure you check directly with the source. Thank you for listening.
You forgot to mention that if you have already fallen into a scam, don't act like nothing happened. Report it to the IT department. We may still be in time to stop the ransomware download.
My name is Daria Catalui and I was the coordinator of Cyber Month from 2012 for 3 long years. We try to have the governance, resourcing, and also partnership and coordination together on such an important topic, cyber skills for all citizens in the EU. I found this metrics of success when I received a call from authorities from member states saying that why we are not in the Cyber Month. So I think that this shows that everybody wanted to be included.
BSI, the National Cybersecurity Authority of Germany, are the national coordinator of the European Cybersecurity Month. We are very proud that we are having this kind of position and function since 2013. We raise the awareness. Information security is a precondition of digitization, and we do it all together. We are a strong network to support you, that you are staying healthy within a digitized world.
I'm an early adopter of the European Cybersecurity Month. Since its beginning, I've been working in raising cyber awareness in Belgium, and when I joined the Commission in 2016, it was one of the key priorities to also give the full attention to the Cybersecurity Month. For me, raising cyber awareness is my mission, and actually I always keep in mind the big tagline that we learned from the Cybersecurity Month.
I'm supporting the organization of the ECSM in Luxembourg since 2012. Back then we were 8 member states participating in the ECSM. In Luxembourg we had organized awareness-raising posters that we distributed at a booth of the Autumn Fair.
I have had the honor of being the Spanish European Cybersecurity Month coordinator from 2015, almost from the beginning of the campaign. For us, cybersecurity culture is a main pillar where we support the national security.
This is my 5th edition of the European Cybersecurity Month. I'm really proud and honored to collaborate actively to spread cyber awareness through this amazing period.
O Centro Nacional de Cibersegurança português já acompanha a iniciativa do European Cybersecurity Month desde 2014, 2015. Consideramos que este mês é um mês obrigatório para relembrar aquelas que são as boas práticas, para aquelas que são os contributos que a cibersegurança deve ter em termos de literacia digital.
Γεια σας. Ονομάζομαι Ευαγγελία Δασκαλάκη και εκπροσωπώ το Ελληνικό Κέντρο Ασφαλούς Διαδικτύου του ΙΤΕ. Κάθε Οκτώβριο ενώνουμε τις δυνάμεις με όλη την Ευρώπη και με την πολύτιμη υποστήριξη του Ευρωπαϊκού Οργανισμού για την Ασφάλεια των Δικτύων (ENISA) γιορτάζουμε την ασφάλεια στο διαδίκτυο. Έχουμε προωθήσει ενημερωτικό υλικό σε πάνω από 38.000 ανηλίκους και έχουμε οργανώσει πολλά σεμινάρια και webinars για την επιμόρφωση των πολιτών της χώρας.
Leta 2012 je Slovenija s programom Varni na internetu prvič sodelovala v kampanji Evropski mesec kibervarnosti. Bili smo ena od samo 8 držav članic Evropske unije, ki se je takrat odločila za sodelovanje v nekem manjšem pilotnem projektu. Nismo si predstavljali, da čez vsa ta leta, da bo ta kampanja vključevala čisto vse članice Evropske unije in pa več kot 300 partnerjev in pa podpornikov projekta.
Obserwujemy, że kampania z roku na rok jest coraz bardziej popularna i zgłaszane jest coraz więcej inicjatyw. Aż 71 w 2021 roku.
After launching our first cybersecurity awareness national campaign under the name Great Croatian Naives in 2019, the Croatian National CERT was recognized as the key organization in promoting cybersecurity topics among general public in Croatia.
Latvia participates in the European Cybersecurity Month's activities since 2013, and we see European Cybersecurity Months as a great initiative, allowing us to join forces both nationally and internationally. We highly appreciate this opportunity to join forces for the 10th time, and we celebrate the round anniversary of European Cybersecurity Months. Thank you, ENISA, for driving this initiative forward.
Wow, it's been 10 years of hard work, of development for the ECSM team, a period in which, looking back, we learned a lot, especially from each other's experiences. I'm really proud. I've been there from the start, and I must admit you guys inspired me to want to do this for the rest of my life.
Why? Because cybersecurity is a shared responsibility.
Such awareness-raising campaign committed to educate different European audiences on online security protection has also taught me, a cybersecurity professional in the field, different techniques or best practices rather that I may not have yet been made aware of.
We at the National Cybersecurity Finland are here to pave the way for a safer digital world for all the Finns. And awareness raising is, of course, an integral part of that. And that is where the European Cybersecurity Month has really helped us by providing excellent materials to build our own awareness campaigns.
Kui mina 2018. aastal siis küberturvalisuse kuu tegevused üle võtsin, siis meie esimene mõte oli teha küberhügieeni talgud. Ja seda teadmist saime järgmistel aastatel uuesti ära kasutada, kui me korraldasime küberturvalisuse kuu, ehk siis oktoobri jooksul veel igasuguseid küberhügieeni teavituskampaaniaid eakamatele elanikele.
Desde su primera edición, el Mes Europeo de la Ciberseguridad es la cita ineludible de toda la comunidad española. Creemos que todavía nos quedan muchos éxitos en común para hacer esa auténtica comunidad europea de ciberseguridad, para construir un mercado interior competitivo, basado en la soberanía tecnológica, en el que ningún ciudadano y ciudadana europeo se queden atrás de la ciberseguridad y que se sientan partícipes de este compromiso común por una sociedad, una economía digitales pero seguras.
Смятам, че е много важно дейността не трябва само в рамките на месеца, но да получат устойчивост и която да доведе до повишаване на киберкултурата на потребителите.
Active participation in all phases of ECSM campaign throughout the year enables a lot of knowledge and experience sharing.
We all have agreed by now that cybersecurity is a shared responsibility, and Europol and the European Cybercrime Center are proud supporters of this initiative since 2016. Initiatives like European Cybersecurity Month help promote digital skills among EU citizens, businesses and governments, making them better prepared to feel and act safe online, reducing the opportunity window for criminals.
Vi i Norsk senter for informasjonssikring representerer Norge i ENISA og koordinerer vår nasjonale sikkerhetsmåned. Vi er stolte av vårt oppdrag og vårt europeiske samarbeid som startet opp for 10 år siden. Nå planlegger vi ulike aktiviteter og gleder oss til en svært aktuell og spennende sikkerhetsmåned i oktober.
Cybersecurity is a shared responsibility, and European Cybersecurity Month is more than just a campaign about raising awareness of the risks and good practices. It's a fun way for citizens to learn by participating and engaging in the content.
Campaigns like the ECSM one are so important to not only raise global awareness about cybersecurity threats and attacks, but also to raise the global level of cybersecurity hygiene, expertise and knowledge within the European Union.
Never take a break from cybersecurity. Your digital life matters. Don't let the hackers win.
Zapraszamy do kolejnej, jubileuszowej już edycji Europejskiego Miesiąca Cyberbezpieczeństwa.
This year, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity is organizing the 10th edition of the European Cybersecurity Month. And we are so grateful to be able to do this with all of our partners and contributors. The European member states, the European institutions, bodies and agencies, consumer bodies, private sector, NGOs and many more have contributed to making this campaign a huge success. It is because we do this together as a cybersecurity ecosystem that we're able to make the campaign grow year on year. ENISA provides the tools and materials so that any organization can run their own awareness campaigns. This year, the themes are ransomware and phishing, and they aim to provide a wide audience with the basic understanding of these cyber threats and how to stay safe online. So what are you waiting for? Join us this October and let's make the Cybersecurity Month an even bigger success.
On this 10th anniversary, I would like to congratulate all the colleagues from the member states, ENISA and the European institutions.
Happy 10th anniversary to all the European Cybersecurity Month's contributors and participants.
Long live the ECSM,
happy 10th anniversary to the European Cybersecurity Month.
Thank you, European Cybersecurity Month. And let's make this anniversary the best one yet.
Let's do it together. Stay healthy. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Thanks.
Think before you click.
How did you decide to become a hacker?
Well, I'm not really sure what it means to become a hacker. That's like some guy in a hoodie who types really fast and stays up all night writing code and cracking passwords. It's not me. I just spy on people and see what makes them click. It's not a bad job.
Mark Hanning, CEO of Qualicart, set to report earnings after their blockbuster IPO.
So you consider this a job?
I put a lot of work into this. I'm not lazy. It takes research to figure out the key players, learn all about them, their families, their friends, what they care about. You have to understand the company's organization. I get a lot of my information from the sales department because they're always so quick and eager. They're hungry. People trust too easily. They don't look at the details. I do.
Hey,
Details matter. That's what
ce
I'm
faci
good
domnul
at.
acolo?
It has to look completely believable. It has to look familiar. This is where research is important. It's not some generic piece of spam. It's an email from their boss with their company's signature. It's written in the voice of the boss. It's what he would say if he were writing this.
What about the malware itself? How does that work?
Somebody else out there already wrote all the code that does the actual attack. I'm just using it in the attachment. My skill is in my ability to get a bunch of people to click on that attachment. I always wonder what it's like when the whole thing unfolds on their end. When the panic sets in.
Please leave your message after the beep.
Hey, this is Rajiv in finance. Call me as soon as you get this. Something's up with my laptop. Katie, are you on your way into the office? Something's going on with our file servers.
Karen in HR, our benefits dashboard seems really slow. We're getting calls from users on it. Give me a call when you get this. Joining conference now. Apparently, there's a malware attack targeting our main...
It's ransomware. They're holding us hostage. We're locked out of everything. I can't even check my phone. What about the backup?
That will take days.
We need this fixed now. Just pay it. We don't have a choice. We're reporting earnings in 2 hours.
But how do we know that they'll...
pay it. Put every single person on getting us back up and running. That's the only priority now. Okay, it's done. I have the decrypt key. Mark, we have a big problem. The ransomware was just to distract us. They got inside. They got everything. Customer data, financials, everything.
Qualicart is reeling today from the news that hackers have released the personal information of nearly
The Nasdaq closed lower today, led by Qualicart, which was down 14% on news that their recent data breach may be far worse than the company
Its stock
originally
fell to a new all-time low on news that CEO Mark Hanning is stepping down after what is turning out to be one of the worst breaches of personal information in recent history.
Do you feel bad about releasing the personal information? All the financials? All the money that was lost?
All I did was get the files. I'm not the one that decided to release them. I'm not the one that shorted the stock. Somebody else had their reasons for that. It's above my pay grade. I was paid to do a job, and I did it well. And that's what's expected of anyone, isn't it? Anyway, markets bounce back.
My business has been running online for 8 years. Social media would be a huge part of our business. I got an email through from my social media provider, and it was giving me an option to verify my account. So I clicked in, logged into my account. Within the next half an hour, my phone started to slow down. I noticed that apps that I would normally use weren't working. So I did turn the phone off. I turned my phone back on about 40 minutes later. There was a whole lot of emails that had just come in. When I opened it, I could see that all of my account details had been changed, my username, my password, and my phone number. We then had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. That then whittled down to 1 hour. We realized we were on a countdown, and that's when we started to panic. I realized very quickly, don't interact. We'd had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. The ransom they were asking for was $900. At the time, I very much considered paying it, but at the same time, my husband was looking online and was reading a couple of scenarios where this had happened to somebody else, they paid it and they didn't receive their account back. So I realized very quickly, don't interact. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. We created the new account, and then I went on to my personal account and I recorded a 2-minute video, very briefly telling people what had happened. When I woke up the next morning, that video had been viewed 25,000 times and everybody shared the page. Within 24 hours, we had built up a following of over 25,000. It was like somebody came in, burnt out my business, and then the community came together and built it up the next day. It was absolutely incredible. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click, no matter how legitimate something looks. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. I was aware that hacking was becoming more and more prominent. I didn't expect that it would happen to me. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click. No matter how legitimate something looks, make sure that you click on the sender email. I would also say make sure that you put 2-step authentication on everything. Make sure to use a unique and strong password for each account. Keep them different and use a password manager where you can. As well as reporting to your social media provider or wherever the hacking incident has occurred, you should also report it to the local authorities, because the more these things are reported and the more awareness that is out there of what is happening, the more education is going to be put in place on how to prevent it.
Нужно же пора, насколько пойдет атмосфера добра компоненты.
Verificați cu atenție orice propunere de plată online. Nu accesați linkuri trimise de necunoscuți. Nu furnizați datele de pe card. Ele nu se folosesc pentru a primi bani. Raportați orice tentativă de fraudă.
Pregătit?
Infractorii cibernetici sunt din ce în ce mai pricepuți, iar principalul lor scop este să ne fure datele personale și banii din cont. Crezi că știi să te ferești de fraude? Fă-ți testul pe siguranțaonline.ro, o campanie inițiată de Poliția Română, Directoratul Național de Securitate Cibernetică și Asociația Română a Băncilor.
Da, scuze, m-am recunoscut. Da. Noi să începem în 15 minute.
Da, de la bancă, să-mi actualizez datele, că altfel îmi șterg conturile. Da, numărul cardului, data de expirare. Bun.
Fără să știe, Daniel a fost victima unui atac de phishing. Mail-ul nu era de la bancă, iar acum contul e gol. Banca nu cere datele cardului, studiază link-urile suspecte și nu da click, nu ceda la presiune. Intră pe siguranțaonline.ro și află cum te protejezi de fraude cibernetice. O campanie inițiată de Poliția Română, Directoratul Național de Securitate Cibernetică și Asociația Română a Băncilor.
Bună! Salut!
I gave my device to a friend I thought I could trust. And the next day, when I opened up my laptop, romantic music started playing, and a pop-up window appeared. It was offering me a cheap upgrade for a service I regularly use. On the pop-up window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information, which was frightening to even imagine that someone had access to my debit card information. I was thinking this is something suspicious, so I was gonna close the pop-up window, but it didn't allow me to close the pop-up window. And that was the moment I knew I got hacked. After I got hacked, steps I took were immediate. On the pop-up window, there was personal information being shown. One of that was my debit card information. After I got hacked, the steps I took were immediate. I changed my password. I contacted the service providers. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. And I also set up a new Wi-Fi system so that the default password and the name can be changed. You shouldn't share your devices with other people. I did change my debit card. It is reassuring to have a new debit card which is more safe and more secure. I would consider myself reasonably knowledgeable when it comes to technology, but after I got hacked, my takeaways are that you shouldn't share your devices with other people. Think before you click. If you get a suspicious looking message, look at the source and contact the service providers. You should always download official apps from certified application store and change your passwords regularly and change your Wi-Fi name as well.
Momentan tot american mâine o să veni.
Email spoofing is where scammers create an email to make it look like the message is from a legitimate sender who you know and would usually respond to. An email from a colleague asking for a wire transfer, for example. Email spoofing is a popular choice among cybercriminals because the information they need is often freely available online. All they need to get started is your name. From there, they can track down your social media accounts and find anything from contact details to information on your co-workers. Remember, always double-check how the sender's email address is spelled. If it doesn't look right, tell someone. And put in place policies like always following up a request for a wire transfer with a phone call to verify it. For more advice on how to protect your business, visit smbinsights.cisco.com.
Hallo, ik ben Evie Graaiaert. We weten het allemaal. Een gezonde levensstijl vraagt om een regelmatige workout. En dat betekent voldoende push-ups en sit-ups. Maar doe je ook wel eens een backup om je digitale gezondheid op peil te houden? Want wie belangrijke bestanden, familiefoto's en contactgegevens niet wil verliezen door cybercriminelen, gaat maar beter aan de slag met regelmatige backups. En dat is gelukkig heel eenvoudig. Oké, rustig buigen en strekken, inademen en uitademen. Ziezo? En niet vergeten, hè, van backups word je zen. Boost je digitale gezondheid. Maak backups van je gegevens op computer, tablet en smartphone voor het te laat is. Meer tips op safeonweb.be.
Often, there is really only one thing standing between your sensitive information and criminals: your password. If they get it, they can get into bank accounts and private files and wreak havoc. For this reason, it's important to know what makes a password strong and secure. Chances are, you use passwords every day to open your computer, log on to your favorite websites, to get work done. The easy route is to have a simple password that works everywhere. Unfortunately, this can be a problem. Criminals are very good at guessing passwords. Some have computer programs that can make millions of guesses until something works. And if they already know information about you, it's even easier. Your job is to create a password that is very hard to guess. Here's how. Your first thought may be to use a pet's name, a birth date, an address, or parts of a phone number. These things are too easy for criminals to discover, so don't use them. Your password should not include information about you. Thankfully, there are ways to have memorable but hard-to-guess passwords. Consider this. In addition to single words, phrases can also be easy to remember. Maybe it's a favorite song lyric or quote. An example is, Jack and Jill went up the hill. That's easy to remember, right? Well, your password is there. It's the first letter of each word. In this example, this would be your password. That's not something that's easily guessed. Here's why. First, it's not in the dictionary. This makes guessing it harder. There are about 60,000 words in English. A computer can test out those words pretty quickly, so don't use them. But there's more. This password could still be stronger by adding uppercase letters, numbers, or special characters. So now this is a very strong password, but there's still a risk. If you write it down, be careful where you keep it. Be aware that someone can look over your shoulder or find it in your trash. Giving it to loved ones is also risky. They may not be as cautious as you are. Only you should know your password. Criminals may also try to fool you into handing it over via phone calls. Never tell anyone your password over the phone. And be careful when you get an email that asks for a password. It could be a scam. To help avoid problems, don't use the same password everywhere. That's like having one key that unlocks everything you own. The stakes are high if you lose it. Also, be careful if you use a computer that is not yours. Let's say you check email using a computer in a store, library, or computer lab. You log in, check email, and walk away. The next person to use that computer now has access to your email account and all the information in it. Always remember to log out of each site.
So, are you ready? So, good afternoon. My name is Octavian Popa. I'm from the National Cybersecurity Directorate. And I have the hard task to moderate this panel. I hope you had a good lunch and you are ready for a debate, because we want to have a debate, we want to have an interactive panel. For us, this is one of the most important panels because we have to speak about awareness, we have to speak about education, we have to speak about cooperation, and how we can, let's say, work together, be in the same team, and why not to highlight once again the most important thing, that the solution in this area of cybersecurity is to act together, and I'm referring here to public sector, private sector, and academia. So, as I said, we have a panel about cooperation, about education, about awareness. The most important word that we have in our mind daily, but two words that we'll debate with our panelists. So after this introduction, I will give the floor to our first speaker, Mădălin Vasile from Fortinet, who is a networking and cybersecurity specialist with over 18 years of relevant experience. He currently leads the Fortinet sales engineering team in Southeast Europe. Mădălin has designed and promoted Fortinet solutions and validated network and security solutions for data centers, internet service providers, web hosting companies, government entities, and complex networks covering various technologies like UTM, like anti-DDoS solutions, deception solutions, sandboxings. So Mădălin, you have the floor.
Octavian, thank you very much for the invitation and a nice introduction. Good afternoon. I'm glad to be here to introduce to you what Fortinet can do in the education and awareness part. Hopefully it's okay and everybody can hear me. Thank you. I prepared also some slides, although the subject is pretty simple and complicated in the same part. I would like you to have the slides after this session. So if you want, you can take pictures. There is no confidential information here, or you can pay attention. It's the same thing. You'll have the slides. So everything, it will be at your disposal. In terms of education, Fortinet tries to help customers and partners and end users to be ready with what's happening in terms of security challenges and security reality, actually. Everybody has assets, has computers, has systems, data, money to protect, and we are not ready to protect it because we are not well prepared or educated in this system. The cybersecurity part is evolving, is something really new. They don't teach us in school yet this part. So we are trying to fill in the gap with the education programs. There are different education programs. First of all, we have a training program which is called Network Security Expert Program with multiple levels, and we're gonna talk about this system first. We have 3 levels that is for salespeople. Actually, the awareness at informational level. What kind of security is needed for different level of people or entities? Like I don't know, how to protect against phishing, against malware, against DDoS, general stuff. And then it's the training for security experts. We have level 4, which is the flagship, the FortiGate, the firewall, with 2 parts, infrastructure and security. There are so many information and topics that are included in this training that we decided to split it in 2. Then we go a bit deeper in the analysis part, in the central management and analysis part, in CM, in SOAR, and then we go to different products like balancers, web application firewalls, anti-DDoS solution, network access control, FortiAuthenticator to authenticate users even with 2-factor, the security operation and automation response. Every product in our portfolio has a dedicated training, and everybody can take the training and pass the exam, of course. This certifies your level of expertise with our portfolio and with, let's say, the general knowledge of that specific part. Of course, we have really advanced trainings that are mandatory for NSE7 is a mandatory training for all Fortinet engineers and all Platinum partners. Everybody should have this advanced training and advanced knowledge in order to support our customers. And then, of course, is the CCIE equivalent, which is NSE 8, which is an expert level. It's not only about our technology, but it's about integration as well. It's a huge exam with lots of knowledge inside that can certify a certain engineer to be really good prepared in terms of supporting our customers and partners in terms of knowledge and let's say configuration expertise. Then there are other trainings. We don't go through them because they are dedicated let's say solutions for different type of customers, but this training is available online, or class-led is available for you to do it by your own, or you can do it with the instructor. That's up to you how you take this training. All these certifications can be taken through person view, so everything is certified and you can use it as a level of expertise. So that's the academy part, the network security expert. But we know that you need lots of time to prepare those. You need lots of hours, hundreds of hours of labs, of reading, of documentation, and so on. That is why we developed, based on our security fabric, some shortcuts. These shortcuts are called fast tracks. The fast tracks are sessions of 4 or 8 hours in which you get to know a product by a small presentation delivered by our engineers, and then you have a hands-on lab that is already prepared by us. It's in the cloud, and you have also a score. So you are following some instructions, you are configuring, you are touching the appliance, and you actually get the real feel of how the solution should work. You have there everything provisioned. You have users, stations, traffic, real traffic generated, and you can see how a specific solution is acting. So in 4 or 8 hours, you are shortening the time to test a product in the end. You don't have to wait for a POC of 1 month or 3 months to be ready in order to understand how the product is ready for your network. These sessions are delivered by our partners and by us, the Fortinet engineers. The only thing you have to do is to engage with any of us and to establish a session. We have dedicated fast tracks for security fabric, for the FortiOS operating system, for example, for PCI DSS compliance with our WAF. We have even an vendor agnostic fast track that is related to attack and defense methodologies. That's the most complicated one, and it lasts for 8 hours. But at the end of the day, you will better understand how to use your existing technologies and what additional technologies you will need in order to improve the security within your network. I just listed all the fast tracks here, so it will be easier for you to identify which one is suited for you, and then when you engage with us, we know exactly what to prepare for you. We don't need too much lead time to deliver it, so if you engage with us this week, even if we are available even this week, we can deliver it. If not, we can schedule it next week, reserve the resources, and as I said, your engineers can have a score, how good they pay attention to the session, and how good they can apply that knowledge. And the bonus, we have a website called Fortinet Developer Network. It's free access. You don't have to pay for it, but it's based on sponsors. If you need access there, you will need to have approval from 2 Fortinet persons. You send us an email or call us, and we will provide you the email and the registration process. You don't have to pay for anything. And in this portal, you have automation tools, you have automation examples, you have resources on GitHub, Ansible, examples how to automate your security. For huge infrastructures or for teams with automated security, this is the best resource for you to have. And here on this developer network, we are providing to our NSE 7 certified engineers, so it doesn't have to be Fortinet or partner, it can be the customers. We are providing free labs that you can start on your own. You don't have to pay anything for it. You just go there, you start it. They are based on different topics. It can be CM, it can be SD1, it can be security fabric, it can be ZTNA, whatever it's available here, you can start it. And you have everything provisioned in one setup. Let me see if I can go to the next one. Can we go to the next one, please? Perfect. As you can see, what we prepared for you there, everything is provisioned. It's huge infrastructures with users, with different network segments, with storage, with different security appliances, with I don't know, voice traffic, with MPLS, with switches. Everything is there for you to use. You don't have to provision anything. The traffic is flowing, and you can apply security configurations and best practices in order to see what is happening and to achieve your goals. This is the fastest way to try some products from our portfolio. But of course, you need to be NSE 7 certified if you want to start it by yourself. There is a workaround though. We can start it as Fortinet employees for you. If you want to test it, you call us, we start this, and you can access it via Amazon Web Services. So everything is in the cloud. You have access there, and you start configuring and test it. As you can see, we try to make it as simple for you to test our solutions, our products, our services in the end, because we have their security services embedded in these solutions. We know that everybody has lots of vendors in their infrastructure, and it's hard to allocate the same amount of time for every vendor every time you have a product or a new insertion or new development of products or whatever. It's hard to maintain, I don't know, 10, 11 certifications, to pay attention to everything, to the way they integrate, and in the same time to do your day-to-day job. That is why we prepare some automation demo tools like the ones you saw. They are free to use. If you engage with us, you have access to them. We show you how you can use them. And in the end, with a short amount of time, you can have a really good idea of what benefits a certain solution can give you without modifying your infrastructure, without exposing your infrastructure to new threats by modifying and inserting POC products. You don't have to pay external consultants or to have, I don't know, additional monitoring to see how it interacts with your network. Everything is in the cloud, and it's ready for you to use. I know it's not perfect. Everything you see here was developed over years, and based on your feedback, we can try to improve our educational tools. Different from other vendors, we are trying to teach our end users, customers, partners, how to use our products and how to apply security procedures or best practices based on our products. There are little amount of training there is that you can apply for general knowledge. Other vendors have this approach of general knowledge and then applied on their products, but we having a huge portfolio, we try to teach the users how to use our portfolio. In the end, we are a sales team, and we are trying to sell our products. And here, with the huge team that we have in Romania, we are here to help, to be at your disposal for you to engage better with our products and our services. So please feel free to send me emails or call me or talk to me today if you have interest in our offering in terms of training and educational tools. Octavian, thank you very much for the time today. Thank you.
So thank you, Madeleine, for your presentation, your interesting presentation. Even our plan is to have the question in the last part of the panel. I think it could be a good idea to address questions after the presentations. And so if you have a question now for Madeleine, Madeleine is ready to answer. Or we can move to the next presentation. Please.
My name is Claudiu Brandas from West University of Timișoara, and I want to address a question because your presentation was very good one in the perspective of education. And I want to ask you, how open are your education solution to the universities in terms that how students can access, because I don't know what is the target. The targets are users from companies. You have some academic programs.
Thank you very much for your feedback. Indeed, your question is a valid one. We do have academic programs. We are engaged with a couple of universities around the country, and we are delivering educational to master's programs usually. But we are open to collaboration. If you want to develop a cybersecurity track within your university, we can share information. I can get you in contact with the right people that can help you get started. You can have access to the materials that you saw, to the fast tracks, and also to virtual machines to test our solution, to make trainings based on them, or whatever you need. We just need to engage, to work together, to define our objectives, and then we can work toward meeting them. I will give you my business card after this, and we can discuss about it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madeleine. So our next speaker has more than 10 years of experience in the technical training management domain, working in an international environment. He has set up and managed 2 new separate cybersecurity and privacy training businesses in Eastern Europe, restructured and managed an already existing energy training businesses, and is now in charge of increasing the footprint of SANS Institute, trusted source of cybersecurity training, certification, and research in the world, and CE and Baltics. Please welcome Mr. George Danilu from SANS Institute.
Thank you very much, Octavian. Thank you, everyone. I'm glad to see that the numbers of attendees in the room has increased steadily since the beginning of this panel. So hopefully by the end of this panel, we will be full room once more. So the title of my presentation today is Cyber Workforce Development Frameworks, the best thing since sliced bread. I know that this is an American idiom and may not be that well known by the Romanian audience, but let's say that an approximate translation would be, how did we lived with them, without them up until now. So for those of you who don't know who SANS is, I'll just give, this is, I think, one of the few slides that refer directly to SANS, but I want to use this opportunity, my time here on the stage, to talk about something much greater than SANS. So just a few quick words about SANS. In short, we are the largest and most trusted resource for cybersecurity training, certification, and resources and thought leadership. In short, we are the best when it comes to cybersecurity training. We are vendor agnostic, vendor independent. We work with a lot of government, a lot of private sectors, military, so we are everywhere in the industry. Me personally, I've been dealing with high-end training for more than 10 years, as Octavian mentioned, and during this time frame, 8 were in direct cybersecurity and privacy. So I had the chance to discuss with various levels within organizations, with business owners, with HR professionals, with CISOs, and also with cyber professionals. And one of the main issues that arises from these interactions is a lack of common language when discussing about the roles and responsibilities of the different roles within an organization, but not just in an organization. We see a great disparity between the languages, between the language used by organizations, learning providers, and individuals altogether. So, in medicine, we have the title of doctor, but as we all know, doctor is an overarching term because we have oncologists, we have pediatricians, so on and so forth. In cybersecurity, until a few years back, we had a general term called cybersecurity professional, and we still use this term of cybersecurity professional. But considering the industry has advanced so quickly, we started to have different layers. We have cyber defense analysts, pen testers, risk managers. But what is lacking is a common language, a common framework for everyone to understand what the roles and responsibilities and what to ask from such a professional. So this is also because let's say in government, a position means one thing, and in the private sector can mean another thing. Even in the private sector, you will see in a certain industry that a position is referring to certain tasks and roles and responsibilities, apart from, let's say, in finance as opposed to in manufacturing or in software development. So this brings me to frameworks. And by any means, I'm not an expert on cybersecurity workforce development frameworks, but I am let's say, I'm a huge fan. And the role of this presentation is not to go in details into these frameworks, but I'm here to show you and start a discussion on how these cybersecurity workforce development frameworks could be used in real life. I'm here to tell you that they are mature enough to be used. So up until now, or up until a few years ago, we all know about cybersecurity frameworks like ISO 27001, the NIST cybersecurity framework, MITRE ATT&CK, CIS controls, etc., etc. But how many of you have heard about the NICE framework, the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework, or SPARTA? Can I please ask the audience to raise your hand if you've heard about these cyber workforce development frameworks? Thank you very much. For those of you who are not in the audience right now, the number is very low, but this gives us a great opportunity to start already a discussion on using these cyber workforce development frameworks. And I will start with the NICE framework because, from my opinion, is the most currently the most comprehensive framework of them all out there. It was initiated by the just a second, by the yes, sorry, is by the NIST in partnership with the US Department of Commerce. Initially, it was developed for the government, but subsequently in the following years, since 2017, has been shaped in such a way to be used by the private sectors as well, and mainly finance and the tech industry. But so I want to share the fact that these frameworks are usable. Until recently, I think we had a new version in 2020 of the NICE framework, but it started to become a bit more digestible. The reason why this has not been adopted up until now in broad terms is because it's very heavy to understand. So you will see that it has 52 work roles. So the way that this works is based on categories. So it has 8 big categories. Each category handles specialty areas. Each specialty areas has at least one work role. Each work role, in order for it to be functional, it has to perform certain tasks. A certain individual needs to perform certain tasks. In order to perform certain tasks, you would need certain knowledge, skills, and abilities to perform the tasks. So, just to give a few examples, this is how the categories are shaped: analyze, investigate, etc., etc. But each specialty area, you see, has each category has specialty areas: cyber defense analyst, cyber defense infrastructure support, etc., etc. Then we go much in depth. For each cyber defense analysis specialty area, you have the position here, the work roles. And basically, for this, for example, for this work role, cyber defense analyst, we have 33 skills, 33 tasks, 15 skills, and 70 pieces of knowledge that need to be assumed by the individual to perform this work role. Here are a list of the tasks, and all this information can be found on their website, but also you can extract from their website a big Excel file sheet which is very meaty, but the majority of the organizations might not know how to navigate this framework still, even though of course you have to apply some common sense, some analytical thinking, because all frameworks, regardless if it's cyber workforce development frameworks or the usual cyber security framework that we are all used to, they will only get you so far, 60–70%. But that's why I want to use this opportunity to mention that there are already tools available out there to help you navigate this system. So for example, we have the Cyber Career Pathways Tool User Guide, which is developed by CISA in the US, which will help you navigate it. So I will not go too much into details, but when you will receive this presentation, you will see that all the tools that I'm referencing, you have the hyperlinks to them. You have the NICE framework mapping tool as well. So just to help you take out all the guesswork out of applying or implementing the NICE framework within your organization. So the NICE framework, as I mentioned, in 2020 went through a restructuring basically. So moving forward, they will keep the core, the ethos of the framework, and update every 6 months. This is their target. The work roles, because the industry again is advancing, so this needs to be updated on a regular basis. The work roles, the tasks, the skills, the knowledge, etc., etc. They will also be adding categories. For example, the NIST has worked together with us in creating a new category which wasn't existing up until now, which is referring to ICS, critical infrastructure, and we have defined together with them what work roles should be mentioned, what tasks should be performed, etc., etc. Now, we are moving away from the US-centric framework and into the European-centric framework. The European Cybersecurity Skills Framework was issued last month, a month ago actually, by ENISA, and its role is to be a bit more digestible and a bit more European-focused than NIST, because up until this, NIST was the biggest and let's say the reference point when it came to cyber workforce development frameworks. But it had a flavor of US. And of course, here in Europe, we have our own rules and regulations to follow. And this is what the European Cybersecurity ECSF wants to achieve, but also wants to make it a bit more digestible, because as I mentioned, the NICE framework contains, let's say, contains 52 work roles, whereas the ECSF, the European version, contains only 12. So ENISA made an effort to make it simple yet comprehensive, not too specific, not too abstract, offering 12 profiles, flexible and scalable, enables each component to be expandable or used independently. It has been designed to be open and impartial because the input was from a large, diverse working group within Europe. And I would say first and foremost, but the last not the least, European, because this will be will have to be compliant and complementary to European laws and regulations moving forward, because I think we've all noticed that we are making steps into securing the European digital future. So as I mentioned, we have 12 workloads instead of 52 from NICE. And basically, the user manual gives you the highlights of each workload. So you will see alternate titles, because let's say one organization might use the name SOC analyst, another might use the name incident response analyst, or I don't know, different names, but basically it's the same function. Then the summary statement, the mission, the deliverables, what deliverables should this position have as an output, what tasks, skills, knowledge, etc. So basically the same principles from NICE, but a bit more digestible. And the way that the user manual proposes to approach each situation is by these 5 steps. And we have 3 examples from them. Employing cybersecurity professionals in an organization, analyze the current cybersecurity related state of the organization, identify the lack of personnel, select the appropriate tasks from ECSF profile, adapt them to the specificities of your own organization and needs, because again, only 60 to 70%. The rest you have to apply to the specificities of your own organization. And then apply newly generated profile to create job vacancies targeted on the specific needs of the organization. Skilling cybersecurity professionals, the same 5 steps. Making own career choices. So this is for the individuals, for those people, for those persons that are either looking to pursue a career or want a career in cybersecurity, or to do a reconversion within cybersecurity. So this can also be applied. The last framework that I want to share with you is Sparta. This one, I'm sure no one has heard of it, because I also heard of it 3 days ago. But once reading about it, I came to find out that this was tailor-made starting from the NICE framework and addresses specifically universities' audience. So basically this is to help universities tailor or customize or create new curriculums from scratch. Of course, again, using the NICE framework as a reference. An interesting thing, because the ECSF, the European version, and Sparta being part of an initiative sparked out of Horizon 2020, the Sparta cyber skills framework was discontinued in 2021 because, I presume, because the ECSF came out. So now you will see a few slides down the line that they will reshape Sparta and the tools on ECSF moving forward, and no longer will be supported on the NICE framework. But the work is still there. So it's still fresh, 2021, last year. So the NICE framework, for example, you can still choose to use it because of its 52 roles instead of 12. So this is your opportunities, dear universities, to at least have a look at it, see if it's relevant. But you will see that out of this program, out of this initiative, we have a few tools that will make your life easier. So here, for example, we have the Cybersecurity Curricula Designer. Basically, what you can do with this tool is very comprehensive. You input on the left side of the dashboard your existing, you see what courses are available, you input in the middle your curricula, and then on the right, you will see how it stands across a certain standard that this Sparta initiative has created. So you see some interesting statistics. Moving forward, you see here an example of how others are doing, how others what type of study programs they've created. And you can select it here by region, by country, by cost, number of years, etc., etc. In Romania, for example, I think we have only 2. But also, here you see that this initiative gives you already some templates for your cybersecurity curriculums. So that's why for universities in special, I'm mentioning this, at least have a look. If you are planning on creating a cybersecurity curriculum to offer to your students, and this is something that I've noticed indeed that started happening in the last years, at least have a look and see if you can improve your output, let's say. And here is what I mentioned before, because this curricula designer is based off of the NICE framework that I mentioned. But now Sparta is partnering and taking note also of the ECSF. So the curricula designer will start to be updated to match the ECSF. And again, the ECSF also is still in its infancy, 1 month old. But for sure, the NICE framework was also in its infancy in 2017, so it will only grow. It needs to grow because Europe has its own identity versus the United States. So moving forward, the ECSF will start to become the standard, but still we cannot ignore the work and the contributions made by other entities, other organizations, or other frameworks, that the work that they have been doing up until now. So the information is out there. It's our job to apply them. So how do we apply them? A few examples in real life. So we can use those frameworks to create job requirements, job position, job roles. How many times, and I know that this is a recurring joke in cybersecurity, you see job roles advertised for juniors, 1 to 3 years, but they are requesting a CISSP certification, which, if you know, it requires at least 5 years of experience in cybersecurity. So there is a discrepancy between HR, CISOs, and the cybersecurity professionals. So we could use these frameworks to create job roles or to expand on the positions as the company or cybersecurity department is growing. You will start to have specialization. You will no longer have 1 person doing the job of 3 persons. You will have 3 persons doing the job of 3 persons. So you need to differentiate them. So you can use these frameworks to make them relevant. You can use them using the tasks and skills on what you need to staff projects. So you will have a list universally accepted within the organization that in order for us to perform this project, we need this task. Where are these tasks found? Well, we need this job role, this job role, this work role, this work role, and the other work role. Validation of skills and standards to stakeholders. So provide a third-party validation of what is needed to complete a certain work role. Justify your security team's skills to clients. Universities can base their cyber education program off them. Meeting regulatory compliance. Retention and recruiting tool. You can use it as a retention tool, meaning that you can, based off of them, you can create training paths or development paths for your workforce. And the next few slides will tie into what has SANS did in relationship with these frameworks. So I'll just keep it at 3 slides. So we've mapped all our courses, all our 85 plus courses to the NICE framework and also to the ECSF framework. But because we've had so much time to get used to and accustomed to the NICE framework, we've developed also a nice map which is a bit more digestible. So you will see here securely provision and protect and defend. These are the categories, some of the 8 categories that I mentioned under the NICE framework. Then we have the NICE specialty areas, then the work roles. And if you remember, each work role needs to perform certain tasks. In order for you to perform certain tasks, you need knowledge, skills, and abilities. And how do you gain this knowledge, skills, and abilities? is through trainings. So you will see plenty of training providers out there that have mapped the NICE framework or ECSF framework to their own courses, but this is, we've also done it, but we have the broadest portfolio out of them also. You will see that our courses actually map to all work roles within the NICE framework and ECSF framework. But this is just an idea for you to see, okay, to translate it, and what trainings do I need to do? And this is the ESF, so give us a bit more time and we will make it digestible as well as we did for the NICE framework. But basically, that's the end. Hopefully, now you know, and you can start asking some questions about cyber workforce development frameworks. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it's NICE, ECSF, Sparta, or the a multitude of other frameworks that are out there. The fact of the matter is, we need to start using them, because as noted before, there isn't that much awareness created around them. So this was my role here today, just to create awareness about these frameworks. So thank you very much, and I'm really looking forward to having a conversation on this if you have the curiosity. Thank you very much.
So thank you, George, for your very good presentation. This could be a very good subject for the next panel, also for the academic sector panel. But I have one question. Is your organization ready to support the public sector and the Romanian government, the Ministry of Education in this area? Because I've seen this parallel between these three frameworks, and this is the main question for you.
So, we are doing our best to improve, because within SANS we have a true mission-driven purpose as well, to work better with governments and with academia. On the academic level, we have our own, let's say, university, the SANS Technology Institute, but it's mainly focused in the US. So in Europe, we have certain initiatives that have an academic flavor to it, but it's not done directly with universities. But this does not mean that we are not open to working together to see how we can improve the workforce moving forward, to get them a bit more accustomed to our courses, or to get them a bit more prepared and relevant to the actual conditions of cybersecurity, like the real life scenarios. That's why we are working together with NIST, with ECSF, to make these frameworks as relevant as possible to the actual industries, the real life scenarios that are happening in this very active industry that we are in. So indeed, we do want to have to start having these discussions with universities, and especially in Europe. So me personally, I will reach out to you and have a discussion to see how we can frame it, because this is the future moving on. We can, so in cybersecurity up until now, you've seen that there has been a lot of pressure on universities to churn out as much prepared personnel as possible. Academia could not do it up until now. That's why other training, private training providers have thrived up until now. And they will continue to thrive. SANS will thrive as well. But the thing is, we all need, moving forward, for the academia to ramp up these efforts as well. Of course, nothing can be done alone. It does, and it does need that public partnership together with academia to happen. So I think that this triangle will be very fruitful moving forward for all parties involved, not just for academia or private training providers, but also for the government as well.
Thank you. Do we have any questions in the room for George? So we'll move to...
I have not a question, but a comment. I have to disagree with you. Everyone here heard Sparta, because We have all seen probably the 300 Spartans movie.
Okay, so at least from that perspective, we've all heard about Sparta.
And the Sparta vulnerability tool and information gathering from Kali Linux.
That one I don't know of. So maybe they should consider they should consider changing the name. But still, people have heard of it.
So our next speaker is a cybersecurity expert responsible for business development, pre-sales, and post-sales activities for a wide portfolio of security products and solutions. His primary domain of expertise is network and information security, with a specific interest in designing and defining architectures for complex projects that protect customers, infrastructures, assets, and digital data. Please welcome Mr. Adrian Badea, Cybersecurity Business Development Manager at S&T.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Octavian, for this introduction. So most of you know about S&T as an IT service provider and IT system integrator, but we are also providing to our customers operational technology and also Internet of Things. We are also providing those things, and also we are acting on security for those, securing those devices. Also, we are now getting into this cyber awareness through conducting education to our customers. So securing operational technology is something different, slightly different from the IT perspective, because the industrial control systems and the operational technologies should be more focused on availability rather than the other pillars of cybersecurity like confidentiality and integrity. So just to have a short review, because we are in the cyber awareness and education panel and also solutions. So just a timeline review of operational technology and ICS attacks. In 2010, we had Stuxnet developed by which disrupted the Iranian nuclear program. It used 40 days, 4 different unknown vulnerabilities at that time. Now in 2013, New York Dam floodgates were compromised. In 2014, Michigan traffic lights being hacked. Imagine traffic lights to be hacked in Bucharest busy traffic. Also, in the same year, hacked German steel, which caused massive damage to the factory and the blast. In 2015, Ukrainian people, 225,000 people left without any electricity. When the ransomware saga started in 2017, we had Merck reported loss, the drug company reported loss of over 1 billion due to ransomware. In 2017, the ASCO manufacturing plant shut down for 1 month. And in last year, the Colonial Pipeline shut down, which was based in US and caused so many disruptions. Also today and this year, we had so many cyber attacks initiated by the Russians to the Ukraine people on critical infrastructure. Those are all cyber attacks. Now, the attack vectors are quite similar and common to the IT. So we have ransomware, we have spear phishing, we have tailored advanced persistent threats, malware exploiting known vulnerabilities, we have droppers, we have tailored APTs, the same as the IT part in matter of attacks. Now, MITRE is conducting a matrix for the operational technology, including 12 tactics, different tactics, and 88 different techniques that an attacker can exploit. So the breach points are everywhere. We have the outside threats, the inside threats, the denial of service attacks, the malicious control, and the possibility for the attackers to exploit the known and unknown vulnerabilities, the 0 days. Now, the OT assets are vulnerable. They run on legacy operating system, they have no built-in security, they have weak passcodes or hard-coded ones, and most of the times are impossible to patch due to the production. Now, because we are in the Awareness and Education Solutions panel, based on a Purdue model, I've just settled up some best practices and solutions that we have and we can provide to our customers. So in terms of network segmentation and perimeter protection, we can address with the ruggedized next generation firewalls, wireless security, SD-WAN capabilities, asset discovery, asset management, network access control solutions, vulnerability management solutions, DDoS protection, web application firewall, identity of privileged and identity of access and privileged management, secure remote access through various technologies, also threat protection through IPS sandbox for OT dedicated for this part, artificial intelligence specially crafted for ICS, for industrial control systems, application control, endpoint security using different technologies that can be mapped into this area. Deception technology like honeypots, security operations, SIEM/SOAR, and incident response platforms. Now, last but not least, security trainings and awareness. We are partners with CyberGym. You can meet the CyberGym representative at our booth today. They are providing IT and OT full 100% hands-on trainings. They have physical facilities in which you can be the defender of IT and OT, but also what they do, they adapt and they have a dynamic environment of real life and real time attackers. So the attackers are just exploiting an environment that the students should protect. So everything is happening dynamically. Now, on the second part, securing the Internet of Things. So, as you know, IoT is everywhere. As I said, we are producers of IoT. We have IoT products in our portfolio. Now, everyone is using a smartphone. Everyone has at home or on mobile device different applications accessing air conditioners, smart IP cameras, and so on. The reasons why these attacks are possible on IoT devices are quite similar with the ones in the OT. Adding on top, as a nightmare for security directors and CISOs, we have many types of different devices, vendors using different protocols and behaviors. So now I prepared you some slides of how easy it is to exploit the IoT devices. So just access an online internet-facing host database, like for instance Census. This is, you have 10 searches available per day without any registration. And you can, I have searched for a webcam, specifically in Romania, with the software vendor of Axis, a popular manufacturer of smart IP camera, surveillance camera. Now I have found in less than a second more than 200 exposed onto internet Axis cameras. No problem with that. They're on internet and they can be accessed by their owners, theoretically. Now, still publicly available on internet, you can search for an online database of vulnerabilities. Picking up a popular model like I've chose here, I have found two different critical severity level vulnerabilities. One of that saying that an attacker could exploit the vulnerability to bypass the web server authorization mechanism by sending an unauthorized request, unauthenticated request. So the vulnerability is known by Axis, by the vendor of this surveillance camera, and the patch is there from June 2018. Now also in this statement by the vendor, it says that an adversary does not require credentials to successfully compromise this device. So if there is no patch, then this is publicly vulnerable. So while searching for this specific version, I found out 5 types of different cameras exposed onto internet, hosted in Romania. Now, while accessing this device, the unencrypted FTP protocol says the exact version and the exact year of this operating system version, 2017, which means we are sure that it is unpatched. Now, I'm not sure if that device is already being exploited or not, but anyhow, the recommendation would be to patch and to get to the listed version. Now, the top exploited CVEs, so the CISA report, the top exploited vulnerabilities by China state-sponsored cyber attacks are being done through the web servers. That camera was using also a web server that had that vulnerability. One of the exploits that are conducted by Chinese is also the Hikvision web server, another security smart IoT device, another vendor of cameras. So how it works? Exploit the old vulnerabilities in access camera like I showed you, and you get into their network. You can scan the network, you can make a lateral movement, find the target, and get onto the precious vulnerable domain controller. Now, of course, this is not, it's a very simple idea. It's also based on what happened to Mirai. If you remember on December 2016, the Mirai botnet that was exploiting millions of IoT devices, which conducted to a very powerful computational resource of conducting a DDoS attack of 2.5 terabytes of terabytes of data of distributed denial of service. So this is what I wanted to show you in terms of awareness and solutions that we cover. This is just a part of our portfolio of security products and services that we have. So thank you.
So thank you, Adrian. I'm very curious how can we, let's say, translate this technical language to language that is very easy to understand for all the Romanian society. It's a challenge, I suppose, and it's a challenge for all of us, for us at the directorate, for the private sector, and also for the Romanian government, in order to improve and to raise the level of awareness and education in the cyber field. So if we don't have questions in the room, we'll move to our next speaker, who is the head of the Prevention Bureau within the Institute for Crime Research and Prevention of the Romanian Police. In this position, he organizes, monitors, and coordinates the implementation of short, medium, long-term crime prevention activities. It also establishes and maintains strong partnerships, collaborates with internal and external partners on thematic issues. So our next panelist, Mr. Sorin Stănică for the Ministry of Internal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Octavian, for this introduction. It has already shortened my presentation, which is about crime prevention in the digital age. And to complete information about me, I have to say that I'm not an IT expert. I'm not a cybersecurity expert. I'm a crime prevention expert. And crime prevention is one of the most important tasks of the Romanian police. And it is actually what I do for about 15 years from around 25 of my police officer career. Why crime prevention in the digital age? Because we're all diving into digital world practically every day. And I will only not talk only about cybercrime prevention, but I will also present a few things about how we use the digital world and the cyber tools in actual real life crime prevention. But because I have already said few things about me, I still do cybercrime prevention with pen and the paper, because I have already said about, I talked about me. Allow me to say a few words about the institute. The Crime Research and Prevention Institute is a directorate within the Romanian police. It deals with crime research and prevention, as actually the name says. And we are the directorate that coordinates the entire crime prevention action of Romanian police. As I said, not only in cybersecurity, but the entire crime prevention activity. There are two offices, the research and the prevention offices. The research deals with conducting scientific researches in all crime areas that the Romanian police deals with in a specific time or territory, and the crime prevention mainly implements crime prevention projects, campaign programs, or activities. The most important thing that I need to emphasize at this moment is, as I said, that there are two directions of actions. One of them, because we are at cybersecurity conference, I will briefly present a few of our actions in the field of cybersecurity, but also the use of digital space for offline crime prevention. Because the cyber area, as I said, become a very important tool for preventing all types of crime. What we do every day, as I said, we're implementing projects, campaign at national level, regional, local. It depends on some specific criteria. Or we also deal with singular actions occasioned by theme, days, or events. But what I need to emphasize it for this part is that the most important tool that we use is the partnership. We work in cooperation with absolutely all kinds of partners. No matter that they are other governmental bodies like the Directorate, they are private companies or non-governmental agencies. I will shortly present two of the most important crime prevention actions of Romanian police in the field of cybersecurity. The first is the CyberX project, which is a project funded through the ISFP program of the European Commission. It's the Internal Security Fund for Police. The main purpose of the project was raising awareness, sorry, not raising awareness. It was improvement of cooperation between law enforcement agencies and the private sector for prevention and fighting against crime. As I said, the project has been funded through ISF Police, funds of European Commission, and one of the objectives of the specific objectives of the project was increasing the level of information and awareness of Romanian students aged 10 to 18 regarding the risks associated with cybercrime, focused on cyber attacks and child pornography. It's been a project that we mainly focused on children. As I said, aged 10 to 18, consists in, on one hand, in conducting specific research related to the main risks that are targeting children. After that, we have conducted some training for the police officers that deals with cybercrime prevention, and in the last week have also implemented the cybercrime prevention campaign dedicated to young people. On the other hand, one of the most important action that we are currently implementing is the online safety campaign in Romanian Siguranța Online. We have developed together with the Directorate, with the Romanian National Bank Associations, and together with some private partners as Microsoft, BitSentinel, and the other partners involved in the cyber security field. We've developed, as I said, the website siguranțaonline.ro, meaning online safety, as I said. The platform consists on one hand in relevant information for the users in order to learn and to understand how the main attacks manifest in the online field, and on the other hand, very important components of the platform are two online quizzes, one dedicated to phishing, one of malware. They consist in, let's say, some tests about how prepared we are to recognize the main risks that may appear in the online environment. We have also developed during the last almost 2 years of implementing some video spots, some specific and targeted campaigns that actually consisted in phishing, money laundering, and money mules, malware, and we are preparing dedicated quiz and dedicated area to the platform on the platform for the safety of children. For every quiz that we have developed, we have launched, we have developed online banners in the pre-launch campaign, and I will show you how they actually look like. I have here some examples of phishing attempts, but I think you are all familiar with them. And so also some attempts of malware attacks. They were very much present in Romania, I think in the period of Easter this year. They are all messages that I have actually received on my phone or on my email. This is an example of one of the questions of the malware quiz that is on the platform. What is very interesting about those quizzes is that beside the questions, the user have the opportunity to see some tips that are useful to learn how to recognize the main attempts of frauds. This is one example of the question. And these are the pre-launch banners that we have actually used on the internet before the phishing campaign. As you can see, there were banners that were promoting some so-called campaigns for winning smartphone, other valuable items, or earning some vouchers, or a very interesting vacation for or possibilities to invest. Actually, the users were directed to the platform to see the quiz when they were accessing those banners, with the message that they could have actually accessed fake websites and phishing attempts. And before launching the malware component of the campaign, we have also had some online banners, but very interesting about this one was the fact that actually the user was not immediately redirected to the platform. He first had to download the offer, which was actually a document, an Excel document, and to enable some stuff from the document. These were, let's say, describing the steps that an user can pass through when downloads some malware from this type of banners that they may find online. As I said, we have also developed some video spots in order to make people understand things about the risks. It also has some audio, but I think we don't have it. This one is to raise awareness about the malware attacks. They are also on the website. As I said, another important things related to crime prevention that we deal with is the use of internet for online crime prevention. And I will briefly present you two of our crime prevention campaigns that we used used internet, and from our point of view, they are very successful. First of them is the theft catalog online burglary prevention campaign. Related to this campaign, it has been developed in 2020 when we all remember the pandemic situation kindly changed our life. In this context, a lot of people started to work from home, to post a lot of content from home, online, video and photo, and people were not aware about the risks of posting such of content online and leave this content available for practically every internet user. So we've launched the theft catalog campaign, which consisted first of all in creating a fake account on social media with a very relevant name. The name of the personage, of the character was Luis Calificat, which actually suggests in Romanian that he might be not very friend of the law, as I may say. And this character, Luis Calificatu, started to follow users on the internet, on social media, taking pictures that the users posted on their social media, and trying to sell their goods that can be seen on the internet, laptops, smartphones, and other stuff that may be interesting for other users. After a few weeks, when we used this account trying to sell, and we have actually had some people that were actually interested on those things, although we kind of suggested that they are stolen things, or they may be stolen. After a few weeks, we have actually made it public. There were some public figures, as I may say, TV presenters, other vloggers that helped us promoting this, and practically revealed that is only a campaign meant to make people aware and raise awareness about the risks of theft. This campaign was bronze awarded on a very important competition related to social campaigns. Another important project that we have developed for, as I said, offline crime prevention was and is the Bright Sky Row app, which has been developed in partnership with the Vodafone Foundation, Code for Romania Association, and the Necuvinte Association. They are NGOs involved in domestic violence prevention. The app is an important tool dedicated to victims of harassment and domestic violence. It has already also been awarded with some awards in national competitions in 2020 and 2021. As a conclusion of my presentation, the technology advances very fast in very diversified domains. Practically, technology is a part of our life. But I think it's not only an opportunity for crime, it's not a space for crime, but also it's a very important opportunity for crime prevention. And I'm very convinced that crime prevention is the most important tool that we have in order to tackle cybercrime and cyber threats. And as we are in the education and awareness panel now, those two are components of crime prevention, actually. The higher level of education, of knowledge, of awareness, the smaller possibility to risk to become actually a real threat for our life. So, I will not end my presentation before invite you all to join our efforts. As I said, the online safety platform is one that already joins companies, NGOs, and governmental bodies, and I invite you all to join our efforts in order to build up a safer cyberspace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sorin, for your presentation, for your good examples and useful example from your awareness campaigns. Now we are ready for our first online presentation. Our next speaker is a trainer, researcher, author, and conference speaker with an experience of almost 20 years in cybersecurity, cybercrime, and open source intelligence. He's a cybercrime training officer at the European Union Agency for Law Enforcement Training, associate professor at the Romanian Police Academy, visiting professor at the University Polytechnic of Bucharest, founder and vice president of the Romanian Association for Information Security Assurance. So please welcome Mr. Ioan Cosmin Mihai.
Regards from Budapest, from CIPOL Cybercrime Academy. We are in the middle of a training activity, and I will be happy to share with you some key elements regarding how to organize a training activity or a cybersecurity awareness campaign. I have been more than 15 years as a professor, and I saw many colleagues from universities. They moved from universities to public institutions for the opportunity to work in a different environment, to work through larger projects at national level. And then after a couple of years, they moved from public institutions to private companies for higher salaries. And then they moved from local businesses to abroad to international companies for larger opportunities. And very few of them, they return to universities to share their experience with the students. So I saw a huge dynamic in this field, especially to the young generation. They moved from one company to another one, from one institution to another one. So there is a huge need for training in public institutions, in private companies, and in universities also. I can tell you that at a national level, I know many good professors in the cybersecurity field, and you're going to have the opportunity to meet some of them in the next panel from this conference. But I can tell you that at the pre-university level, we don't have so many experts. We don't have teachers that can deliver presentations in this field. So it's a huge demand there, and we need to find solutions to prepare the teachers from the university level, pre-university level, to teach cyber hygiene or cyber security in schools or high schools. So it's pretty a challenging domain. So I will be more than happy to share some key elements in this field. And just give me a couple of seconds to share my presentation. And I hope you are able to see my screen. I will make it in full image. I am a member of the Raising Awareness working group from the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, ENISA, and I can give you a good news regarding awareness. ENISA will create guidelines in cybersecurity awareness, and it will be ready pretty soon in the first part of the next year. And all of the institutions and private companies that want to involve in cybersecurity awareness will have a very good tool, a very good guidelines in this field. From my experience, I can share with you that in organizing a training activity or awareness campaign, you have to take into consideration some key elements, like defining the activities. Of course, you can organize a general activity, a general awareness campaign, or a general training activity, but it is much better to focus on a specific element, on a specific threat. For example, ENISA will focus this year on two main cyber threats, like phishing and ransomware. So it's better to define your activity and to focus on one field, because if you're going to make a general awareness campaigns, maybe not all of the people will understand very well the threats or the risks from that field. Then it's important to keep the message simple, because in university we like to create complex guides, but they are very useful for researchers, for other professors, but the common people will not have the patience or the time to read all these complex guidelines. So it's better, in order to reach a general audience target, to keep the message very simple. Then it's important to involve multiple relevant partners. And for example, at CIPOL, we involve experts from different European Union agencies like Europol, ENISA, EULISA, ECTEC, and so on. We invite also experts from law enforcement agencies. We invite experts from private companies that are dealing with cybersecurity. And in this way, the participants of the courses can have a better experience and can see different approaches of the same element from the public, private, and university level. Also, it's important to analyze the feedback from previous similar activities in order to know what went wrong and what was good in order to improve our activities. And last but not least, it's important to share the results, to share the metrics for a specific course or for a specific awareness campaign, because our institutions or our universities that want to develop similar activities, not to start from zero. So I would like to detail a little bit these things, and I hope you can see the next slide. So regarding defining the activities, it's very useful to analyze the current landscape, to understand what are the current threats, what are the current risks, and to focus on these threats when you will define and develop an activity. Then you have to analyze the competencies and the training needs. And for example, CIPOL is developing the training activities according to the European Union Strategic Training Needs Assessment, which is made every 4 years, and according to Operational Training Needs Assessment, which is developed one or 2 years. So we invite all the member states to present which is the the current need in order to develop the future courses. And I can give you one example, because right now we are in the middle of the MEC forensic course, and I understood from the experts that in some areas, in some countries, more than 90% of the cyber criminals are using MEC devices. So as we are part of law enforcement, in order to have expertise to know to forensics, to perform forensics operations on these devices, we have to have experts in this field. But if we focus on Windows or Linux forensics courses, maybe we can't deal with the new threats, with the new needs. So that's why it's important to narrow the gap between the actual courses and the real training needs. Then it's very important, as I told you, to analyze the feedback from similar activities, because it's not nice to start from zero. Other institutions, other companies, maybe they created similar activities. So it's better to search for that feedback and to know what was pretty unuseful in order to eliminate, and what was good in order to improve the training activities. And we at CIPOL, we are constantly watch the feedbacks, analyze the feedback from our activities, and we saw that the participants, they prefer less theory and more practical examples, practical exercises, and study cases to be analyzed. But of course, it's good to identify the target audience, because if we target, I don't know, the experts, we should create complex guidelines or complex activities like training courses. But if we target common people, then we have to organize simple messages in order to be understandable from anyone. Then to define the aim and the general objectives, which is important. And you have also to present clear what is that training activity for, what is the aim, what the participants can learn during that training activity. And last but not least, define the stages of the activity. Because can be just a training activity for one day, but can be a complex cybersecurity awareness campaign that can be developed for 1 year. So of course, there are many stages, so it's better to identify all these stages and to know how to prepare them. Regarding analyzing the current landscapes, we have to look for the newest technology and devices used. Because, for example, if you read the latest reports, annual reports from Europol, you can see that more and more cybercrime groups are using machine learning algorithms or artificial intelligence in order to develop complex malware and complex cyber threats. So, of course, we have also to use artificial intelligence to develop complex cybersecurity solutions to stop those attacks. And also, we have to take a look at the devices used by cybercriminals, because more and more they are using and target also Internet of Things devices. And if in the past we organized a lot of computer system forensics, now we have to focus on new courses and to focus on how to develop forensics activities on IoT devices. It's pretty difficult because it's difficult to find experts in this field, but little by little we can increase, we can become better in this type of training activities. Then we have new kind of tools and techniques that can be used in cybersecurity, and I saw many interesting solutions provided by the previous speakers in cybersecurity, and I encourage you to use them, to try them. But also cyber criminals are using new kind of tools and new techniques available on darknet. So we have to know what are we dealing with in order to know how to protect our systems. We have to search for similar projects or activities because unfortunately I saw many good projects with very good output, with very good tools developed within those projects. When the project ended, also the development to that tool ended, and it's a pity because I saw many useful tools and that are not updated anymore. And for this topic, I know that Europol developed a new task force to deal with this kind of projects from law enforcement, and they try to search the useful tools for law activities, for law enforcement activities. And when they see another project that will like to start from zero, they'll approach the team and say, hey, don't start from zero. We have a similar tool. You can use it and develop to make it better. And of course, we have to take into consideration the constant evolution of the current threats because they are changing. And I saw my colleague from police explain how so complex are nowadays the cyber threats, and we have to check them in order to know how to develop our cyber awareness campaign or training activities. And let me give you only one example regarding the ransomware evolution. What we can see today, it's totally different than 2 or 3 years ago. Nowadays, the ransomware are very complex. Many cyber criminals are using ransomware as a service model. So without technical or operational knowledge, they can use these platforms in order to attack more and more people. The ransomware attacks become real hacking operations because cybercriminals first will try to exfiltrate the data, exploiting some vulnerabilities, and then they will try to encrypt all the data. Because if the victims will say, okay, I don't need your decryption key, I don't have to pay the ransom because I have a backup. But then the cybercriminals will come and will say, yes, you have the backup, but if you don't pay, we have your data and we make it public. So that's why the cybercriminals force the victims to pay for the ransom. So we saw a shift in the last years from ransom to blackmail when you are talking about ransomware attacks. They become more and more targeted, and they target lately public and private sectors and critical infrastructure. So these types of attacks were totally different 3 years ago, and that's why this is just a simple example why we have to focus on the evolution of the current cyber threats. Regarding the message, I told you that in order to target a large audience, you have to keep the message simple. Because nowadays people don't have so much time to read complex messages, to read complex guidelines. And you can see here in this image an example from Europol that targeted ransomware attack. And it's very easy to read just some steps in order to be performed to protect your systems against ransomware attacks. So more and more European agencies and private companies use simple messages in order to reach the users, more and more users. Of course, and I saw some previous speakers emphasizes the importance of international cooperation. And it's very important in our training activities to involve experts from public institutions, private companies, universities, or NGOs, because in this way, the participants from that training activity will see all the aspects from a specific topic. So we're going to see, they will be able to see the full picture of cyber threats or cyber risk. And if it's possible, also it's better to involve national and international partners to present their view from their area. And in this way, the training activities will be better and also can target more and more participants from different countries or different areas. It's very important to analyze the feedback, and you can see here many aspects that can be analyzed regarding the feedback of a training activity. I don't want to insist too much on them, but I want to say that the feedback are very important because in this way you know how to improve the future activities. And it's very important to share the results because I saw many institutions or private companies that try to organize similar activities, but because they didn't share different kind of aspects, they started from different levels, which I don't think it's very good for the participants. So it's better to have an homogeneous curricula for a different type of cybersecurity activities. It's better to share the good trainers in order to know which people should you approach in order to deliver a good training activity. And regarding the awareness campaigns, it is nice to know the metrics used for analyzing the campaigns and to share, if it's possible, of course, these metrics in order to improve our campaigns. So in the end, what can we do in order to improve our training activities and our cybersecurity awareness campaigns? It's important to involve multiple ecosystems. And as I told you, it's better to involve both public institutions, but also private companies, universities, research centers, and NGOs, because there are many experts with different approach, with different views, with different opinion. So it's better to bring them together in order to debate, in order to analyze some aspects from the cybersecurity field. Cooperation is important with other institutions in order to organize better training activities or better awareness campaign. And I saw my colleague from police discuss about the cooperation and about the involvement of other institutions and private companies in that awareness, cybercrime awareness campaign. It's good to share information and knowledge in order to develop better activities. Of course, some institutions maybe will share less information and others will share more, but it's important to share because little by little we can improve our global awareness programs. And last but not least, we need good methods of advertising, because it's a pity to have a very good training activity or a very good cyber awareness activity, but if the user can't find it, no, it's a lot of work almost for nothing. So that's why we have to improve our advertising of these campaigns, of this training activity for everybody who is interested to discover. So thanks a lot for this opportunity, and I really hope that little by little to increase our activities in training courses and cyber awareness campaigns. And these are my contact details if you would like to contact me later. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mihai, for your contribution. So thank you for your contribution and thank you for your effort to be here online, present in our panel. Thank you for all, and please, if you can stay online for some question in the final part of the panel, we will be here. So we will move now to our next panelist, who is Mr. Cosmin Vâlcu from Inflobox. With more than 15 years of experience in sales, he started his career in the late 90s. He held different positions of sales and account management in leading Romanian and multinational companies. So please, Mr. Vâlcu, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know that on a piece of paper in front of me it says Jan Rimes. Jan is over there in the room. He said that we should surprise you with someone that can say Bună ziua, bine ați venit, instead of, how to say Jan in Czech? Dobrý den? Dobrý den. So, my name is Cosmin Vâlcu. I am the Territory Account Manager for Southern Eastern Europe for Infoblox. Question is, who is Infoblox? Does anyone knows anything about Infoblox? Okay, so some people do know about Infoblox. That's a start. Infoblox started 20-something years ago doing DDI, and because a lot of people do know about, by the way, does anyone knows what DDI means? Okay, it's DNS, DHCP, and IPAM, so my colleagues were right to correct me and put it like that, not just DDI. We started doing that, basically it's DNS management 20 years ago, had a lot of customers, as you can see, and then we decided to, and we need to put it back. There it is. And we decided to do cybersecurity also. Now, a lot of people are going to ask, what's the idea of a cybersecurity vendor talking about cybersecurity education and awareness? Well, the thing is that we're trying to educate our customers, our partners, and in the end ourselves. Ourselves, because we do have examples from cybersecurity industry being, vendors being hacked. So it's a win-win situation by educating our customers on what can happen in the cyberspace. We are basically trying to, in the end, to sell our products. Let's be fair. We're trying to make a money here. And in the region, we basically started replacing a few years ago the boring, like this one, I might say, presentation slides with high-quality deep dive security workshops. And the workshops are focusing on education and awareness. We're trying to make it as much as possible vendor agnostic. And we can talk about, I don't know, the Mitre attack, the cyber kill chain, the pyramid of pain, and things like that. And we are on, I think, slide 4, and you don't know what Infoblox is selling. So this is the scope, to educate about cybersecurity and less about, marketing slides. And we do have a lot of examples like malicious domains, live threat intelligence, APIs, and use cases, because, Dion was talking about IoT and things like that. And we do have a very good example from Piotr, which is in the room over there, that delivered 50 to 70 workshops every year in Poland. More than 1,000 educated cybersecurity professionals. The results? Well, we do have private companies, institutions, and schools in Poland that are now more protected. And they have probably the most protected DNS channel in the world. Congratulations to Piotr. And I'm not going to insist a lot on the technicalities. This is not a scope. We are here to talk about the awareness and education. But just to bring an idea of what can go bad, keep in mind the fact that out of those threat vectors, out of 7, 5 threat vectors can be used by attackers, and the attack can happen over DNS channel. We do have some example, a variant of TrickBot, which is called Anchor DNS, that was used to attack, let's call it, premium customers, high-valued targets, using C2 over DNS. Another example is Luke and Anchor DNS that started with an Excel file, a DocuSign team malicious Excel document, and basically an hour after the initial access, the Anchor DNS is loaded. And by the way, trust me, when I went into the room for the presentation, Piotr was showing to some people outside how it can be done pretty much in real life. If you want to see it, you can come to our booth. Yeah, we have chocolate at the booth, by the way. Now, again, we're trying to educate the people. So we're not trying to push it as a Infoblox training, but mostly as a DNS security training. For 4 to 6 hours, we can split it in maybe 2 or 3 days. Not a lot of people can stay in a room for 4 to 6 hours. By the way, congratulations to people that actually are in the room for so many hours. That's something. But we can talk about, offensive techniques using DNS, how cyber criminals can use DNS traffic to basically exfoliate or go into your internal network, data transfer mechanism, detecting DNS tunnels, things like that. We have the agenda. Sorry, we have the agenda in here, so it's a lot of information that can be assimilated in a couple of hours. So my idea is, this is me, and yeah, I know, this is how I should look like with hair. I don't have any, it left my head, well, years ago. But again, come to our booth, my colleagues will show you. I'm just a salesman, so don't trust me. Go and check it out with my colleagues, and well, thank you so much.
So thank you, Cosmin, for your presentation. It was a very, very interesting one. I've seen that idea with that activities in Poland, and we are ready to implement or to replicate here in Romania. Why not? So I say this here publicly. We are ready to discuss about this. So
thanks so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So our next panelist, Cătălina Niculiță. Cătălina is Systems Engineering Manager in Cisco Romania, leading a team of consultants and pre-sales engineers. She was in the first Cisco Networking Academy class of the Polytechnic University of Bucharest, and later became a NetAcad trainer. Her first contact with networking was in 1999 as a Unix administrator for ProTV, and the first contact with the world of sales was in 2005. So please welcome Ms. Cătălina Niculiță.
Thank you very much for the introduction. It's very nice to be here, finally to see you all physically again, and as we once used to do. Cisco is one of the largest IT companies in the world, as you might know, connecting the networks, protecting the data. So obviously education is a very, very important pillar for us. We have various trainings. We have a very wide network of partners who are delivering professional courses. For the certification ecosystem that we have, you might know CCNA and CCIE and so on. Locally, we have delivered, I don't know, maybe tens of trainings in the last years with our sales team. We have trained hundreds of customers with very complex technologies, capture the flag systems and trainings, red team, blue team, anything that you can imagine in the professional world. But that was the easy part, and this is not what I'm here to talk about. The difficult part is how can we get those security professionals that everybody wants to train. The secret, the difficult part is how do we make the young generation learn and discover the beauty of cybersecurity? How do we get them into the cybersecurity field? So this is what I'm here to talk about. How many of you have heard about the Cisco Networking Academy program? Thank you very much. How many of you were part of it in any way? Okay, thank you. This is what I'm talking about. In a few months, this program will have 25 years in Romania. 25 years in total and in Romania. 25 years of activity. These are the numbers on a global level. But again, we are talking about Romania. These are the numbers for Romania. In 25 years of activity, we have trained over 150,000 students that were in contact with Cisco Networking Academy, attended a free training, learned about networking, and later on about security and programming and IoT and all the new technologies. We have more than, 100 academies throughout Romania. We have academies in all the major universities and schools. We were expanded. We started as a networking program, and we were expanding it into cybersecurity, into IoT, into programming. And when pandemics hit, we decided to go online because most of our trainings were delivered with very highly skilled trained instructors. So we decided to shift the trainings to online to make them easier, to make them available to the people who are staying at home and wanted to learn something. And the results were amazing. Because as you can see on the slide, we have like 40,000 people doing online trainings on our NetAcad platform during the pandemic year. In only 3 years, 40,000 people were trained on this platform. What more we did? We took one very introductory level security training. It was called Introduction to Cybersecurity. It had, let's say, a moderate success in the English form. So we decided to translate it into Romanian. And we had more than 7,000 people doing the Romanian version of this training. Only 15 hours of training targeted not at security specialists, but at, let's say, normal people, very young people or young students or students who are not attending an IT university. It's a general purpose training delivered in Romanian fully online, more than 7,000 people attending it. And while I was reviewing the numbers for this presentation, I discovered a number that made my heart feel really, really proud. You can see on the slide that we have 30% of all the graduates and all the instructors are ladies. This may not seem much to you, but we are by far the biggest percentage in the whole Europe. I mean, the next high percentage is 20%. And the average percentage in all Europe is below 20%. Germany is like 5%. So basically, we are number one in terms of the, yes, we are number one in terms of the percentage of ladies in the IT industry, in the networking industry, and in the security business. This is the, let's say, the overall program portfolio that we have. A very wide number of trainings, very wide area of specializations. We are not going to talk about all of those. But if you are interested, we have a very small brochure at our booth, so you can come and pick one and see what more NetAcad has to offer. Because today I'm going to talk only about security courses. We started with a very advanced security course. It was called Networking Security. And then we started to expand it to, let's say, easier courses and more complicated courses. In this moment, we cover the entire spectrum of security trainings. Somebody who wants to start with security can go with a Romanian version of Introduction to Cybersecurity, a very easy one that can go to Security Essentials, and then move on to Designing a Network, which is Network Security below, and then finally to operate a security network, which is Cybersecurity CyberOps. Now, the very nice things about these trainings is they are as vendor agnostic as we can make them. So if we have to teach somebody how to use a command, how to implement something, of course, we will use, as an example, a Cisco device. But generally speaking, the concept, the architectures, the role of a device, the general naming, the way a network works, the way security works, is vendor agnostic. So we designed this program not only to teach people how Cisco works, but to teach them what cybersecurity is all about. And speaking about education, speaking about young people, I wanted to talk to you about a program. It is not new, but to my surprise, it is not very widely known. May I ask you to raise your hand who has heard about AcadNet? Okay, just one. So it means I'm doing a very good thing and more of you will heard about AcadNet. This is the first Olympiad, the National Olympiad of Applied Informatics in Romania. And it's taking place starting 2008. Basically, if you have children who are in the high school and they would like to attend an Olympiad, they can go to mathematics, physics, programming, or they can go to networking. We have a networking Olympiad in Romania starting 2008, and this year it went to the international phase. We had people attending from Czech, I believe, and Bulgaria. So, okay, we started small, but we have an international Olympiad in this moment. It has two tracks, computers and networking. The majority of the curricula is based on the NetAcad trainings. So people are doing NetAcad trainings, some of them in the Romanian language. And the news and the reason I'm talking about AcadNet here is that next year we are planning to have a cybersecurity thread topic, so people can choose, students or high school people can choose between computers, network, and cybersecurity. Because the major challenge that we see in this moment in Romania is how do we attract the young generation to come into networking and especially to come into cybersecurity world. Mr. Campan was mentioning this morning that we missed 2,500 security experts in Romania. We delivered a study at the European level and we were, let's say, a bit more reserved. We said we need 6,000 at the European level. So we are not the only country who is facing this issue. We do need security experts, but it's not easy to get a security expert. You cannot just pick up a person and train them for a few months and there you go, you have an expert. You have to start very, very early. So this is what we are doing with the cybersecurity trainings and with the NetAcad in general. We are trying to promote the cybersecurity and the networking at a very early stage, at a very early age, so people can understand the concepts and the need to have a lot of professionals pursuing a networking and cybersecurity career. So I would like to end now with these numbers in mind and with a call to action to everybody to promote the idea of cybersecurity at all the early in career people that we know, to all the young kids that we know, because cybersecurity is not something for the vendors to sell or for the clients to implement. It's something that is impacting all of us at all stages of our lives. Thank you.
So, thank you, Catalina. Taking into account that we had a short delay caused by the lunch, I propose one short rule table with one last comment, a short one, just to be in time for the next panel. So, Madeleine.
Now it's working? Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Octavian. It's really nice to see the, let's say, the willingness to improve the education system in Romania and to raise the cybersecurity awareness. I'm happy to have shared this panel with such good professionals, former colleagues, partners, and I see that there is quite good interest in this part of awareness of education, and we as a vendor we would like to be there to help and to work together with you in order to achieve our goals, to raise the percentage of people educated in cybersecurity, and why not to see good numbers, as Catalina said, in terms of ladies in cybersecurity. I'm proud of what our competitors are doing, and I think together we can work in order to improve these numbers.
Thank you. Cosmin?
Thank you. Now, regarding education in general, I was lucky to attend to a cybersecurity presentation to 4th graders, kids, 10 years old. And you'll be surprised how knowledgeable they are. Starting with what you'll do if you are going to find a USB stick on the street. They said if it's 16 gigs, forget about it, throw it away. At 12 to 14, they are all, some of them are thinking to be football players, some are thinking to be, I don't know, astronauts or policemen. But yeah, some of them are thinking to become a hacker. And I think those are the new generation of cybersecurity experts that we need to find and to discover. It's up to us, not to mean maybe to others like Cisco that are developing, maybe to the government, why not? But it's also, as our panelists from Romanian Police said, it's also start to do an awareness campaign regarding the general people, because how many of you had friends that were hacked and their files got encrypted? Come on, raise your hands. We all had one friend. So you see, this is where the education should start, not only with us, not only with maybe public sector or private big companies that can afford it. But for some of us, maybe the pictures from last vacation are the things that we cannot afford to lose, right?
Thank you.
So Octavian, thank you again for organizing this great event. I think that one of the biggest challenges in cybersecurity field is the lack of experts, lack of professionals. Also, is not helping us the fact that the end users are not being aware of cybersecurity threats, of new technologies that they are being using, but they are not securing them properly. And I think that cybersecurity should be in the mind of the end users first. So we are educating our customers and making awareness through discussions, identifying their needs, and then through knowledge transfer and tailored trainings throughout the projects. However, we internally are being attacked, and we are developing awareness in our company because we have back office, we have HR, we have legal, they are normal end users, and we have to be protected on our own. So we are having those awareness campaigns internally, which I recommend that every institution, organization, company, school should conduct.
I'll keep it short. Cyber workforce development frameworks. The work has already been done in a large sense. So it's a shame that not a lot of people know about it. So hopefully we will start noticing them moving forward so that we can all have a common language when we are discussing about how to grow our cybersecurity professionals from the early stages, from the kindergarten up until masters, for example. So ever since I found out, starting from 2017, about the NICE framework, and I started diving into it, it started to make sense. If you are new to this, don't start with the NICE framework. Start with ECSF, and then work your way up because of the complexity. So as mentioned, ECSF has 12 work roles, NICE has 52. Start from ECSF. If you will feel the need for a bit more granularity, ECSF has been designed in such a way that you can use it, augment it with other frameworks. So have a look. You might be amazed on how much easier certain activities or tasks might be moving forward on this side. Thank you.
I remember something a vendor was presenting at a security conference. He said security is like a chocolate chip cookie. You have to bake it properly. If you put the chocolate chips at the end on the outside, it's not a chocolate chip cookie, it's a mess. The same thing with security. You have to bake it inside. You have to put the chocolate chips when you bake the cookie. We have to put security inside when we design the network, when we think about a new product, when we go to high school, when we go to the university, when we are doing our work, when we are reading our emails. Security is inside at the right place at the right time, which is everywhere. So because this ecosystem is changing so quickly, we believe it's impossible for one entity to keep up and to do all the work. We cannot ask the Ministry of Education all by themselves to promote security into schools, or the universities to have all the security specialists that we need. We cannot just go to universities and say, we need more experts, do your work, give us the experts, or the police, or the DNSC, or the vendors. It's a team effort. We all need to do our part as much as we can as a team effort to promote security as a proper baked chocolate chip cookie with security inside. Thank you.
Thank you, Catalina, for stealing my words. What should I say now? I was about to talk about partnership and teamwork, but as I am the last one, I will end it with a joke that it's in my head for many years. We use a smartphone, we use a smart TV, a smart fridge, and so on, the entire Internet of Things. Let's try not to remain the only stupid from the house. Thank you very much.
So thank you all for your contribution, for your effort to be here, to have this fruitful panel. And we do not forget, we are ready to welcome you in our team, just to act together, to act like one. Thank you.
De hoofdletter, de ridder binnen, 1, 2, 3, 4, underscore, slash, hashtag, schuine streep, komma, dubbelpunt, uitroepteken, uitroepteken, uitroepteken.
Die een hashtag, was dat voor dat uitroepteken?
Ja.
Bestaat al.
Hallo jongen, hoe kan dat nou? Kom polyester, we zijn hier weg.
Die hebben we goed liggen gehad.
Wachtwoorden zijn niet meer van deze tijd. Bescherm je online account met 2-stapsverificatie. Meer info op safeonweb.be.
Wachtwoord. Hallo Rood, amusement.
Let's imagine for a moment. If you acted the same way offline as you do online, you'd go to the wrong places. Without a second thought. You'd give your private information to anyone who asks for it.
Excuse me, would you please tell me your name, last name, and address?
Would you be enticed by such too good to be true offers if you saw them in the offline world? Of course not. So stay away. Stay smart, both offline and online. And if you do come across phishing attacks, you should always report them and share with friends and family.
Phishing can come in all shapes and sizes and can be seen in different costumes. It may be behind one of those pop-ups with irresistible offers. Or it could be an email or a phone call from cyber criminals pretending to be your bank. And it could even be a mobile message, like this one, from someone pretending to be your friend, asking you for money urgently. How horrible! This can't be true! Almost believed it. Remember, keep your eyes wide open. Cyber criminals' main goals are to get your personal and professional information, especially your login data. Don't get hooked.
Is your password your cat's name? And do you use it for everything? Big mistake. A strong password like this considerably reduces your chances of a phishing attack. You have to make it difficult for cyber criminals. Do you find using a different password for everything you do online confusing? Use a password manager like this. The password manager keeps your passwords safe and properly organized. I also recommend activating two-factor authentication whenever possible. You know, like when you get a code sent to your mobile phone so that you can access a service. By using a strong, safe password, you won't have to constantly change your cat's name. Isn't that right, Simba?
Do you always access your bank account from your mobile or tablet? I knew it. Of course, it's much more comfortable. Just remember to be safe. Your bank will never ask you to click on a link or provide your credentials from outside their banking app. If you receive such requests in an email or a phone message, they're likely coming from cyber criminals. Make sure you ignore them and block them. Remember, always use the bank's official channels. If you're not sure if a message comes from your bank, contact them directly by calling them immediately. Do not reply to the message. With my finances in order and my bank account secured against phishing, I can focus on my work.
What do they send me this? Let's see. Oh.
Interesting.
Harry, you are awesome. Thanks for letting me in. Harry opened the email I sent to him, posing as his human resources department, and then he downloaded the attachment with malware. Thanks to Harry's click, I was able to deploy the ransomware and encrypt some very important information of his organization. Now, I can ask for money if they want me to give the data back. But you see, that's not all. This organization would take several days to recover from this cyber attack, and they will suffer reputational and economic losses.
I'm calling the IT department. Hello? Hello, this is Harry.
IT department. Start talking. Tell them everything about ransomware and how to avoid it.
If you want to make it easy for cyber criminals, just use one simple and single password for everything. You know, for example, if I have access to your weak password and you use that to access your account, along with all other applications, then I will easily have access to everything. And if your computer is linked to this organization, that's when the ransomware party starts. Sorry, I can't help myself. Okay, now we're going to talk about why it's important to perform updates. Paul, imagine you are busy, you're working, right? And then all of a sudden, a message appears on your screen. It says, software update available. Now you may be thinking, well, I'm busy, right? You know, I'm doing things, whatever, I could do it later, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, who cares? Do you do that?
Yes, sometimes.
You see, Paul is not the only one. That time frame between when the software update is available and when you actually update the computer, that time frame is a great opportunity for us hackers. But if instead you were to take a moment to update your computer, well, then you will improve its security and it will ruin our plans. Yeah?
So, should we select auto updates on mobiles and computers?
No, never. I mean, yes. This is just too difficult for me. You gotta understand. Cyber criminals launch thousands of ransomware attacks per day. They could be posing as brands or clients or colleagues that you perfectly know. Beware of these type of emails though. Emails that may look like a salary list or classified documents or even an urgent invoice. Well, they could actually be a malicious attachment that will infect your computer. So, whenever you get one of these suspicious emails, make sure you check directly with the source. Thank you for listening.
You forgot to mention that if you have already fallen into a scam, don't act like nothing happened. Report it to the IT department. We may still be in time to stop the ransomware download.
Merci.
My name is Daria Catalui and I was the coordinator of Cyber Month from 2012 for 3 long years. We try to have the governance, resourcing, and also partnership and coordination together on such an important topic, cyber skills for all citizens in the EU. I found this metrics of success when I received a call from authorities from member states saying that why we are not in the Cyber Month. So I think that this shows that everybody wanted to be included.
BSI, the National Cybersecurity Authority of Germany, are the national coordinator of the European Cybersecurity Month. We are very proud that we are having this kind of position and function since 2013. We raise the awareness. Information security is a precondition of digitization, and we do it all together. We are a strong network to support you, that you are staying healthy within a digitized world.
I'm an early adopter of the European Cybersecurity Month. Since its beginning, I've been working in raising cyber awareness in Belgium, and when I joined the Commission in 2016, it was one of the key priorities to also give the full attention to the Cybersecurity Month. For me, raising cyber awareness is my mission, and actually I always keep in mind the big tagline that we learned from the Cybersecurity Month.
I'm supporting the organization of the ECSM in Luxembourg since 2012. Back then we were 8 member states participating in the ECSM. In Luxembourg we had organized awareness-raising posters that we distributed at a booth of the Autumn Fair.
I have had the honor of being the Spanish European Cybersecurity Month coordinator from 2015, almost from the beginning of the campaign. For us, cybersecurity culture is a main pillar where we support the national security.
This is my 5th edition of the European Cybersecurity Month. I'm really proud and honored to collaborate actively to spread cyber awareness through this amazing period.
O Centro Nacional de Cibersegurança Português já acompanha a iniciativa do European Cybersecurity Month desde 2014, 2015. Consideramos que este mês é um mês obrigatório para relembrar aquelas que são as boas práticas, para aquelas que são os contributos que a cibersegurança deve ter em termos de literacia digital. Γεια σας. Ονομάζομαι Ευαγγελία Βασκαλάκη και εκπροσωπώ το Ελληνικό Κέντρο Ασφαλούς Διαδικτύου του ΙΤΕ. Κάθε Οκτώβριο ενώνουμε τις δυνάμεις με όλη την Ευρώπη και με την πολύτιμη υποστήριξη του Ευρωπαϊκού Οργανισμού για την Ασφάλεια των Δικτύων (ENISA) γιορτάζουμε την ασφάλεια στο διαδίκτυο. Έχουμε προωθήσει ενημερωτικό υλικό σε πάνω από 38.000 ανηλίκους και έχουμε οργανώσει πολλά σεμινάρια και webinars για την επιμόρφωση των πολιτών της χώρας.
Leta 2012 je Slovenija s programom Varni na internetu prvič sodelovala v kampanji Evropski mesec kibervarnosti. Bili smo ena od samo 8 držav članic Evropske unije, ki se je takrat odločila za sodelovanje v nekem manjšem pilotnem projektu. Nismo si predstavljali, da čez vsa ta leta, da bo ta kampanja vključevala čisto vse članice Evropske unije in pa več kot 300 partnerjev in pa podpornikov projekta.
Obserwujemy, że kampania z roku na rok jest coraz bardziej popularna i zgłaszane jest coraz więcej inicjatyw. Aż 71 w 2021 roku.
After launching our first cybersecurity awareness national campaign under the name Great Croatian Naives in 2019, the Croatian National CERT was recognized as the key organization in promoting cybersecurity topics among general public in Croatia.
Latvia participates in the European Cybersecurity Month's activities since 2013, and we see European Cybersecurity Months as a great initiative, allowing us to join forces both nationally and internationally. We highly appreciate this opportunity to join forces for the 10th time, and we celebrate the round anniversary of European Cybersecurity Months. Thank you, ENISA, for driving this initiative forward.
Wow, it's been 10 years of hard work, of development for the ECSM team, a period in which, looking back, we learned a lot, especially from each other's experiences. I'm really proud. I've been there from the start, and I must admit you guys inspired me to want to do this for the rest of my life. Why? Because cybersecurity is a shared responsibility.
Such awareness-raising campaign
committed to educate different European audiences on online security protection has also taught me, a cybersecurity professional in the field, different techniques or best practices rather that I may not have yet been made aware of.
We at the National Cybersecurity Finland are here to pave the way for a safer digital world for all the Finns. And awareness raising is, of course, an integral part of that. And that is where the European Cybersecurity Month has really helped us by providing excellent materials to build our own awareness campaigns.
Kui mina 2018. aastal siis küberturvalisuse kuu tegevused üle võtsin, siis meie esimene mõte oli teha küberhügieeni talgud. Ja seda teadmist saime järgmistel aastatel uuesti ära kasutada, kui me korraldasime küberturvalisuse kuu, ehk siis oktoobri jooksul veel igasuguseid küberhügieeni teavituskampaaniaid eakamatele elanikele.
Desde su primera edición, el Mes Europeo de la Ciberseguridad es la cita ineludible de toda la comunidad española. Creemos que todavía nos quedan muchos éxitos en común para hacer esa auténtica comunidad europea de ciberseguridad, para construir un mercado interior competitivo, basado en la soberanía tecnológica, en el que ningún ciudadano y ciudadana europeo se queden atrás de la ciberseguridad y que se sientan partícipes de este compromiso común por una sociedad, una economía digitales pero seguras.
Смятам, че е много важно дейностите да не останат само в рамките на месеца, но да получат устойчивост и която да доведе до повишаване на киберкултурата на потребителите.
Active participation in all phases of ECSM campaign throughout the year enables a lot of knowledge and experience sharing.
We all have agreed by now that cybersecurity is a shared responsibility, and Europol and the European Cybercrime Center are proud supporters of this initiative since 2016. Initiatives like European Cybersecurity Month help promote digital skills among EU citizens, businesses and governments, making them better prepared to feel and act safe online, reducing the opportunity window for criminals.
Vi i Norsk senter for informasjonssikring representerer Norge i ENISA og koordinerer vår nasjonale sikkerhetsmåned. Vi er stolte av vårt oppdrag og vårt europeiske samarbeid som startet opp for 10 år siden. Nå planlegger vi ulike aktiviteter og gleder oss til en svært aktuell og spennende sikkerhetsmåned i oktober.
Cybersecurity is a shared responsibility, and European Cybersecurity Month is more than just a campaign about raising awareness of the risks and good practices. It's a fun way for citizens to learn by participating and engaging in the content.
Campaigns like the
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here with us for the last presentation of the first day. My name is Sebastian Pitei. I'm representing Bit Sentinel, and we have today in our education panel a distinguished set of academics, let's say, that will present their perspectives on cybersecurity. Since we're a bit tight on schedule, I will leave my the opening remarks that I would have wanted to make at the end of the presentation. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Răzvan Bologa, he's a professor in the Computer Science Department of ASE Bucharest, to hold the first presentation. So, Mr. Bologa, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So, if the technical team would be kind enough to present the file that I have sent. The Bucharest University of Economic Studies, as you know, it's one of the top universities in Romania. According to the Times Higher Education rankings, we are one of the top 600 universities in the world. The first cybersecurity master in Romania and in Southeastern Europe in general was established by the Computer Science Department of the Bucharest University of Economic Studies in 2005. This was the very first initiative related to cybersecurity created in this part of Europe. It has been a successful program ever since, and we have expanded that program over the time. So right now we have a number of other master programs that address the subject of cybersecurity, and as of this year we have a second master program together with the National Intelligence Academy, which is dedicated to business intelligence, which has an important cybersecurity component. And there are a number of other initiatives that are currently going on. For instance, we are advocating the idea of creating a degree program, a bachelor degree program, which is generally more difficult to create because it requires substantial more funding, which for the time being we were not able to identify. And we also advocate the idea of adaptive learning. And why am I saying adaptive learning? Because if you want to teach a complicated subject such as cybersecurity in schools, or even in some programs that are not necessarily technical, there will be an issue with the teachers and professors that will have difficulty to address those complicated subjects. So what I'm going to do today is that I'm going to introduce a bit more in detail this concept of adaptive learning and smart content. So if you can show the next slide, please. Okay, so the main challenge is that we are dealing with advanced technologies. So if you go to a school in a remote area or a rural area and you want to introduce cybersecurity even at a basic level, there will be no teachers that are ready to teach that. The same problem you have if you go to a university program which is not necessarily technical. It's going to be very difficult to find teachers. And you don't have enough time to educate a new generation of teachers. So you must introduce cybersecurity before such a process of educating a new generation of teachers and professors will take place. So that's the main challenge that educational institutions have right now when are dealing with cybersecurity, and not only cybersecurity, even other advanced subjects such as robotics. And I'm going to show you how we are solving that. So if you can show the next slide, please. So these are the two problems that I have explained to you. So on one side, teachers have very few tools to address such complicated subjects. And the second thing is that, to be honest with you, there is no cybersecurity curricula available at a national level. So if you want to go to a digital library right now to take some lessons, it's simply impossible to find them, in Romanian at least. Even in English, it's not easy to find such content. It's fragmented. Sometimes you have to pay for some parts of it. So there is no such thing as a free online digital library with smart advanced content where you can go and you can start teaching lessons of cybersecurity, either at a university level or even at a lower level. Perhaps this is the reason why most universities in Romania, not only in Romania, in other countries, have generally created master programs. Because master programs require less funding, so they are much easier to create. And on the other side, you don't really need such well-prepared curricula, so you can invite all sorts of experts and they will explain their point of view to the students. So I would suggest that we go to the next slide. So that's the solution. So I think that in order to introduce cybersecurity in Romanian universities, and not only in Romanian universities, also in schools, you must create an online educational platform that has smart content in it. What is smart content and what is the difference between smart content and conventional e-learning content such as SCORM or others? So first of all, smart content or adaptive learning, as it is called scientifically, uses artificial intelligence in order to achieve a few major important elements. So first of all, smart content is adaptive. So it will adapt itself to the rhythm of the students. So better students will study faster, other students will study at a lower speed. Another major advantage of smart adaptive learning content is that it reduces substantially the teaching load. So you don't really need to prepare all your lessons before you go to class. That's a major issue. If you want to go to a remote rural school and you take a teacher, I don't know, in mathematics, and you want that teacher to start teaching cybersecurity, it will be very difficult for that person to prepare lessons every week for that particular subject. Because teachers spend a lot of time and energy to address this issue of curriculum development. And it generally takes many years of subsequent iterations to create good content. And if you do this, then it really works. So how did we test this platform? So we started to introduce it as a pilot in our university a few years ago. And then, with the help of some sponsors, we introduced it in many schools in Romania. There are over 60,000 children that are using this tool for another advanced subject, not so much for cybersecurity, but for robotics. And there are 1,700 children from all over Romania, many of them, teachers, 1,700 teachers from schools all over Romania. Many of them are quite from rural areas, and they were able to obtain extraordinary results. The initiative was initially funded by the Romanian Commercial Bank. Then we received some funding from the group Renault. After that, we received additional funding from the Global Worth Foundation. Global Worth, as you know, has major office buildings. And now we have also managed to obtain funding from the ASUS Education Foundation, the Taiwanese company. It was a very successful project. It was so successful that the Ministry of Education has finally decided to adopt this platform, and it will be part of the National Digital Library. And it will offer lessons in 5,400 schools all over Romania, starting with 2023. So if we can go to the next slide. Now I would skip this one. Okay, so basically what does this platform do? So if you look on the left side, you will see the old industrial style education, where you have a teacher, you have some children, you have some books, and then you have some experts in education that will prepare the books and will train the teachers. That's the system that has been around for almost 200 years now. This system simply doesn't work anymore when you are dealing with advanced technologies such as cybersecurity, robotics, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and many others. You cannot teach cybersecurity with printed materials. Even with e-learning platforms such as Moodle or with SCORM objects, it is extremely difficult. You cannot put a virus in a zip which comes out of a SCORM platform. That's not possible. So you need something that was designed, and it's used in some countries in the world, such as United Kingdom, United States, Israel, China, South Korea, and also in Romania nowadays, which means that you are using the so-called open educational resources. So there is a huge collection of open educational resources out there. An open educational resource, it's either a movie or a gamification platform. It can even be a simple document, but that's not advisable. And you need a tool to orchestrate the access to this huge collection of educational resources that is available all over the world. So there are millions, even hundreds of millions, of open educational resources, and it's impossible for a teacher from a small rural community to navigate in such a complex reality. So an orchestration tool called adaptive learning is needed. And if you use that, it really works. I'm going to show you a movie now. So I would suggest that we skip this slide. And we go to, so we organized in Romania something called educational hackathons for a very complex subject, similar to cybersecurity, which was robotics. And there is even a national robotics Olympiad, which is built on this platform, and there are 60,000 children. And it's really amazing. Even in the remote area of Fierbinț, that Fierbinț, as you know from the TV, children managed to obtain outstanding results. So it's something that is really, really working. So there is a movie which I would like you to see, and with this I will conclude my presentation. Can you start the movie? So that's important. Studying robotics with their grandparents and teachers and many other academic students. And thanks to this adaptive learning content, they were able to do a project that in the old days used to be typical to the second year from the Polytechnical University. So right now with this platform, the children at the age of 10 or 12 that are able to do such a project. It's a line follow. Thank you very much.
Frica de schimbare vine pentru că
Thanks a lot. Okay. No. Okay. So, Mr. Bologa, thanks a lot for your contribution. Again, in the interest of time, we won't be taking any questions or making any comments. And I would like to invite, if memory serves me well, Mr. Balan for the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. I am representing Transylvania University of Brasov. I will start with a small joke. This conference is very well organized and we thank the organizers. However, I cannot not notice that we have education on this side and behind that wall there are the startups. So if we think entrepreneurial, we have to bring them somehow together because education also means a little bit going entrepreneurial. So discussing about what we are doing in Brasov, we started with a cybersecurity master program in 2018. For that we had the support from CyberInt and also industry partners. We already have 3 promotions of graduates. Most of them are working in the cybersecurity industry or have moved after the master program in the cybersecurity area. We have each time around 5 foreign students. So we went international, and we have scholarships for foreign students that are joining our master and are quite well developed. And we also have 3 PhD students out of the foreign students. So I say this is good from internationalization point of view. Of course, we also have Erasmus students, so from starting with a program in English really helped us. So also cybersecurity being taught in English is easier, so I think this is the way to go. In 2021, so last year, we started a new initiative on top of what we did with the master program with Brasov Cyber Hub. That is an initiative started with 4 founding members, Transylvania University of Brasov, Metropolitan Agency of Brasov, CyberInt, and Atos. So we had local authorities, we have local university, we had institutions with, let's say, attributions in the area of cybersecurity and industry. And of course also with collaboration with other companies and entities. And I would like to mention, not that because I think it's really a model to follow, this is how we did, maybe we find another model and it's better that we get inspired from other models, but we went into building 3 pillars for our hub. Education is the first one, second one is related to events, and also with hackathons and capture the flag competitions. And third one is dedicated to innovation with startups, with incubators and accelerators. Not last week, some weeks ago, time flies fast. On 13th of October, we had the first edition of Brasov Cyber Hub conference, where we had also, let's say, high-class invites. Also, Mr. Câmpean and Mr. Rog were present. We started also this series of events that we hope it will become a tradition to gather the people in a community and also have different events towards the community. So I will go through some, let's say, small information about the activities that we have done on each pillar or are prepared or on the agenda to follow. So I would say, besides what we are doing with classes for the master program, we we introduced 3 high schools from Brasov in the program Vinerea Cyber of CyberInt. So they received classes in this direction from different stakeholders in industry or in institutions related to cybersecurity in Romania. We have planned and we will start vendor courses specific for the hub members from Cisco, Palo Alto, Atos. We have also planned dedicated courses from CyberInt experts in the area of IT forensics and malware analysis. Also on the educational pillar, we have an ISACA scholarship. So with sponsorship from Entity Data, we have 10 scholarships, each of $1,800 for 10 students. This is some of the first ISACA scholarships in Europe. So we are the first university in Europe that receives such a scholarship with one in tech that is one of their foundation. I would say we also have dedicated, out of this, we have dedicated scholarships for women or for students that need support into development their cybersecurity career. Related to events, we had last year an event called the Brasov Cyber Arena that is actually based on Unbreakable from BitSentinel. It was a rebranded event dedicated for Brasov of Unbreakable. We also have as one of our results the brochure called Assessment for Evolution of Ransomware that we have done together with the directorate, with the NSC. And you have also at the entrance here, and you'll see, I'm proud to say that Brașov Cyber Hub is here mentioned. So it's one of our results already. And we are preparing, we are doing already, but we try to, let's say, have it more established, capture the flag event around 15th of January that we call CTF Eminescu. And also we are preparing, together with Microsoft, a workshop for universities related to Azure cybersecurity. And I hope this will be of interest for all the panelists and other, let's say, universities. For the innovation pillar, we have started, end of September was launched by Atos, a program called Atos Robust, that is an accelerator dedicated for cybersecurity companies, startups that are willing to be promoted, to be accelerated locally, but also in Atos Group. So somehow we see of great importance the possibility to take local and also regional companies and help them grow, and of course help grow together locally. When we had on 30th of October our conference in Brașov, Mr. Câmpean said, you are too modest. You do a lot of things, but you are too modest. So now I came to brag a little bit, sorry for that. But sometimes maybe it's needed, and I took his advice. So I would say, as a conclusion, definitely we are, let's say, a use case. We are not a model to follow, and I'm not here to preach that. But I think the combination of academia, industry, local authorities, and institutions with attributions in the area of cybersecurity is the way to grow. And the combination of what we actually lack, I think, in our cybersecurity and let's say education culture is the going towards entrepreneurial actions, be more proactive and active, and try to grow locally. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Before moving forward, I would like to make a small announcement. On the screen, you will find 2 QR codes, and I've been told they're of trusted source. So if you scan them, you won't get any ransomware or strange things on your mobile devices. And from what I'm being told, these are 2 reports that the Romanian Cybersecurity Directorate is providing for both professionals and, let's say, non-tech savvy people alike. In these reports, you will find all sorts of interesting information about daily types of attacks. Just have a look. It will be interesting, even if you're not necessarily in the field of cybersecurity. Now, moving forward, I would like to invite Mr. Emil Simion, Associate Professor, University Polytechnic of Bucharest, and Business Generator Deputy Director. So, Mr. Simion, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Please, can you put... Hello, everybody. Thank you, Sebastian, for your kind introduction. The talk for today is the role of education in the field of cybersecurity, a component of IT security management. This is a joint work with the Center for Research and Training in Innovative Techniques of Applied Mathematics in Engineering from University Polytechnic of Bucharest, and Business Generator, a company which I have co-founded with Elena 2 years ago. The agenda for today is about connecting the dots between academic institutions, research and development institution, and private sector from my point of view of experience, information security threats, a security model, challenges derived from the proposed Cyber Resilience Act, and some ideas about technical details to set up an evaluation facility About academic institutions, at this moment I'm the coordinator of the master program Coding and Storage Theory of Information, a master program established in 2010. From 2 years ago, the master was listed in ENISA Educational Cybersecurity Database, and from this year it is listed in National Directorate Educational Database. The main fields of the master program are cryptology with cryptography and cryptanalysis, cybersecurity, protection against malicious applications, security of information and communication systems, and information compression. About the research and development facilities in 2019 at the University of Political Bucharest Faculty of Applied Science was founded the Center for Research and Training in Innovative Techniques of Applied Mathematics in Engineering Traian Lalescu. This center is open to students at bachelor, master and doctoral programs, and in this center there are some areas which covers cryptography and cybersecurity and of course cyber evaluation. As I told you 2 years ago, I founded with my partner a private company. Tomorrow will be a talk about this company by Elena. This company, Business Generator, is authorized by the Romanian authority to perform security audit, and we have courses approved by a Romanian National Authority, GDPR, and Information Security Manager. As you see, also private sector and academic sector are focused on courses. We have specialist courses on computer forensic, malware analysis, and NIST directive implementation, but these courses are not yet authorized. We have multiple and research development areas. Now, let's talk a little bit about information security threats in order to construct an integrated model for security to see what we need to learn our students. As you see, the threats are from several areas. The area of devices, the area of networks, systems, programs, and information and knowledge, that, for example, databases. And how we can go to an integrated model of security. Here is a model for security. The first thing we need, it is a cryptographic algorithm. An algorithm are mathematical formulas, very boring for most people. These formulas are implemented in crypto modules, and for example, crypto modules can be hardware devices or cryptographic libraries. Cryptographic modules are evaluated with FIPS standard. FIPS 140-3 is also has an ISO equivalent, ISO 19790, and end user does not interact with this cryptographic module, interact with a system. A system is composed by products. The products are evaluated by common criteria standard. Common criteria has an ISO equivalent like 15408, and these products are put into the system. The systems usually are evaluated using 2007K standards. The most dangerous attacks appear on the border of this disk. For example, we can have a good algorithm which is very good on paper, but when we implement, we can go to side channels attacks, for example. Timing attacks, where using computing sees the time of running of an algorithm, we can derive some information about the key. In September this year was ENISA put a Cyber Resilience Act and a proposal for a Cyber Resilience Act. Here's an extract from ENISA website, and there was a high motivation because hardware and software products are increasingly subject to successful cyber attacks. And the products suffer from two major problems which adding cost to users and society: a low level of cybersecurity and insufficient understanding and access by user. In this Cyber Resilience Act were set up 4 specific objectives. First, ensure the manufacturer improves the security of the products with digital elements. Second, ensures a coherent cybersecurity framework, facilitating compliance for hardware and software producers. 3, enhance the transparency of security properties of products with digital elements. And the last one, but not the least, is to enable business and customers to use products with digital elements secure. What are the national challenges derived from this Cyber Resilience Act? I identify a few, 6 challenges, 6 main challenges. You see 2 challenges as with red, these are from an academic area. The first challenge is about evaluation and certification in Romania of the products. The second one is evaluating the new technologies, for example, 5G technologies or quantum. We need specialized training curricula. That means the old curricula need to be updated to the new algorithms and techniques. Integrated cybersecurity services, financial resources, and of course to have a business case, a coherent business case. This, from my point of view, these are the national challenges derived from this Cyber Resilience Act. And now I will focus a little bit in the final on the challenges derived from specialist training curricula which need to be updated. These are some principles in cyber teaching, but not only. The first of all is presentation a history of the development concept. For example, if we talk about Riva, Shamir and Adelman development, we need to talk about Euler and Fermat contribution, which was 300 years ago. Using heuristic methods in teaching activities. Răzvan talked about capture the flags and Professor Titus. In these competitions, we use a lot of cryptanalysis. From simple problems to complex ones. That means we must learn our students modern ciphers, like symmetric and asymmetric techniques, which are resistant to quantum attacks. Correlation and unifying the concept. That means we must correlate the hardware security with software and firmware security solutions with GDPR and NIST directive. And of course, the final one is in security, there are a number of finite rules which give the solution to the security problem. But also in security, no rule is absolute. Here are some ideas about how we need to set up a facility, a cybersecurity evaluation facilities. This facility is derived from Cyber Resilience Act. First of all, we need to have skills in algorithm evaluation, a lot of mathematics. Cryptographic module evaluation, that means FIPS evaluation. Algorithm and product evaluation, that means common criteria. System evaluation, vulnerability scanners, and of course, a lot of standards which must be complied. This is my talk. There are a lot other slides here, a lot of slides about these technical details, but they are not subject to this topic. But I will leave it to the director as a presentation. Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Simeon. I had a flash of all my mathematics training that I had long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, but you know, it's always nice. I'm inviting, and actually, you know, a bit of a mishap on my part. Will both Mr. Bufna and Mr. Kirali be holding a presentation? Okay, only Mr. Bufna. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My presentation, Bufna, UBB, please. Okay, thank you. So in the beginning, I just want to say thank you to the organizer for this wonderful event and for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be here. So I have this presentation about the cybersecurity initiatives at Bucharest University, and this presentation is made together with my colleague Alexandru, which raise your hand, and Adrian Sterka. Actually, they didn't help me with the presentation, but they are involved in the, let's say, the cybersecurity initiatives taken at Bucharest University. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So we have these 3 pillars of 3 missions of a university: teaching, we all know teaching, research, and services to society. And we try actually to our cyber security initiatives to cover them all, actually to cover all these 3 pillars. And okay, thank you. So in the beginning, few years ago, we only covered the let's say the teaching pillar. At the beginning, in the field of cybersecurity, okay, thank you. We only have some individual classes in different educational programs. We have a software security class in the undergraduate level. Actually, this is actually an optional class. Actually, this class is having interception in a Bitdefender collaboration. Then we have a security protocol in communication class at master level. That's a class. I'm the one who delivers that class. We have some cryptography classes and some cybersecurity related topics in different other classes, but let's say very small topics. And I guess a few years ago, that's all we had back then. And okay, so there is a but. There is always a but. There were no dedicated cybersecurity educational programs at UBB with a unified curricula built around the cybersecurity field. And this is a timeline. We started back in 2019 with the cybersecurity postgraduate program. Then we continue in 2021 with the cybersecurity open course. And right now, this year, everybody here, I guess, has a master in the field of cybersecurity. We also work very hard this year at, let's say, at a file at an application for a cybersecurity master program. I will tell you later a little bit more it because it's a special one, and we hope to start this master next year. So I have a slide for one slide for each of these programs. The cybersecurity postgraduate program is a lifelong learning program. I would say that is not the best. It was a less success story. On the long term, we hadn't enough candidates to make the program sustainable. There are some obstacles, the pandemic, some legal changes. We had this rigorosity at the level of Bucharest University that actually we require students to be there and have over 90% attendance. And back then, in 2019, so we didn't think that actually we can do quality remote learning. But I guess the pandemic changed that perspective, or maybe it's debatable even right now. This is about the cybersecurity postgraduate program, and this year we start working at this, let's say, cybersecurity master program. And what's let's say special about it is the fact that it is developed under the umbrella of EIT Digital. That's the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. Someone here said earlier that it's very easy to organize a cybersecurity, to propose a cybersecurity master. So it was not easy because we had to align the curricula and the requirements of RACIS, for example, with the requirements of EIT. So the master is already approved by EIT, but it needs approval by Romanian regulators. I think that last week came the response from the Romanian National Authority for Qualification, ANC, and these days the application in somewhere between the UBB office curricula and RACIS. And what's also more specific to this master, that it has a very strong, let's say, innovation and entrepreneurship component. Actually, these AIT masters, there are different AIT masters in cybersecurity, in data science, in automotive, and so on. All of them actually have a minor in innovation and entrepreneurship, and let's say the cybersecurity part for this master is a major. I think this double degree with a minor in something and a major in something is something that we don't have in the Romanian legislation, from what I know. So actually, we were on unknown land when this master was proposed, and we hope that with the next academic year, 2023-2024, if we get all the approvals to start it. Regarding the research pillars, the research pillar, there are some PhD theses that are conducted by our dean, Professor Anca Andreica, in the field of cybersecurity. And right now, we are building up a research group in the cybersecurity around the people involved in the cybersecurity master program I've just talked to you about, and the PhD student from this slide. Talking about the last pillar, services to society. On that timeline, there was another, let's say, cybersecurity related educational program, an open course. So this open course we started in last year, I guess, yes. Is open for everyone, even for people outside the university. And first edition was a real success with, I guess, over 40 participants. And actually, there were participants that actually had to pay for attending the course. And also on this pillar, the Bucharest University and the Faculty of Mathematics and Computer Science is part actually in Digital Innovation Hub project called Transylvania Digital Innovation Hub, and to this project we hope to deliver some cybersecurity related services to SMEs and to public institutions. I guess they will also be covered to this program. I have a slide here with long-term problems to address, but I guess all of us are aware of these problems. Maybe I will insist on the last bullet on the slide, the most important problem to address on the long term, how to attract new talented young graduates in the academia. This is why I took Alex here with me today. he's some sort of an apprentice. Okay. And instead of conclusion, I have here a poster to for our cybersecurity master program that we hope will start next year. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for the contribution. It's always funny that whenever you talk about cybersecurity and you need to have a logo, there's always going to be someone with a hood on. You know, it's just, you know, maybe in some dark, shady basement, but.
So I saw a picture of a cybersecurity conference with a lot of politicians with ties, and I guess that image is. I don't know, more appropriate to promote the cybersecurity master program than the picture with politicians wearing costume and ties. Thank you.
Okay, that's you know, a fair description, so to speak. Now, next, I hope I got my order correct. I would like to invite Dr. Florin Sofonea, Associate Professor, Dean of the Faculty of Sciences, Lucian Blaga, University of Sibiu.
Thank you very much. If it's possible to start my presentation. I don't have a lot of slides here. I want to thank you to organize about this wonderful conference. And of course, I want to start to talk about cybersecurity. In University Lucian Blaga of Sibiu, we have two big faculty of science and faculty of engineering, and we have there informatics, mathematics, informatics, and computer science. I talk today more about faculty of science because I am dean there, and we want to start this year, like our colleague from Cluj, a cybersecurity master program in English. Why? Because I talk a little bit about the faculty. We have a bachelor in informatics, mathematics, and informatics, ecology, biology, and so on. In master, we have advanced in information system and technology, apply mathematics and informatics. We have a lot of teacher, students at a bachelor and master degree, and what I want to talk is what we want to make in this master from cybersecurity. We started together with our Sibiu IT cluster. Every partner support us in this common project, and I think it's very important to have the practical part inside to our master program. What skill we want to give to our master students? I write it here, some part of these skills. And of course, they have in final some job careers in cybersecurity, analysts, engineers, and so on. Because in cybersecurity, we have from low level to high level jobs for everybody. I show some part of our curriculum from the first year, from the second year, and of course this is what we want to start it this year. We have the same problem with Arachis and so on. But in final, all is all right. Was possibility to start, but this program in the autumn, but was very short time to promote this master, and we want to have a success. In University Lucian Blaga, we have other after-graduate program in cybersecurity for 1 year, but because we started in 2019, don't work very well. And now I hope to have this project, and I'm sure in final we will have a success because we want students after they finish one program from bachelor degree and master degree in informatics. I think it's better, and yes, we will see what's happened. It's important for us this kind of meetings because it's important to share the experience, teachers, because I'm sure everybody have problems in this cybersecurity new domain. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. I am now giving the floor to Mr. Gabriel Raicu, Associate Professor, PhD, Vice Director of Scientific Research and Innovation, Maritime University of Constanța.
First, I would like to thank you for introduction. I will try to be very brief due to the time, and also due to the facts that all the big things was already enunciated, and another big things will be also enunciated after my intervention. So, the maritime domain, it's a little different than common domains. It's different, but also it generates a lot of dependencies between its core and our lives. Actually, in starting with 2017, the International Maritime Organizations officially started the great announcement, consisting only in a paraphrase: we need to address cybersecurity, no more, no less. So we take this as a propulsory stance, and we build on our larger experience from more than 2 decades ago. We start to build a sort of custom cybersecurity approach related to maritime field, but also good for all of us. So, if we want to build something which want to be resilient, we need to invest in it. For this purpose, we make some efforts to be able to introduce not only cybersecurity as a field of research, as a field of education, but also to make some links to autonomous ship and autonomous port operations, and generally speaking, different kind of autonomous operation. Because if the cybersecurity will become an even greater issue, will be in different autonomous areas. Also, we don't forget maritime medicine, live on board, training technologies, and so on. Starting with 2019, we developed a master studies related to cybersecurity and risk management. It's a kind of master study which contains a lot of technical information, technical knowledge, but also in different approaches because one seafarer needs to understand also the cause behind the cyber problems and cyber threats. Also, they need to understand even the geopolitical things, because it's one thing to be surprised by the cyber attack in South China Sea, and another thing to be a victim in Black Sea or in other part of the world. You can see in that cloud picture actually the Nigerian students who expressed their interest in our cyber training. It's not directly related to the master's studies, but actually we try to extend our experience in a format of introductory course on all bachelor specializations. Also, our master's study was good contaminated by the cybersecurity aspects, because as you can see on the slide, there are different kinds of approaches and different kinds of topics. It is very useful not only to have a cybersecurity related master's study, but also to include some important information in other curricula, in other kind of master's studies. We start to build our infrastructure for this reason. You can see a lot of things inside. It's not all. We start with Maritime Cybersecurity Simulator, because a maritime domain, it's like a connection between the onshore and offshore part. We start to build our own malware information sharing platform, different cyber ranges adapted to maritime specificities. But also we built a platform which until today succeed to index over 1.8 millions of security articles. Most of them, maybe over 80% related to cybersecurity in general speaking. Also, we have different achievements, but I will skip because I promise to be brief. We are trying also to make a deep links between the academia and the economical part of our society. For this reason, we start an advanced research project. The name is Cyber Maritime Operations Center. The research part is performed by us, and the implementation part and the commercial part will be offered as cybersecurity services by a company in Constance area. Also, we try to build links on every direction, and we are also founding member in Cisco cluster. Cisco cluster, which tends to increase the general capacity of cooperation between the academia, between different kind of companies and different kind of actors who can add their expertise and their quality to increase the overall efficiency in Romanian cybersecurity approaches. Also, we try to make different approaches very well focused on actual status in the world. For this reason, we make a lot of researches in energy security and hybrid warfare under the umbrella of NATO ACS. And also on different part, which also is very focused and very related to maritime field, but not only maritime field. I want to remember that about logistics and cyber terrorist threats. The working groups are over 80 experts from all around the world, maybe 5 from Romania, and the rest from far away, because the cybersecurity tends to be a very, very important issue, and we need to assure some sort of consistency in our big picture related to this topic. Promised to be brief. I hope I succeed. Thank you for your patience. I would like to thank you for your invitations, and I'm deeply open to any question or comments. Thank you. I'm here if it's necessary.
No questions yet.
Okay.
In the end, I believe it's.
Okay.
Let's
Thank
hear
you.
everyone. Really nice. Now, was just thinking about it, and I would like to share with you absolutely everyone here, and thank you for that. Managed to take their presentations in 10 minutes or less than 10 minutes, which thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. Okay, so next on the list, I believe it's Mr. Cipriano Prisha, PhD, Computer Science, Department Faculty of Automation and Computer Science, Technical University of Cluj.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me here. Can you control L full screen? Control L. Thank you. Okay, so today I will talk about our cybersecurity master program at the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca, which is hopefully a success story of collaboration between the industry and the academic institutions in our city. First of all, our master program is called SISC, which in Romanian stands for Securitatea Informațiilor și Sistemelor de Calcul, or Information and Computing System Security. Right now, our master program is in Romania, but we intend in the future to switch to English as we have more and more interest from international students. The duration of the master program is 2 years, which is split into 3 semesters for teaching and 1 semester for preparing the dissertation thesis. We have between 20 to 40 students per year, and as I said before, it's a joint master, it's a collaboration between our university and the company Bitdefender. As a bit of history, the idea started in 2013. This is an important year for me because at that point I started my PhD studies and I was also working at Bitdefender. So I would say in a special position because I had and I still have 1 foot in the industry and 1 foot in the academia. The collaboration for preparing the master took about 2 years, including the paperwork. As my colleague before stated, there is a lot of paperwork with accreditation and so on. But finally, in October 2015, we managed to start and we had the first generation of master students. Our vision stands on 3 pillars. First of all, we want to prepare cybersecurity specialists. We want to give competencies which are similar to industry recognized certification, and we also want to fill the local workforce demand. Because right now, there is a huge demand for cybersecurity specialists. For instance, locally in Cluj-Napoca, we have cybersecurity companies, but we also have IT companies that are not oriented on cybersecurity, but they need cybersecurity experts, from system administrator to programmers that know how to design a secure system. The second topic in our vision is to give an overview of the major cybersecurity topics. So we can't teach everything. Cybersecurity is a really vast area, and I don't think there is anybody who can be an expert on every subtopic of cybersecurity. But the important part is teach students how to learn. Tell them about the major concepts of cybersecurity, and then they will, after graduating our master program, they will be able to find new information on their own. Finally, our third topic is teach cybersecurity, don't teach about cybersecurity. So there are a lot of training programs that they talk a lot about cybersecurity. Okay, cybersecurity is nice, malware are bad, and so on. But our approach is a very hands-on approach. When we talk about malware, we actually work with live malware. We do static analysis using tools like Guidra, IDA Pro. We do dynamic analysis. We run malware in sandboxes in virtual machine. We use all kinds of tools for analysis, and we teach the students how to do that. We consider the hands-on approach very important. That's why we have courses and we have a lot of lab sessions and project sessions. The program fundamentals start from the ACM and IEEE cybersecurity curricula. We took inspiration from various cybersecurity certification, and we kept an eye on other universities, especially other major universities from North America or Western Europe, that they have similar programs. Finally, we combine the academic experience from the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca and the Bitdefender's industrial experience. I will walk you a little bit through our curricula. Some of the classes are taught by, especially the courses, are taught by a professor from the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca, while other courses and most of the lab works are taught by specialists from Bitdefender. So, in the first semester we have topics like secure coding, information security, which is more theoretical, the reverse engineering that I used as an example before. We have, each semester we have like 3 mandatory courses and 1 optional. So in the first semester you can choose between mobile security and programming on the Intel architecture. There it's a very cool topic. You actually learn how to build an operating system from scratch. You understand how operating system works so you can secure them better. In the second semester, we continue with advanced stuff like kernel development, web security. We have some optional about big data in security, which I also teach. And finally, in the third semester, we have other interesting topics like pen testing, secure administration, and incident response. As you may have noticed, all these, or not all of them, but most of these topics require to have some prior experience in computer science or in IT. Especially, you need to know how to code. You can't write an operating system without knowing how to code. You can't write scripts for basic system administration tasks if you don't know how to code. So we need specialized students here. As an infrastructure, so we use the Technical University infrastructure like computers, projectors. We use the virtual infrastructure like Moodle, Microsoft Teams. And we also have some cyber range. It's called HackNet, and it's provided by colleagues from Bitdefender, when you can turn on virtual machines that have various vulnerabilities, and the students may learn how to do pen testing on them. After each year, we had some questionnaires for the students, and we asked them a couple of questions, including how do you appreciate the effort. So most of them told us it's about average, ranking from 3.5 to 4.5 out of 5 points. As I said, you need coding skills, so our best candidates for these master programs are computer science graduates. But from time to time, we had students that had no prior computer science experience, but with perseverance and ambition, they managed to fill the gap and learn all the necessary skills. Unfortunately, we also had some unhappy situations where we had candidates that were history graduates, and they thought, okay, cybersecurity is cool, I want to learn that. But after a couple of weeks, they decided, okay, the master was too technical for them. We have mandatory classes that are usually 4 hours per day, usually 1 course and 1 laboratory session, and 4 days per week. Since most master students are already working, we try to have those classes or either in the morning or in the evening, so we can accommodate the work schedule. Of course, there is also some individual work required, around 12 to 16 hours per week. So, as conclusions, there were some topics that I addressed. So first of all, we need cybersecurity programs because the market needs cybersecurity experts, and our country needs cybersecurity specialists in order to defend from external threats. We have chosen to prepare a master program because it's much more comprehensive than small trainings. So of course, in a 3-month training, you can teach about one specific security topic. Or you can teach about multiple security topics, but you just scratch the surface. In a master program, you can teach more and actually get hands-on experience. Hard work was necessary from both sides, so we did some hard work preparing all the course and lab materials. Also, our students need to do some hard work in order to graduate our course. Right now, the main issue is finding the good candidates, because we have teaching materials, we have teachers, we have even a good infrastructure. Right now, the question is how to promote this master, how to introduce cybersecurity elements even at bachelor level courses, so students will be interested and will be willing to do the extra effort and join our master program. So thank you. I will take questions after the presentations, or if you want to keep in touch, you have my email address here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And last but not least, Mr. Claudiu, not sure if we miss Brandas. It's good, okay. So PhD coordinator, Faculty of Economics and Business Administration, West University of Timișoara.
Okay, thank you everyone. Hello everyone, and first I want to address congratulations to organizers for this event. Well, what left to say? Because now at this time I'm full of ideas and I don't know what left to say, but what I know, we have a lot of work to do. Yeah, that not scaring me, but I'm very happy that here we are, in terms of cybersecurity, like a honeypot to cybersecurity knowledge. Yeah. So I'm a professor at West University of Timișoara, and I'm a knowledge worker. That is my my main field, knowledge worker. I want to start to present me like I'm a human being, because from now we have a problem with human beings or robots. Yeah. So, cybersecurity, we start to introduce cybersecurity in our curricula in 2005, yeah, because I work many years in IT auditing, and I saw the problems of data breaching or cybersecurity, cyber attacks in a company. What is for us, and it's very hard to present the students or the professional the effective role of cybersecurity. For example, how it starts, the cybersecurity. And I remember that when I studied the history of cybersecurity, it started with two men and a network, computer and network. How? It was ARPANET in 70s. In 70s, in ARPANET, a man who, the name is Bob Thomas, yeah, sent the program in the network from a computer to another computer. The creeper show a message: I am a creeper, catch me if you can. And in the same time, another guy, Ray Lionson, elaborate a program Reaper, who catch the creeper. Yeah. That is the first generation, that is the first step in cybersecurity. So, today, cybersecurity is a very complex domain, very complex for us. And we can talk about cybersecurity 1.0, cybersecurity 2.0, and so on. Because from now, we will face with very high challenges in cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence and quantum computing is the next challenge in the cybersecurity. So we can talk about here about the cybersecurity ecosystem. That ecosystem reunite the professionals, the academia, and the public institutions. So at our university, we have the cybersecurity initiatives split on 2 levels. Level 1, it's cybersecurity initiative of the Faculty of Mathematics and Informatics, who is technical focus, it's very technical. Here we have a master program in cybersecurity, started in 2019, and now we have 40 students on that master. Another level is the PhD level in research, PhD level of research in cybersecurity at the Faculty of Mathematics and Informatics, and here we have many topics, but many of them are DNA biometrics, intrusion detection systems, fraud analysis and fraud detection, and so on. Our new initiative in this field of cybersecurity is the Cybersecurity Hub, where it's founded in 2020, this year. And the main objective of this hub are to develop excellence in cybersecurity education based on collaboration between professionals, academic environment, and here we started a collaboration with the University of Maryland, who has very good programs on cybersecurity, and we want to exchange this experience. So, the second level of our cybersecurity initiative is at the Faculty of Economics and Business Administrations. And maybe you ask, because all my colleagues are in the very technical field, I am from business field. Yeah. Why the cybersecurity in the business field? Because when I start the course, I teach in this field 2 courses of information systems auditing. When I start the course, I ask the students if they have on the mobile phones on antivirus. And the answer, I don't know if you imagine the answer, it's around 3% of them that they have on antivirus on their mobile phones or smartphones. So, when I go to my parents, maybe an hour, I must delete the malicious notifications because it's full of them on their mobile phones. So, a study shows us that accountants in the business field are targeted to ransomware or phishing. Yeah. And the problem is that the cyber attacker exploit in the main form the lack of education or poor of education. That is the main exploit of a cyber attacker, because the people don't have knowledge how to protect, how to prevent, how to detect, how to correct. Well, at the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration, we have a course in the third year of IT business specialization named Security and Control in Business Information Systems. We have at the master level the course, two courses of information systems auditing, and at the postgraduate level we want to develop specialized courses focus on, for example, cybersecurity in business, yeah, and where we want to collaborate. And thanks for this event that we met partners maybe to develop these programs. Well, what I want to underline in the cybersecurity is gamification. We have experience in gamification because we develop a few games in two projects. Yeah, and we saw that when we teach, if first we play a game with the student, are very attracted. Yeah. For example, we have experience in RPG, role-playing game. We develop role-playing game in teaching. As I say, we have before we have two projects, RGE and TrustV GLP. It's a role-playing game where in this game we can define scenarios, and the students become a character in the game. For example, we use escape rooms in this game. Yeah. Okay. I want to show you a very interesting thing. We make a job analysis. We scan in Timișoara job market. We scan the job market, and we find that we have now exist 29 jobs related to cybersecurity. Most wanted of them are cybersecurity analyst, penetration tester, cybersecurity engineering, and cybersecurity manager. What this means? It's a lot or not? I don't know. 29 on Timișoara. For example, the total IT jobs in Timișoara from best jobs are around 1,000. It's 29, but the problem is this. We cannot find 29 specialists here now to provide 29 specialists to these companies. Yeah, that is the problem. It's not, maybe not too much, because we're facing with the following challenges. The student must choose between cybersecurity career or programming, full stack programmer, or database administrators, or so on. And now the salaries maybe are more attractive in the programming field. Yeah, but I saw that the cybersecurity jobs are not very good promoted. Why I must choose cybersecurity? Yeah. The question of the big question of my students when I teach information systems auditing is how we can modify electronic catalog and the results of my exam. Is it possible? I don't know. They can try. Yeah, you know, because now we use electronic catalog in where we write the student results. It's all digitalized. and the students are interested how they can modify the results. Maybe they succeed. I don't know. I hope no. So another point a strong point in our cybersecurity development is our high-performance computing models in heterogeneous systems at the Faculty of Mathematics and Informatics. And here, my colleagues developed some models on CPU and GPU architecture, where it's applicable in intrusion detection systems, antivirus engines and firewalls, digital forensic, DNA analysis, and file carving. Yeah. Well, last, I want to present, we make a cybersecurity SWOT analysis. What is our strengths, what is our weaknesses, what is our opportunities, and what is our threats. Yeah. So, our strengths, little strengths, because we have only a few steps in developing cybersecurity curriculum. So, we have a master, we have some courses, and we have in developing a cybersecurity postgraduate program, but we have many weaknesses, many of them, and here we have a lack of infrastructure, because to teach cybersecurity you must have a very good infrastructure to test, for example, for malware analysis, to ransomware analysis. You need sandboxes, not to leave students to test the cybersecurity just like that in all the faculty network. We have a lack of professionals who want to be partners and teach this, because to develop cybersecurity skills, we need the collaboration with professionals and practitioners. Yeah. So, opportunities are, we are optimistic, because we want to, from this point, we want to develop the collaboration with many partners. And the threats. One of the main threats are ethical. Yeah, because, for example, at my classes, we apply pen testing. Yeah. And the pen testing depends on the how much you enter in a pen test. But threats are, if we teach in the cybersecurity, we can teach and we can provide knowledge that can be used by hackers. Yeah. We want to teach to become cybersecurity professionals, and maybe we can risk to teach and obtain very professional hackers. Yeah. That is a threat. Another threat are low interest about cybersecurity. I don't know. The market will show us that. And another threat are high cost of and high investment, high cost of cybersecurity resources, educational, professional, and so on. Well, that was all from us. Thank you for your attention, and hope to collaborate. Thank you.
Thanks a lot to all the panelists. I know a couple of gentlemen need to leave, so thanks a lot for being here. This may be a bit unusual, but after seeing all of this, the academia's viewpoint on cybersecurity education, it's going to be, me closing this panel with our, let's say, a short presentation from, us, the private sector, so to speak, and a bit of a view on how we see education in cybersecurity for everyone. Now I get to use technology. Okay, so one important thing, one interesting idea that a good friend of mine that works in cybersecurity pointed out to me was, how do you define a junior in cybersecurity, right? That's, it's a simple question, and if you go on probably any other field. Okay, but bear with me for a minute. So if you have, for instance, a junior programmer, he needs to learn a bit of algorithms and hopefully a programming language. If you go for a networking guy, he should be able to at least say the OSI model and recite something on the TCP/IP stack and so on. The problem with cybersecurity is you need to know to have a foundational level of pretty much anything. You need to know hardware, you need to know operating system, you need to know network, you need to know databases, you need to know a bit of law, to interpret laws and to make to know the fact that, for instance, if you have a degree and you try to hack something, it's go directly to jail, do not pass go 7 years. So that's that's the penalty that you will actually have. So in this regard, being a junior in cybersecurity, it's extremely difficult, at least from our point of view. So again, learning is universal and continuous. This is true to every profession, and it's extremely complicated for IT and for cybersecurity. I've read, information that you have attacks every 40 seconds. You have something new going on each and every day, so you need to keep up to date. And we've identified, let's say, the 3 pillars that everybody keep talking about 3 pillars. So there are our 3 pillars. We have individual companies and universities that we have identified, as potential customers, if you so want. So the first and most important thing, we say cyber for individuals, but individuals are ranging from 12 and 14 years old. We actually have in Def Camp, we have a girl, I forgot her name right now. She was, I believe, 12 or 14 when she hacked a major institution in the United States. Okay, so that was one thing. And these parts, the cyber for individuals, these are, they're meant for everyone. If you're someone that doesn't know anything about cybersecurity but would like to bump up your cybersecurity awareness level, like don't click anything that you see on the net, and these courses go up for to people that actually want to have a job in this industry, both people that are just finishing their studies or people that have 10 to 15 years of experience. So these are basically tailor-made. That's very bad, I'm sorry for that. These are tailor-made trainings, practical trainings that map on different competencies. In here, I'm sorry, it's not showing that good, but all of those on the columns, you actually have the skills taxonomy. OWASP is a let's say a sort of framework that defines certain categories of attacks and of things that you can do, and all of those exercises are mapped on those specific skills. And this is actually a screenshot from the actual platform. Going a bit further, we have CyberEdu for companies, where the thing that we are most proud of here is we're actually simulating attack and defense. And I believe everyone remembers that we were playing cups and rubbers when we were small. And this is actually a very, very good opportunity for you as a company to test your skills, but go beyond a simple, I'm going to say, pen test, right? I always, ask these questions. What are the first 10 steps that you do when, you get that call at 2 o'clock Friday and says, hey, we've been breached? What do you do? And this helps you because we've seen customers that had breaches and they were like, and excuse my French, they were running like headless chicken. Okay, what do we do? Who do we contact? Who do we talk to? And that's important. In a crisis situation, you need to have, like, the guys in the aviation industry we have a problem, left landing is out. Okay, we take the book, and we start reading about, okay, what do we need to do? That, and that. And that's something that, organizations can use. They are the blue team, they're the defenders, we're the attackers, we're going to attack them, and we're going to simulate environments pretty close to vendors and way of configuring that they will find in their infrastructure. Okay. And again, last but not least, CyberEdu for universities and teaching academies, because as much as we would like, it's impossible for us to provide training for everyone. It's just a handful of people, and we actually believe that the field of cybersecurity is about collaboration and sharing knowledge and sharing information. Because if you keep the knowledge to yourself, sooner or later, you can't build sustainable things for that. So what we can do for academia, let's say, is try to come up with, let's say, to try to complement the curricula that you gentlemen already have, be it for a bachelor program or for a master's or PhD program, with, let's say, things that we've seen in actual production, as we call it. So that's one thing. The other thing was, we can help you build your own cybersecurity laboratories. I mean, I've seen that some of you are already doing this, which is great. I mean, it's nice and refreshing to hear that people are doing this, but we can also do this because, again, we have things, other products, so to speak, that rely on these things, and we also have internal laboratories. Believe it or not, we're a security company. We also have infrastructure. We also need to do patching, and we also need to test things, so to speak. So again, it's something that we know and do day in and day out, and that's something that we can help you out with. Also, some of you mentioned Unbreakable, and we have actually a couple of slides full of stats, because we're geeks and we like numbers. So, well, that's it. You're going to see them in a moment. We can also help you, either white labeled or, under the event's name, help you host and such, let's say, hackathons or events. And if someone thinks that, hey, you just get a bunch of people in a room with their computers and hacking, it's actually more complicated than that. And there are actually entire, discussion and thesis on scoring system. How do you give people points and so on and so forth. So we can also help you with that. And probably the invisible bullet that it's not there, we can probably try to help you with any other thing that someone identifies that you can think of. They say, I would like to do that, or I'd like to do this course or this topic or whatnot. You have our contact information. Just give us a call, and we'll try to help you to the best of our abilities. This is again one small screenshot from the platform, from the CyberEdu platform. Here's a more of a bird's eye view of an actual course, a training session. This is an incident responder. What's really nice about it is, if you look in the top right corner, you will see Kali browser instance, actually directly from the let's say, training materials. You go in, you read, and you can actually go in, hit a button, and a live computer with Kali. So the ones that are familiar with hacking, probably heard of Kali. So you'll actually have a Kali browser instance to try to simulate whatever it is that you are learning in the course. So Unbreakable Romania, I'm gonna skip the introductions. Long story, very, very short. This is a program that's focused on cybersecurity education, high school and universities. You have mentors in here. You have people that are, you can actually see them. What's nice, at least from my point of view, with Unbreakable, is that it's not a fire and forget type of thing. We have a Discord channel where people can go in there. We've actually hired people from that Discord channel, so those stories that, hey, if you're good enough, you can actually, make a company. They're real. We have colleagues that we recruited in such a way, so to speak. Yeah, it's a very nice program. Stats for geeks or stats for nerds. So, you know, someone was talking in a previous panel about the split between men and women, and I believe we also have this here. We see 23% female participation in this, which is nice. We always encourage everyone to be here. Again, more stats for those that want to read more about them. Team distribution, whatever counties were better, and because someone was also saying about the gamification side of things. People in cybersecurity tend to be very competitive. So if you have some sort of stats and show them that, like a Hall of Fame or anything like that, they will definitely appreciate it. And last but not least, what we do for education, we host large-scale hacking competitions. I presume a lot of you have heard of DEF Camp. We also organize DEF Camp, where those are also, teaching, let's say, opportunities for people inside the industry. We have lots of talks. We have, people and lots of speakers. I believe that in the last physical DEF Camp we had, which was in 2019, we had about 2,000 participants and something between 60 speakers, which is, it's difficult from the logistics part, but we made it. So this was for me. Thanks a lot for listening. And in the, let's say, closing of the event, there will be a question, of course, for each and every one of you, and I would like to, very bluntly ask you this. It's extremely nice that that everyone has started with master's program, but since security is extremely complicated, it's, let's say, our opinion that a master's program is not enough. There are so many things you need to learn about cybersecurity, and I remember me when I was graduating, and do remember that I'm old enough that I didn't, catch the Bologna thing. I was, 4 years I'm a programmer, by the way. So, and after 4 years, I remember I was like, okay, so what do I actually know? Okay, I know some algorithms, I know some Java, I know networking, but not from universities, because I went to Cisco thing and I liked it so much. And I'm thinking, if I would, be here right now and someone would throw at me, okay, let me teach you about cybersecurity, and you know what RSA is, and do you know what IPsec is? Now, whoa. It's complicated. So the blunt question to each and every one of you is, how, first of all, do you think it's feasible to have a bachelor program in each of your respective institution that's solely focused on cybersecurity? That would be one thing, if you believe it's good or not. And the second thing is, can we do it like within a reasonable time span, not in 15 years, because we would be all hacked by then numerous times. So can we do it in a a reasonable time frame? And what are the challenges? Who or what? Well, I've hinted the answer, but who or what is preventing you to do that? So as a closing statement for each and every one of you, if you gentlemen could answer or share your thoughts on these matters, that I believe it would be helpful for everyone around here. So who would like to start? Please.
Yeah, can you hear? Yeah. I think it's very hard to set up a bachelor degree in cybersecurity from several reasons, but it's not impossible. The first one is the human resources in teaching. At University Polytechnic of Bucharest, we have professors which teach cybersecurity, but they are not specialized in cybersecurity. For example, me, I graduated Faculty of Mathematics 25 years ago. A lot of formulas, but since then I specialized in cryptanalysis and cryptography. The human resources, it is a problem, a big problem, because we do not have young professors in our university. In fact, myself entered in university 10 years ago. I was first in industry. The second reason why I think it's very hard to have this bachelor degree is because we need to cover the gaps between academia, research and development institutions, and private sector. I think can be done only if these three type of entities share their knowledge. As you told us that professionals need to come to teach young students. The third reason is we have a high level of inner lethargy in updating our curricula. It's not a dynamic. The curricula must be very dynamic. And I have concrete examples when the same courses is like 10 years ago and need to update it. Not from my side, but I know this. And the students, we prepare them for development or prepare them for evaluating, but they will work with new technologies like quantum or 5G. We don't have experts in 5G teaching, for example. So quantum, I refer to real life experts. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, it's working. So my opinion about this is that it would be very, very difficult. The main problem will be human resource related, and actually I do think that we need to train specialists in cybersecurity capable to spread the word and train their own colleagues horizontally within their, let's say, enterprises, or it's human resource related for finding those young peoples. Alexandru is here with me, and I will ask him maybe a related question, and I want to take his answer as a takeaway from this meeting. Why a young computer science graduate, very, very, very talented in the field, will remain in academia rather than search for much, much better jobs in the industry?
Well, thank you so much. I think I can actually answer this firsthand, since I'm actually still a master's student in the second year and my final year actually, and a future PhD student, of course. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance, or I don't think I will have the chance to actually follow the new Master Security program, but I can see it from both perspectives now. And what I believe is that there shouldn't necessarily be a distinction between the academia and the industry, because these things are somehow so parallel yet so touching, somehow like two periodic functions slightly offset. The thing is that the cybersecurity domain, at least in my perspective, is so dynamic and so rapidly growing that it is mostly focused on the exchange of information and experience. So rather than actually teaching cybersecurity per se, you have to teach the students how to learn, basically, because this domain, as it's been said before, covers such a wide range of domains that it's actually quite hard to have it at the bachelor level, since this was the question, because they should know most things prior to actually starting this bachelor course, and also in order to get the students to get a hold of how cybersecurity works, I also believe that it should be gamified per se, but not actually building games, but actually letting the students know that in a simulated environment there are no repercussions, and when they actually get to do the things live on real machines, it won't be like if they accidentally break into something, nobody's gonna come after them like instantly. At least nobody has come for me yet, but I hope this is not gonna change. But yes, all in all, I think that we still don't know too much about cybersecurity. We're trying to get it going, and I do indeed think that the best way to do this is by experiments and encouraging students to actually break things and letting them know that it's not the end of the world if they go where they shouldn't, and actually pretty much encourage them to do these things on their own, because this takes time and practice, and as technologies evolve, so do the things that they should actually know in order to get proficient at this. And this is actually shown, as it's been demonstrated before in Timișoara, I think, that the number of jobs, of job requests on this field is only 29 out of 1,000, so maybe people don't know that they need this, and when they do realize that they need it, they don't know what they need. So in essence, we don't know what to teach, and I still think that we're discovering this now, and I actually have quite the faith in the cybersecurity program that we have proposed, and also the past presentations, because I have followed all the ones that we had previously. So for the bachelor, for the masters, and so on. So yes, basically as a takeaway, I think it's a matter of time and doing doing a bit of everything. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for much.
Okay, so my opinion is similar to what is already said. This is why I want to be short. Indeed, you need to start with the basic part. So you cannot start from bachelor directly with. I mean, you can start with some specific cybersecurity topics, but you still need to be, let's say, a programmer or an engineer. So in some of our departments, we have first 2 years with mathematics in Polytechnic, with mathematics, with I don't know, electronics basics are the same, and then we differentiate between, I don't know, electronics and telecom or computing or so on and so on. So I would say cybersecurity bachelor should be somehow similar. Of course, you need to adapt the mathematics to be closer to what you will learn further in cryptography, and you need to, I don't know, learn in electronics what you can further analyze in, I don't know, hardware security and other topics. But still, if you count, you have 2 years with the basics, and then 2 more years like a master program for the specific. So you would say that cybersecurity is so complex that you'll never get to teach everything, but that's not the point. The point is that students should learn a little bit about everything, because I know when we graduated, maybe in electronics or in telecom, we learned a lot of things from programming to, I don't know, networks and so on. You cannot know everything about a topic. So, and because this domain is so related to novelty, to being in the game, to focus on what's happening, that's the, let's say, the mission of the professional, the student that becomes a professional, to actually follow and be more focused in a specific domain of cybersecurity, because cybersecurity is so broad.
Yes, indeed, there are many causes which can prevent to start a bachelor in cybersecurity. Some related to human resources, some related to not so updated, not so speedy updated in terms of curricula. Maybe a very good cybersecurity curricula must be updated maybe twice a year, or maybe even more. But also there is another problem. There is a sort of, how to say, what is the 0 point in this field? Because there are a sort of requirements in terms of quality of education imposed by our national ARACHIS agency, which are very important. We love Arachis when Arachis can put a stop on lower quality in education. Also, we love them when they insist and put some sort of filters to obtain a very good quality, but on the already classical domains. But when you talk about cybersecurity, if you spend maybe 10 years, you will have all the people and at all stages and in all layers of qualification very, very good and very well qualified, very well certified in cybersecurity. But cybersecurity also, it's a living being. And it's necessary to act quickly because a lot of countries around us, they already have bachelors in cybersecurity. Bulgaria has this kind. Maybe we can comment on their approaches, but they succeed, and maybe in that 10 years will be further than us. Anyhow, it's very hard to say and to find a solution, but we are eager to find one. And I'm very happy today we are trying to discuss this because it's very important. And also it's available in all emergent technologies. If we want to become a classical technology, it's very easy. We can find all the resources, like in other domains. But it's worth. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will start my closing statement with a prediction. So this Tuesday, November 1st, is going to take place the greatest security event of the year. It's not going to be a security conference or anything like that, but a new version of OpenSSL will be released. It's going to be a new OpenSSL that will address a critical security issue that wasn't disclosed yet. When this version is released, kind of the hell will break loose. You'll see next week what I'm talking about. So this will be a major security event, and security specialists all over the world will have to react to it. Now, will I teach my students about it? Yes, of course I will. This is going to be a hot topic in the following months. But who's going to teach the students that already graduated? That's a question that's a food for thought. The thing is, I'm confident that most of the students that graduated the cybersecurity master program will be able to figure it out for themselves, will be able to see this event, see it on the news, see it on the mail list, and properly react to it. They will secure the web systems in the companies they're working for. So this is what I think is the core of teaching cybersecurity. Teaching the students how to learn, how to future improve themselves and react to new events. Because even if we had a cybersecurity bachelor program, 4 years, 5 years, we wouldn't be able to teach them everything. And either way, in 2 or 3 more years after they graduate, some of their knowledge might become obsolete because there will be always new threats to protect against. Thank you.
Well, I agree with you, and I want to start with this. I think for cybersecurity, our university educational environment are old and rigid, because, from my opinion, yeah, because, for example, in practice, in professional domain, the company are changing to the agility. But the education is not so agility, because we talk about the dynamics and the very fast changing in the domain, not only the cybersecurity, but the cybersecurity the most of them. And we cannot adapt, we are not agile. For example, we must have customized programs. For example, when we use gamification not only to play, to see the skills to orient the path of the student. If you want to be a good in cybersecurity, you must follow that path and so on. Because we don't be good in everything. We must focus. And in this context, I think, in this context of agility, I think that a better approach maybe will be to integrate in the university environment the collaboration with the professionals like BitSentinel, like Fortinet, like to create a community, because we are not able to be in to face the challenging only work together with professionals. Here we cannot do it alone. Yeah. We must create hubs maybe, and to have professionals who work with us, like I say, from our partners, and to develop flexible and customizable programs. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thanks a lot for your presentations and your thoughts. I'm actually very happy that hard things were said, and hopefully with your help and with the help of our institutional partners. Yes.
Just several comments, please, for 2 minutes.
Okay, please.
So, first of all, thank you very much for the distinguished academics that were in front of us and present a lot of brilliant ideas. My name is Sabin Popescu. I'm from the organizer of this event. I'm a bit tired, but well, I try to be focused on the things. There were a lot of impressive ideas. A few weeks ago, I've been to the Estonian embassy and I heard from the mouth of the former president of Estonia the success story of the Estonians in the process of digitalization. I remember with several things. Doesn't matter the context, the dimension of the country and so on. But there were several things that I think that are very appropriate even for us to start a new way, and why not to make Romania a power in cybersecurity, because there are a lot of ideas, a lot of potential, and it's very pity that you are not materialized this activity. So it was, first of all, a circle of good people and determined people to do the things. Second, it was to have a clear idea of what is to be done. The third, it was the support of decision makers in this regard. So the former president said that in the early 90s, Estonia was seen as a country that have no chance. And they said, what is to be done now for us? To hear about what IMF or World Bank are saying to us, or to follow our own way, to find something and to be effective and successful in this. So they brought in their country some elements of digitalization from Sweden banks that were appropriate in Sweden, but not effective applied. So they developed this, and now after 10 years, what is the level of Estonians? Why not to do this? From our perspective as authority in this regard, we are very, very determined when we will have a bit more maturity, because now we are in the process of making operational the new directorate, to be a kind of, let's say, vivid force in this regard. Why not to be our allies to do together these things? I think it's feasible, and only who don't try to do something don't wrong. But from the mistakes, we can't understand and learn something and go ahead and be successful. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That was a nice and inspiring point of view. So, as I was saying, with everyone's help, from academia and from the public sector and from regulatory, maybe we will have in 1 year or 2 years, say, at least starting to think of cybersecurity bachelor program, and of course continue with all the other ideas you gentlemen mentioned. So thanks a lot, and again, thank you for keeping your presentation under 10 minutes. So whoever said that, academia, professors are not able to, they're going to talk a lot. No, you are living proof of that. So thanks a lot.